Hey, what's up, everybody? Happy Big Sunday. Welcome to the stream, Chinchilli. Yeah. Hey, butterballs. All right. Oh, gosh. Okay. All right. Let's figure this out. I might start with League. Hope everyone's doing well. I might start with League. Happy Big Sunday. Yeah, we'll start with League, I guess. Because then once I get silver, I'm just going to probably stop doing ranked. There is that one, what's it called? Achievement. Usually you have to get like 15 wins for like the achievement. The cow. Um, yeah, see, like win 15 ranked games. Okay. For Victoria skin, yeah, sure. All right, hold up. Yeah, charge the headphones. That's good. Let me, yeah, we're good. Let's see how this goes. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Happy Big Sunday, everybody. Hope everyone's doing well. Oh my gosh. Dude, then they're gonna ban Jinx, I guarantee it. This happens every time. That's the second dodge in a row. That might be a sign to switch games. Frick, man. Gosh. Ugh. Um... We're queuing again. If they ban Jinx, I'm out. I'm telling you, I'm out. Bong, 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 dip, 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 dun, 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 dun. All right, hopefully everything works. I don't know why the loading screen doesn't work anymore. Whatever. Hopefully the stream works. Wait. Test 1, 2, test. Alright, there we go. Yeah, for some reason, whatever.
Minions have spawned.
I'm blaming Riot. Oh, gosh dang it. Is Warwick coming down? All good. Keep chilling. Wait, what? I said to throw my mines down. The guy on our team did say Warwick bot. Oh. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, from downtown, baby. You know, baby. We clear. All right, chill, bro. Relax, bro. It's a game. we get drag at least? I hope we did. Yeah, we did.
An enemy has been slain.
There you go, Oliver.
Killing. Shut down. An enemy has been slain.
Oops.
been slain. An enemy has been slain. Killing spree. Enemy killing spree. Enemy double kill. Rampage.
I'm dead. Frick, there should be a double. Good job.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Oh, but you know what's funny is because of this Gwen, we may still lose this game. That's the type of champ Gwen is. League really is such a funny game.
An enemy has been slain.
I need to be careful here. Whatever, I don't know what I'm doing. Is he getting red? Alright, let's see, does red... I need to learn, yeah, like, I just got that. I'll talk about it later. But when they added a new thing in League where 2 people can get that red buff because it leaves one behind, but I forget the conditions. Alright. Thanks, Chinchilla. Chinchilli. Alright. Misfortune is going to try to get bot. Frick. Ooh. Just push bot out. Let them get Baron. Sweep this. Gwen's bot, okay. Might as well reset, I guess. Or I don't know, maybe go mid. Combine Infinity Edge. There's Malachi. Yeah, I'm gonna reset. This. Let's see, and it looks like they're getting armor.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Shut down. destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Killing spree. Has destroyed a turret. Victory!
Let's go. Hey. Big Baron. Ooh, honors from everyone. Even the angry Volibear. Wow. Wow. Oh, nice. So we're like 30 LP. We're getting close. Like 2 wins away from silver for the season. Not bad. Good job, Butterball. Boo boo. Labubu win. Let me see if the groceries are here. 1 second. Guys, say hi to Butterbean. Say hi to Butterbean. Yeah. Let me check what's going on with the grocery order. Alright. Cool. Groceries will be here like 20 minutes. No rush really. Oh, I forgot to get pizza. That's okay. Could probably go without pizza for a little bit. Too much of that was probably not good. All right. Dude, what is sometimes I don't even know what League is doing anymore. It's mayhem progression track. It's I don't know if I care. Okay, there's a mode. Okay. La boo boo. All right.
thou to me, O Lord, O come at last to me. Centuries and centuries I have waited now for thee. Through endless incarnations I've called out for thy name, searching by the streamlets of all my silvery dreams. I know that thou must come at last to steal the flowers of my heart. In sorrow thrills I piped my love, I sadly sing my song to thee, and yet I know my love must reach thee. Though many lives I have to wait on mountain crags of high devotion, I sadly sing my song, my song, my song. I have been roaming, forsaken by thee, who hast seen me groping, hardly ever answering me. I shall be roaming, roaming, thirsting all the boundaries of heart, evermore moving toward thee, to thy vast unthrobbing heart. Come thou to me, O Lord, O come at last to me. Centuries and centuries I have waited now for thee. Through endless incarnations I've called out for thy name, searching by the streamlets of all my silvery dreams. I know that thou must come at last to steal the flowers of my heart. In sorrow thrills I piped my love, I sadly sing my song to thee, and yet I know my my love must reach thee. Though many lives I have to wait, on mountain crags of high devotion, I sadly sing my song, my song, my song.
Give me a minute. I just was. Give me a minute. Okay, cool. I was just reading about thanks for waiting or whatever. Kaide and Tens or whatever broke up. They were pretty toxic couple anyway, but you know, it doesn't surprise me too much. But I just was reading about that. Stupid thing came up on my YouTube. What's really annoying about YouTube, there's so many times where I'm like, don't show me these videos, and then like 2 months later they end up showing up again. Alright, excuse me. Let's figure out what I want to play next. That song was pretty beautiful. I might even do a Valorant. Sometimes I'm kind of hooked on Valorant, but I'll do Switch in a bit. I got, and also, yeah, you guys are gonna have to bear with me. Give me a second. Okay. The boo-booing. I don't feel like warming up. I mean, I'll just go into a deathmatch and see how it goes.
Match found.
New weapons. Say more.
Yo, what's up, Junior? How's it going? Namaskaram. Blessings to you.
Hi, Ruby. Hi, Mia.
Yo. What's this? Oh, there's like some butterball in the mic. I hope you're doing well, Junior. Just chilling. It's been crazy past few months. Been getting better from being sick. I've had like health issues. But I don't really talk about it on stream, but you know, you get the gist.
You're open. The door. Open.
Fight.
Is that a baby playing? Is that a baby playing? Like a baby's playing. What's this? The baby needs to hop off Valorant. Valorant's not for babies. Valorant's not a game for babies.
On cooldown. Charge your bolts.
Reloading. Reloading.
Ignition.
Reloading. Cutting their vision. Reloading.
10 seconds until stage 2.
Reloading.
Missile deployed. Stage 2. Missile deployed.
My arm's ready. Kriya.
Grenade is live. Drone going out.
Me Too's baby hopped on Valorant.
Healer down.
Watch this.
Alright, I'm like not warmed up. Today may not be a Valorant day. I mean, but I feel like every time Valorant's just not a game you like hop into. There we go. And also, like I have this whatever. Give myself a second. Look at those baby butterballs. Oh man.
Fire in the hole.
Me Too's baby. Me Too's baby hopped on Valorant. Valorant is such a needy game. Ugh.
Grenade is live.
Party's over. Party's over. My ult's ready.
All missiles away.
One by one.
Yes.
I'll take it.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Go away. My ult's ready.
I'm out of here. Fire in the hole. Up there. Someone there. Saw you, little homie.
One suppressed.
Sit down.
Launching missile.
Got him.
Stuck. Good try.
Block the sight.
Good, cuate.
4. Night night.
Oh.
This is how it ends. Light munition.
Reloading.
Cállate.
No sweat.
Reloading.
Boom. Need to use baby. Oh yeah, you do get points. Oh man, you do get points. Yeah, I don't know if I feel like doing ranked Valorant. Let me see if there's. I don't know. Yeah, let me just see real quick on the Valorant app thingy.
I have been roaming, forsaken by thee, who hast seen me groping, hardly ever answered me. I shall be roaming, thirsting all the boundaries of heart, evermore moving toward thee, to thy vast unthrobbing heart. Come thou to me, O Lord, O come at last to me. Centuries and centuries I have waited now for thee. Through endless incarnations, I've called out for thy name, searching by the streamlets of all my silvery dreams. I know that thou must come at last to steal the flowers of my heart. In sorrow thrills I piped my love, I sadly sing my song to thee, and yet I know my love must reach thee. Though many lives I have to wait
Yo.
on
Yo.
mountain crags of high devotion, I sadly sing my song, my song.
We can also just do a queue if you want.
Alright.
Alright, we'll see how this match goes, guys. Yo.
Yo, what's up?
Wait, how'd you send an invite so fast?
It does that automatically.
Alright.
Oh, I gotta.
Wait, is your app version or is it just website?
What do you mean?
Like, is there like an app version you can download on PC, or you have to go on the website every time?
Oh, it's an app. I have an app on it.
How do I download it?
I think you just go on the website and it says, or just like type in download Gangstar. Yeah, you got it.
What rank is this guy? Same as me. I see the groceries are probably here. Let me go get those real quick. Yeah, I can link the song Chinchilli. Why are the groceries not here? It's on Discord. Sent you on Discord. Let me see what's going on with the groceries. Oh, they're just running late. That's fine.
So, wanna go ahead and just start?
Yeah.
I'm gonna play Jet.
I'm gonna play Neon.
Alright.
Alright, I'll just play. I'll just go.
Match
Okay.
found.
I'm on a 5-win streak, bro.
Sheesh!
Oh shit!
Yo, I gotta hit silver.
I'm happy. I'm energetic. What's the other one, Chinchilla? I'm happy. I'm energetic. I'm enthusiastic. I am well. I am happy. I am enthusiastic. I am well. I am happy. I am enthusiastic. I am well.
No, we're into GG's. GG's for us, bro. No, we're not. Not GG's, bro. What did I queue?
I have to mute this guy in a second.
Sad team. Knock-ons.
Drop in a smoke. Reloading. Gotta go. Watch
Scanning
inside.
ahead.
Oh, Chambers there.
Be faster. Headshot.
Mid.
Go, go, go.
Flag planted. Enemy spotted.
Last player
Holy.
standing.
That was terrible.
I'm out of here. Reloading. Go, go, go.
Enemy spotted. Mid.
Throwing next. No peeking.
Reloading.
I'm out of here. Next.
Reloading.
Gotta go. Reloading.
Scanning ahead.
Gotta
Wait,
go.
go inside.
Mid. 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 Mid.
Spike planted.
Both of them mid.
Multiple enemies mid.
Last player standing.
Oh my gosh. Like, I'm getting like dry skin everywhere. I even got this like extra moisturizing soap, but whatever.
You ever make too much noise?
Dropping smoke.
Take flight.
Go, go, go. No escape. I'm out of here. Reloading. Barrier deployed. Reloading.
There they are.
Target down. Yeah, catch. Gotta go. Dodging beam done. In sight.
Spike planted.
One
Go,
enemy
go, go.
remaining.
in a smoke.
Nice shot.
We played. Gotta go.
Mhm.
Get out the job.
Oh, Neon. Could you buy me?
Thank you.
Thank you, man.
Broken. The enemy spotted A. Reloading. My ult ready. Reloading. No peeking. Move out. Go, go, go. Drop in a smoke.
120 chamber backside.
Inside.
them.
Right here.
Last player standing.
Gotta go.
Need a drop.
I'm out of here. I'm out of here. Enemy killed. No peeking.
Reloading. Scanning ahead.
Watch out. No. There we go.
Sleep, brother.
One enemy
Almost
remaining.
Target spotted mid. Gotta go. Go and meet your maker.
Gun here.
Go, go, go.
Yo, can you guys hear me now?
Yo, yeah. Wait, we're in the game right now.
You want
Alright, I'll
to
just
play?
mute it.
Let's play.
Alright.
Revealing area.
Target spotted mid. I'm out of here. Down.
One enemy remaining.
Backside.
80.
There you are.
Nice.
Go, go, go. Watch this.
Revealing area.
Enemy spotted A. Gotta go. Drop in a smoke. Gotta go. Reloading.
Reloading.
Take this. Planted. My ult
It's
is
you
ready.
and me.
Can't use it.
35. No way, man.
Back like I never left.
One enemy remaining.
Drop in a smoke.
He was also CT, but I think he's gonna rotate. Someone watch that.
Go, go, go.
Dude, is there a way? Oh my gosh, what? I freaking hate the audio in this game.
Right here. Our spike's down. Hold them to them.
Spike down mid.
Reloading. Problem solved.
Unreal.
No escape.
2 mid.
Last player standing.
They're all like. Do you want it smoked? I can't. I can only smoke mid.
Drop in a smoke.
30 seconds left.
Spike planted. Go, go, go! No bother.
Deploying drone.
Dropping smoke. Take this! I'm out of here! Woo! You had your fun. My
Enemy
turn.
spotted B. Enemy spotted B.
One enemy remaining.
Go, go, go! Short gun!
Flag planted.
Nose ready. Gotta go! That was their best, the bat.
Reloading.
Not impressed.
This is the new gun.
Scanning ahead.
I'm out of here. Gotta go.
Spike down A.
You will not kill my allies. Gotta go. Planted.
One enemy remaining.
I'm out of here. I'm keeping my grave empty too much. Go, go, go! Reloading. Right here.
Revealing area.
It's you and me.
Watch out! Coming through!
Flight.
Gotta go! Dropping slug in sight.
120 chamber mid. I mean B.
3.
Last player standing. Spike down B. Last
ult
round
is
in the
ready.
half.
Could I have a drop? Here. Right here.
You want to play? Let's play.
I'm out of here. Watch this.
Revealing area.
Dropping smoke. Kill.
You
Go, go, go.
powerless.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Shock dart.
Switching sides.
Double headshot.
Go, go, go. Enemy spotted men.
Oh my gosh.
I'm out of here. Reloading.
Last player standing.
Drop.
Spike planted.
Gotta go.
Mhm.
Go, go, go. escape.
Beat.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
I'm out of here. Right here. Gotta go. Gotta go. No surprises. Go, go, go. No surprises.
Die.
Here. Yeah.
Reloading.
Enemy spotted A. Defend.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
We crushed it. Should we celebrate or something? Right here. Right here. Right here. Gotta go. Enemy spotted B. Go, go, go.
Spike planted.
Take this. This way.
One enemy remaining.
Three down.
Last player standing.
Corner.
Throwing net. Ultimate ready. I'm out of here.
You want to play? Let's play.
Enemy marked. I'm out of here.
Dude. Freaking game, man.
Nothing there.
There they are.
Pew pew. Target down. No peeking.
Last player standing.
Drop in a smoke.
Spike planted.
My turn. Need a drop. Gotta go. Who needs a buy? Need a drop. Thanks. Enemy marked. Take this. Go, go, go. It's right here.
It's you and me.
Gotta go. Target spotted mid. You will not kill my ally. I'm out of here. My ult's ready. Enemy spotted. Like I never left. I'm out of here.
Reloading.
No escape. Go, go, go! Taken out.
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
All enemies. Gotta go. For. Thanks. Target spotted mid. I'm out of here. My ult's ready. Yikes. I'm out of here. Enemy spotted A.
Whoa, what?
Watch out. Gotta go. Right here. Have one of these. Coming through. Go, go, go.
Last player standing.
Wow.
Spike down A.
Need a drop. Go, go, go. Target spotted mid. Gotta go. What's this?
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Spike spotted B. Gotta go! Can I read about powers and invincibility? Target spotted mid.
I'm out of here.
120 chamber mid. Absolutely ridiculous.
Spike planted.
I shot something.
You
Scanning
will
ahead.
not kill my allies.
One enemy
My ult
remaining.
is ready.
Wow. That was really impressive.
No easy night for you, wee man.
Match point.
Go, go, go! Go, go, go! Here we go! Too slow! Out of charges! Dead!
One enemy remaining. Spike down A. Defenders win.
Let's go, baby. Hey. Let's go, baby. Ooh, finish weeklies. Boom, boom, boom. Nicer, nicer. Not bad, okay. I'll take it. I will take it. Let me go check on the groceries. I'll be right back. Oh, man. Good job, Butterball. Bear back. Let me see something real quick. 1 second. What a match. Thank you, Chinchilli. Here, let me move the monitor back to a decent spot. Ay, ay, ay. Thanks for chilling, everybody. I really don't care about the Super Bowl, but I want to see Vizio. So, okay. Yeah, like I might watch a little bit of the Super Bowl. Um, Power off. Also, guys, I've been dealing with these like migraines lately. I don't know what the deal is with them, but let me test this. We're good. We're good.
supply only the finest goods. Be careful.
We got a win in both ranked games. First game, I'm gonna make some food shortly. Ugh.
Hail to the night.
I said, wow, he level 58, and then she's like, I boosted. That means someone helped their level.
King's honor, friend.
At least they're honest. So Chinchilla, are you there, Chinchilla? Who do you want to win for the Super Bowl? It's the New England Patriots versus the Seahawks. I say Seahawks because they're birds. Actually, in a second, I could do a poll on stream, or I don't. We'll see. Let's see if it's too late to do. We're gonna do a poll, guys. Engage with the audience. Start a poll. Who will win the Super Bowl? Patriots, Seahawks. And then, don't care. Going to... All right, polls up now. Vote. And then where are the Seahawks? Seattle Seahawks. All right. Um, um, um. Give me a second. Give me a second. Oh, gosh, we're good. And guys, like I said, I've been having like these migraines and health issues, so you guys are gonna have to bear with me. LMNOP. Okay. What are they watching? Inferno. What? What game has map Inferno? Oh, Counter-Strike. Alright. Yeah, I'll have to make some food in a second, guys. Oh god, what is going on? Why are there so many spiders? I also got sweet potato fries for the Super Bowl-y. But yeah, like it may be just something I tune in, tune out. We'll see. What sucks is there should have been more Valorant today. I mean, it's not a big deal. There's been a lot of Valorant, but because of the Super Bowl, there's not Valorant tournament today. Let me try to ding, and then I'll make food. We. Boom, 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 boom. We got Seahawks and don't care. Oh boy. Bro. Ding, baby. Level 24. Let's go get our abilities. Let's get the abilities. Grats. Thank you. I might also listen to like a game dev interview, guys, just to like, you know, it's a big chilling day. Like I have this like been getting these migraines every day. It's kind of bullshit, but
What can I do for you? See you around.
yeah, let me make food and then I'm gonna go to the druid trainer. Hang tight, people. Be right back. Give me a minute. Butterball, you watch over them. Give me a minute. Fill up Diet Coke. What was I gonna say? I can't remember. When do you get the mount? Oh, let me see something. Classic Warcraft. When do you get first mount? Level 40. Because I could have swore, like, remember when I get that, like, elephant mount? I don't know. Sahana vavatu, sahana bunatu, sahaviryam karavavahai, tejasvinavati tamastu, mavid vishavahai, shanti shanti shantihi. Tiger's Fury. And is Shred Rip. Regress. Remove curse. Hold on. Regrowth. Remove curse. Tiger's Fury. Thorns. Okay. So Rake is better?
Ishnu Allah.
Okie dokie. One moment. I'm gonna listen to a game dev interview.
Treat their demo like it's a playtest, but the reality is your demo is a launch.
This is a conversation with Tommy, an indie game developer from Australia, co-developer of Gnomes, a tower defense roguelike that was built completely in Rust in a custom engine.
In total, it took about 10 months. The week he posted, we ended up with like 6,000 or 7,000 wish lists. A lot of people have a problem with like a marketing first approach, but I think a lot of those people don't understand what marketing actually is.
I really enjoyed the game. It looks exactly like the kind of game that anyone could make, but it only looks that way because there's a lot of depth, there's a lot of know-how behind it.
Stop trying to think about what other people think is cool and make something that you think is cool. Stick to what you know.
I want to learn how to make games like this. I find it super inspiring. It doesn't look too difficult, but how difficult is it really to make a game like this? Let's dive right in, and I hope you enjoy. I think the most interesting thing that I would like to ask you about is the custom engine. You made gnomes in Rust in a custom engine? It's not Bevy.
Well, no, it's not Bevy at all. So what happened was I actually finished up another game called Sea of Survivors, and we were sort of just taking a bit of time off, and I met this guy, Patrick, at a game dev meetup here in Brisbane. And I don't know, we sort of just hit it off, and he was a pretty quirky, interesting guy that had similar tastes in games to me. And he said, hey, we can make a game, but the only condition is we have to use my Rust engine. And I went, all right.
Okay.
If I don't have to do any programming, amazing. If all I have to do is make music and art and help with game design, then that sounds perfect. So yeah, that's how it all happened. Gnomes itself is like 6 really, really long scripts, and then like a few helper scripts and stuff as well. So yeah, it's pretty.
Oh wow!
It's pretty. Yeah, we used the OpenGL and some other things just to sort of make it a bit easier out of the box. But yeah, Patrick is just a mega math brain who. We used the OpenGL and some other things. Just it's pretty scripts, and then like a few helper scripts and stuff as well. So yeah, it's pretty.
Oh wow!
It's pretty. Yeah, we used the OpenGL and some other things just to sort of make it a bit easier out of the box. But yeah, Patrick is just a mega math brain who he's got like an electrical engineering degree, and you know he loves the challenge. And for him, it was actually just faster because it's what he's most comfortable with.
So he already had like a custom engine sitting there and waiting to be used, essentially.
Well, Gnomes was kind of like our second swing, actually, because we had another little game we were working on that after a little while we realized like that our scope was just absurd, and we said, hey, what can we just knock out in a few months? And he said, why don't we just try and make like a tower defense and do a little game jam? And I think within probably a week, Gnomes, the first map and like the most basic gameplay was pretty much implemented. Like the whole idea of goblins having random paths and being able to move gnomes around and planting crops for your economy and stuff, and being able to move gnomes around and planting crops for your economy and stuff. We did take a few rifts out of Thronefall as well, which you might have noticed, like the day-night cycle and like do I greed my economy or do I build up my defense? And you know, just that give and take. I thought that was really interesting. Obviously, that's not a completely original idea from Thronefall, but I'd been playing some other similar games as well.
Yeah,
Patrick
so it's
really
sort
loved
of
Warcraft 3.
mixing tower defense with economy, right? How quickly did you make the game? I heard you made it quite quickly, but I somehow missed the exact timeline. Was it 2 months or what? What did you say?
Oh, no. Well, we could have probably released the game after 2 months, but it would have been much less content and it would have been a much more shallow game. But it kind of took off when we put it out there, and we went, oh well, hey, we know that this game's probably going to sell by the time we get there, so we might as well put a little bit more in it and see if we can maximize it. I think it's important to like not decide how big your scope is until you know how much people want it, if that makes sense. So in total, it took about, I think from conception to Steam page live for sale, about 10 months.
10 months. Okay, that's still very fast. I mean, Thronefall took us 2.5 or 3 years, depending on how you count. So 10 months is very fast, especially for using a custom engine and so on. It's pretty good.
Was that including your early access for Thronefall, or are you talking about to 1.0.
Got to early access in like 1.5, 2 years-ish, and then another year of early access.
Yeah. We kind of treated our demo as our early access. And I feel like these days that's something you kind of have to do. Like maybe 3 or 4 years ago it wasn't the case, but I think the market's changed a bit and people expect a lot more out of demos and a lot more out of early access games. And more importantly, if your early access game doesn't hit, people still expect you to keep working on it regardless, you know what I mean? What's your take on that?
On early access, yeah, I mean, people have this expectation. I think early access for me is mostly a way to communicate to players that the game is still actively getting updates. So whenever you put early access tag on your game, it's like saying, hey, we're gonna keep updating this for a while. And also, it doesn't maybe have as much content as you would expect from a full release yet. But people still expect like the quality level to be at a decent level. Like,
yeah,
you can add more content during early access. You cannot afford to go into early access with like low quality. Like the quality needs to be high, and then you can expand like horizontally the amount of content you have during early access.
And did you guys do a demo for Thronefall as well?
We did a demo, and it was also quite well received and gave us big wishlist boosts during a next fest. Yeah, there was a good one.
Okay.
And for Gnomes, you said you noticed before release that people were responding well to it. Was that also the demo?
So before we did the demo, like I had just finished marketing another game, which was Sea of Survivors, and you know that game had a few moments where I'd post on Reddit, and you know we'd get 1,000 wish lists overnight or whatever, and you know I thought that was pretty crazy. But with Gnomes, I just knew straight away from putting it in front of people and getting them to play test it that it was going to be something a bit special. You know, I've play tested bad games and I've play tested good games, and you kind of can just tell, if you know what I mean. The other thing was I kind of use Reddit as my main like guerrilla marketing platform to like drive people to the Steam page early on, or like get playtesters into our Discord server or whatever we need. And I found it just like 50% easier, or probably even more than that, than I did with Sea of Survivors. We kind of just, maybe it was because I was better at finding the people for the game, like finding the right niches. But it also just seemed like when I'd post on Reddit, we'd get like 100 upvotes every time versus like a 50-50 chance we were going to get downvoted to hell, or, you know, it was that it might be a semi-successful post like it was with Sea of Survivors, if that makes sense.
Okay, I did not know about Sea of Survivors. I just opened the Steam page. It has a very cool art style. Is it like a Survivors-like looks? Okay.
Might be a semi-successful 50-50 chance we were going to get downvoted to get like 100 upvotes every time versus like a 50-50 chance we were going to get downvoted to hell, or, you know, it was that it might be a semi-successful post like it was with Sea of Survivors, if that makes sense.
Okay, I did.
Yeah, semi-success, 50-50 chance we were going to get downvoted to hell, or, you know, it was that it might be a semi-successful post like it was with Sea of Survivors, if that makes sense.
Okay, I did not know about Sea of Survivors. I just opened the Steam page. It has a very cool art style. Is it like a Survivors-like game?
Yeah. So that was pretty early on in the Survivor-like rush. We got the Steam page up, which helped us out a lot. It was a fun game to make. Like, I made all the music and I got to do all the art and stuff. And pirates are like one of my favorite themes. You know, probably up there with gnomes as well. I think gnomes are pretty cool, but. Yeah, it was just a couple of friends of mine that I've known for some time, and it was actually our first commercial game together. So we kind of just had to learn on the fly, and you know, I, as you can see too, it's still in early access, and it's finished, but it's, you know, we've just got to put a few pieces together and put it out there. But this is kind of probably why I've got the opinion about early access that I do. Is like, if your game doesn't really turn into a mega hit, you still got to finish it, or else you look like you've just taken the money and run, you know?
Yep, that's the problem with early access that I've also seen a couple of times. And you know, for Sea of Survivors, you did decently well, right? It's sitting at like 400 reviews or so. That's pretty decent. But there are like games that go into early access with like a huge list of things and like promises that they're gonna add, and then then they get like 20 reviews or something, and it's like, that really sucks.
Well, that was one of the first things we
Yeah.
said was like, we're not going to promise anything.
Yeah.
We're going to promise what we've already made. So, yeah, the main thing with Sea of Survivors though is I feel like it would have sold better if we just did a 1.0 launch and then updated it after the fact. And the reason is because it would have had a chance in new and trending on Steam, which in my opinion is like the make or break for a game. My goal with every game that I'm making is when I put it out there, I want to get in on day one, get into new and trending on Steam. And if my game doesn't make it after that, then I probably made the wrong game, or I've managed. If my game doesn't make it after that, then I probably made the wrong game, or I've managed to skull drag to the right wishlist count that Chris Z tells us to. But for it to really like get seen by everyone and have a real chance, I think that's like a minimum floor of entry.
Yeah, I wonder if the new and trending tab on Steam is still the same as it used to. I kind of noticed that it's further and further down on the Steam page every time I check. Like, it used to be very, very far up. Like, it used to be one of the first gadgets, and now it's like you have to scroll for a while to even get to a new and trending. But I guess it's still a way to see how the algorithm likes your game, right? If you're a new and trending, that's probably still a good sign overall. Yeah.
From what I understand, it's about 8,000 US in sales that it's taken. Well, that's what it took us to trigger it for Gnomes. And the thing is, the better you perform, the longer you stay there. The thing is, the better you perform, Gnomes in US in sales.
Yeah. From what, right? If you're a new and trending, it's still a way to see how the algorithm likes your game, right? If you're a new and trending, that's probably still a good sign overall. Yeah.
From what I understand, it's about 8,000 US in sales that it's taken. Well, that's what it took us to trigger it for Gnomes. And the thing is, the better you perform, the longer you stay there as well. But like what you said, not only is it probably gone down a little bit further, but you're seeing a lot more games cycle through there, because I think every man and his dog's figured out, you know, he's got to hit these numbers and he's got to make his Steam capsule look like this, and that then he'll get there. But the reality is the gameplay is king. If your gameplay doesn't stand out, then you can get a new and trending, but you know, you're going to spend half a day there and your game might sell a bit, but it's never going to get the capsule look like this, and that then hit these numbers, and he's got to make his Steam capsule look like this, and that then he'll get there. But the reality is the gameplay is king. If your gameplay doesn't stand out, then you can get a new and trending, but you know, you're going to spend half a day there and your game might sell a bit, but it's never going to get the traction that just a game that a content creator will pick up, or you know, people are going to recommend to their friends. You know,
gameplay is king. Yeah, we'll talk about that a bit more later. That's interesting. One more question: the Sea of Thieves, I see, is published and developed by Nayer Games. That's a different studio, right?
Sea of Survivors. I wish I made
Sea of Survivors.
Thieves,
exactly.
Yeah, but it's funny you say that. We actually have had people say, "Oh, that's too similar to the title Sea of Thieves," but
yeah, it's just so similar that I got them mixed up. Damn it, Sea of Survivors.
Yeah, well, I think that's some of the learnings that I also had with that game was, you know, we could have probably had a little bit more originality in the title, amongst other things, especially seeing other survival likes come out, and you know, they've kind of, rather than tried to, we either should have made Pirate Survivors, or you know, made something completely original rather than tried to do something in between. Sorry, the question was.
The question was. It's a different team.
Yes. So the two guys I was working with, one of them is like my oldest friend, and he had just sold his company, And so he wasn't really in a hurry to make any money and wasn't really in a hurry to finish the game. And one of the other guys is still working 3 days a week in a pretty well-paying job. So me, on the other hand, I was the only one that was a full-time developer. I was doing like commissions for music and stuff in between. And I just had to make another game. And luckily I met Patrick when I did. And he was in a similar position. He had a job that he hated and said, I just need someone who can handle everything I don't want to do, which happens to be everything that I do. So it was just, a perfect match, wasn't it?
And Patrick did also work on Sea of Survivors.
No, he did not.
Okay.
He only worked on Gnomes with me.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you basically switched teams after Sea of Survivors / are still in both teams a little bit.
Look, I could afford to spend a day or two a week on Sea of Survivors, and now it's basically done, and we're just waiting on a few other little final pieces to be done, and we can probably move on. But right now, as we speak, I'm actually trying my luck solo for the first time.
Okay.
And
Third game.
not only, yeah. So Gnomes is almost done. I think Patrick's having a little bit of a holiday, and we're going to get back together and do another content update. But my intention at the moment is to become like a triple threat. I want to be able to do all the art and all the music, and then do all of the programming and game engine stuff myself as well. So I've transitioned to Godot, and I'm kind of just doing a bit of a experiment in there at the moment, even trying 3D, which brings me to a question that I would like to ask you, as someone who's made 2D and 3D games. Do you, in some ways, find 3D easier?
Yes, I think 3D is actually easier, not necessarily to program, but it's easier to sell and to market, I think, quite significantly. Because I think it's a lot more difficult as a 2D artist to make an art style that stands out as compared to a 3D art style that stands out as appealing and that you want to dive into. And I think one of the main reasons for that is maybe the immersion factor. If you see something that's 3D, it's a bit easier to, as a player or as a customer, to immediately get immersed into it.
Yeah.
You can still achieve that with 2D, I think. It's possible, but I think it's more difficult with 2D.
Oh, for sure. Trying to get something to look like what it is with 16 by 16 pixels is a real challenge in itself. But when you pull it off, it definitely is satisfying. What you said before, though, about programming, I've actually found it easier. I've done a few experiments in 2D and a few experiments in 3D, and I feel like for someone who's not the strongest programmer, 3D kind of feels like out of the box things just work a lot better. I feel like creating something that's more modular. Like what I do is I'll watch a tutorial about each component that I'm trying to build and put them together. Whereas 2D, you kind of need to have a full picture of what you're trying to make, and it's a lot more like UI heavy, if that makes sense.
Yeah. You also, if you do 2D, you sometimes run into wonky situations because your 2D art is trying to emulate a 3D space, right? So then you have like a isometric sprite or something,
right.
And then that isometric sprite needs to spawn an arrow because it's like an archer that shoots something, and then all of a sudden you're kind of doing 3D but in 2D, and then things start getting weird quite quickly. And in 3D it's just I just spawn it here, it flies in an arch, whatever.
That's exactly the type of thing I'm talking about. Like with Gnomes, we still have problems with the different Y sorting of all the different assets. Like it's just, even if you look closely in the trailer, you'll see a few moments where like something will run over the top of something that probably shouldn't have. But luckily, because of the art style we've chosen and that it's a pretty low fidelity game, we kind of get a bit of forgiveness.
Oh, for sure. And also, I think it didn't feel like there's a lot of overlap, right? They're like, for example, trees are trees contained entirely in their own cell?
Look, initially I tried to do that, but eventually I kind of just gave a few too many little artistic flourishes and kind of gave it all away. So sometimes it does overlap a little bit, and sometimes there is like a bit of a, a Y sorting error or something like that. But
Yeah, I see.
I definitely think it was worth it, because once we created more than one map, you can only draw so many 16 by 16 style trees, right? And also especially with the goblins too, because there's like, I don't know, there must be like 60 goblins or something in the game now. So trying to draw all these different types of goblins in that tiny space was, that was a pretty big challenge. So some of them take up a bit more room than that because they might have accessories or something going on, right?
I see, that makes sense. So Sea of Survivors was obviously not the custom Bevy engine, the custom Rust engine then. It was.
We used Unity for Sea of
Unity.
Survivors, and I think the big thing about Unity is if you're making games for the first time, there's a lot of resources to learn how to use Unity. But if I was going to tell someone who I just met what engine to use, I'd tell them to use Godot, I think.
Yeah, I think Godot is clearly becoming a stronger and stronger contender, and I think I would agree. I would probably recommend Godot or Unity to people who want to get into indie games. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the other thing too is not having to worry about paying a license. For most people, that'll never be a problem.
Unity. I
tell use Unity. If you're making games for the first time, there's a lot of resources to learn how to use Unity. But if I was going to tell someone who I just met what engine to use, I'd tell them to use Godot, I think.
Yeah, I think Godot is clearly becoming a stronger and stronger contender, and I think I would agree. I would probably recommend Godot or Unity to people who want to get into indie games. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the other thing too is not having to worry about paying a license. For most people, that'll never be a problem. But I've kind of for most people that'll never be a problem. But I've kind of become a bit of like a open source purist recently, and I don't know, it just feels nice not having to worry about one day getting a bill from Unity or something like that. I had to pay an Fmod bill recently, and it kind of stung a little bit. It's making me think, should I do that again or not? But now we've got the license, I guess. So that's the main thing. I guess just speaking about Unity, you've made games with teams of people, and you've also made games on your own. Have you always used Unity?
I've used Game Maker for a very long time. I learned how to make games in Game Maker, and also I made Will You Snail, one of my like quote unquote big Steam releases that I've worked on for like 3-4 years, is also Game Maker.
Yeah, okay.
And
that was a solo project?
That was a solo project. Exactly. And then at university I got into using Unity because everybody was using Unity. And we made Islanders in Unity, and we also made Thronefall in Unity, and now I'm very used to the Unity workflow and to the Unity ecosystem and so on. So now I'm a little bit stuck with Unity. I've dabbled with Godot, and I like it a lot. I don't feel like it's entirely ready. Like I'm missing a couple of things that I have in Unity, but at the same time I'm also really annoyed by a lot of Unity things. It's like, I hope I can switch. I hope I can switch to Godot at some point. I really hope so.
I guess that's why I'm kind of lucky that I've never really had to get my hands too dirty in a game engine, because I can understand the grand concepts, and learning them in Godot and having like the node-based workflow was just, I think it was a good step-by-step process for me. I can see too how Godot would work really well as a team, whereas Unity, working with teams, you kind of had to like understand everyone else's spaghetti to know how everything's working. Like there was like a lot of custom built tools and stuff in our teams. You kind of had to like understand everyone else as a team, whereas how Godot would work really well as a team, whereas Unity, working with teams, you kind of had to like understand everyone else's spaghetti to know how everything's working. Like there was like a lot of custom built tools and stuff in Sea of Survivors that I just think in Godot I probably wouldn't need. But from your experience working alone and with a team, do you have like any takeaways from there being a difference? Like for me, the big thing is I find solo, you know, I can do things a lot faster, but I'm a lot more limited to a narrow scope, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, you are more limited to a narrow scope, and that's not because you are much faster solo, it's because you're slower solo, right? You underestimate just how much work the other people in the team put in. If you go from like a team project to a solo project, then I think you'll be surprised at how slowly some things are moving because you need to do everything yourself, right?
Yeah, okay.
In a normal like in a two-man project, half of the work just happens automatically. And when you do it solo, it takes like twice as long at least. But as you're not as skilled at some of these tasks as like maybe your teammate would be, they're gonna take you even longer. So it's not like twice as long, it's like 2.2 times as long or something like that. Right?
Gotcha.
So what you said makes sense. You just have to scope accordingly.
Yeah. I think that totally makes sense. Like I'm kind of dealing with pathing algorithms and all that kind of business at the moment. That's Patrick's specialty. You know, I've kind of, in the last few days, I've grown some grey hairs. So I definitely think, yeah, that was probably something I needed to hear. And maybe some of the scope that I've considered, you know, yeah, there's definitely things that I just considered easy mode stuff because I've never really had to touch it. But now that I'm in with my hands dirty, it's something that you know, I've definitely got to go back to the drawing board on a few things, right?
I guess there are a lot of shortcuts you can take, right? It's also, I think a lot of game dev is like figuring out how to work smarter, not harder, right?
Yeah.
So using systems other people build maybe for some things and so on. Like you don't have to build your own custom pathing system. You don't have to build your own engine. Just use stuff from the shelf.
Yeah, I suppose where the optimal situation when you're in a team is when you've got two people that are doing very different things, or more, or you know, a bigger team, but everyone's got their own lane. I think you said one time in one of your videos, like everyone needs to be the captain of their own section of the game, and they're the ones that kind of can pull rank. But yeah, being the captain of everything, you kind of the remote, so random access memory in my brain's just kind of, you know, I need another stick, right?
Sure, but it's also kind of interesting the fact that I think making games solo and making games in a team, you can make very different kinds of games when you're working solo, because if you work in a team, and especially the bigger the team gets, the more washed out all of the ideas become. And if you work solo, then that doesn't have to be the case. Then you can go all in on a very specific and also like very weird vision, and nobody is gonna be like, no, that's weird, we're not gonna do that.
That would be the biggest benefit, wouldn't it? Because you don't have to justify your vision to anyone. You don't have to like that. Being in a team, it feels like constant negotiation between visions, doesn't it? You know, walking that tightrope of trying to do what's best for the game, but also letting everyone feel like they're heard and they've got their input at the same time, right?
Yeah, and I think that honestly that probably most of the time makes for better design decisions if there's like a little bit of argument and pushback. But sometimes the weird, unoptimized, not fully thought through ideas are the ones that feel really special to people. So there's value in that as well.
Well, I hope that's going to be the case for this next little experiment that I'm working on.
What are you working on? Can you share anything about that?
Look, maybe this next
special to people. It's not fully thought. Times there's like a little bit of argument and pushback. But sometimes the weird, unoptimized, not fully thought through ideas are the ones that feel really special to people. So there's value in that as well.
Well, I hope that's going to be the case for this next little experiment that I'm working on.
What are you working on? Can you share anything about that?
Look, maybe we won't put this part in the video, we'll see, but I had a little idea, which was I'm working on like an FPS PSX style game. Like I think there's a lot of art assets available. Like FPS is a very well documented genre, and you know, first thing I've done is I've just created a really solid FPS controller and you know, some ragdoll physics and that kind of stuff, and you know, that from there I can kind of just take it where I want to go. Yeah, so without giving too much away, just thinking maybe a touch of horror, touch of dark humor sort of thing. I haven't really got anything I'm ready to share just yet, but yeah, watch this space. We'll see. We'll see if I can get this pathing to work, and we'll go from there. Hey?
There's some questions that I'm just asking all of the people who are on the podcast recently, and one of them would be, how do you see the role of luck in making successful indie games? How much of a role does luck play? What's your estimate?
I think everything's a bet, isn't it? But you can make a better bet. Then some bets are better than other bets, if that makes sense. Like, I always am thinking about 3 things when I'm writing down my ideas log that's like 100 pages long. I firstly think, like, is this something that I even want to make? And if the answer is no, then I suppose it probably doesn't get too much more input from me. And then there's obviously the scope of the idea, which is like, if the idea is something I can make, then, obviously it's got more value and it's a better bet. But the most important thing, I think, is like, will people care about the idea? So like the appeal side of it. So it's kind of like the Triforce, like if you can say yes to all 3 of those things, you've probably got a pretty decent bet. I mean, a game that doesn't get finished is a bad bet, and a game that no one's going to care about is a bad bet, and a game I don't want to make is a bad bet. So regarding luck being a factor, yes, there's going to be luck whether Splattercat or Northern Lion opens your email, whether you get them on the right day, but you can also email them twice. And I suppose, whether you're going to have a viral post that gets you 1,000 wish lists is another bit of luck, but you're only going to know if you make the post, right? My motto has always been, if you're not sure, just send the email. I mean, that's kind of what I did with you. I think it might have been the second time I emailed you, actually, and here we are. So maybe it was just a lucky day where I emailed you, and it was just the right time of day where you're checking your emails, and it was the top one on the list. You never know. There is a component to luck, but you have to make more bets if you want to get lucky, if that makes sense.
You acknowledge that there's luck, but you think you can significantly control your odds by choosing which bets you make.
Yeah, make the right game, and the other thing is, if you didn't make the right bet, don't double down on that bet. Make a different bet and go and make another game. Don't spend 2 years working on a game that no one wants.
I see. What do you like? What do you mostly do for Gnomes? You said music and game design, right?
So I did all the art. I did all the music and sound and stuff. So where me and Patrick meet in the middle is the game design side of things. So I'm a much more like user experience focused game designer, and I care about making things really accessible, and I take tutorials, so I want to make everything as organic feeling as possible. So if they're doing the right thing, it should feel great to do the right thing. Whereas Patrick, on the other hand, has a lot of crazy ideas, but a lot of the time, they're probably a little bit too weird for a commercial game. So we kind of like drag each other into a good spot where, we have some really deep gameplay, but we haven't necessarily got the complexity that comes with it, if that makes sense.
And how does content creation look like in a custom engine? Do you have like spreadsheets, or how would you, for example, add a new enemy or a new gnome to your game?
It's really easy, actually. Basically, I just drop a PNG sprite sheet in, and I know how the sprite sheet's going to be structured. Like, we've got the up direction, the down direction, the left direction, right direction, or whatever. And then if I'm putting a new enemy in, it's just one big script that contains all the enemies. Like I said, Gnomes is like 6 scripts. So I can go in and just add a new enemy entity, and then just basically, it's almost like your export variables that you can control in Unity or whatever, only it's just in a script. And I will, decide how many frames it is, and, how fast it can run, and how much HP it's got or whatever. So that sort of stuff's real easy, and I can just do it myself. Whereas there's some more technical things like the pathing scripts. I wouldn't even want to look at those, because that's like Patrick's, we call it the deep scrolls. I'm not allowed to go near the deep scrolls, you know what I mean?
I see. So everything in 6 scripts, those are long scripts then, probably.
we call it the deep scrolls. I'm not allowed to go near the deep scrolls. You know what I mean?
I see, I see. So everything in 6 scripts, those are long scripts then probably.
Oh, very, very, yeah.
Yeah.
But because Rust is just so efficient, it wasn't really a problem with performance or anything like that. We did have a few headaches with like compatibility and stuff, and bless Patrick for putting in the work to try and get it working on every system he can. We had to change our change from like OpenGL to something else at some point. It's a little bit above my head, but yeah, Patrick's happy to do it. So making visual shaders and that kind of thing. So it was really fun when he got to make the CRT filters and all that retro stuff. So yeah, it definitely wasn't something that he didn't want to do. Let's put it that way.
Like the entire game's database is basically hard coded into the script, is what you're saying. So
yeah,
part of the design process for you was basically to, for example, create a new sprite sheet for new content, and then to just add like a new database entry into the script, essentially.
Yeah. Then there was a couple of exceptions to that structure. Like the gnomes were a bit more complicated because they've got some pretty complicated behaviors. As far as a game of our scale goes, pretty complicated behaviors. Some of the like relics and buildings and things in the game got a bit more complicated. So those are things that Patrick handles. But generally speaking, unless they were, something very, very unique, they pretty much were within a handful of scripts. Obviously,
back, guys.
As the game got bigger, we started to eat our own tail a little bit. And one of the big headaches we had was that we didn't have a font system in the game. So our font was just the PNG that was just like, the English alphabet and a few icons that we used. And then when we had to do Chinese and Korean and Japanese, we found it there are actually like 6,000 potential characters. And so luckily Patrick actually automated something that like all I had to do was find the fonts and everything like that. But you'll see that there's like 6,000 PNGs for some of those languages in the game files, which is pretty crazy. So, but he ended up playing a bit of Factorio with the code and getting it all to sort of work a bit more efficiently.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, all the hard-coded text in the game, basically we had to export that all out into JSONs and stuff and get it translated manually. But that took that. We did that after launch, so we all launched in English only. And it, we weren't ever really planning on even bothering with translations outside of English. But we just got so many people asking for it that it was just easier to do it in the end. We got a bit of help from Gamersky as well for the like Asian regional languages, and they helped us with like a second launch. So we basically did like a big content update and then 15 languages or something. And we got a daily deal at the same time. And we ended up selling as many copies, if not more, over those couple of days when we did the daily deal as we did on our launch day. So that's something that's pretty unheard of. And, we got a lower price because it was discounted and there was regional pricing and stuff. But that was pretty cool to like wake up one morning and it's like having launch day all over again.
Yeah, I guess let's talk about the game a little bit. I had quite a blast playing it. I thought it was quite awesome. What did the design process look like exactly, or what were your design goals with the game?
I think it's really important to have a theme that matches your mechanics. I think that there's like as in Velatro terms, there's like a X multiplier if you get that right. So the first idea we had was, what if it was just a tower defense, but the gimmick is you can move your towers around. And then Patrick's had the idea of, what if the map expanded every turn and the pathing, instead of just being generic, tower defense paths like in balloons, we make a pathing algorithm and, we let them decide what they're going to run over and what they're going to avoid and all that kind of thing. And I did like an art mock-up in one afternoon, and I came up with the idea of making it gnomes, and it just really clicked. So yeah, we knew pretty quickly what the game was. The things that kind of came a bit later was like the progression. We decided we wanted to try and be purists and make it roguelike-y, where you just unlock maps and new guilds rather than like only getting certain items as you progress. Which, I mean, we'll never know whether that was the right decision to make, but it saved us a bit of work, and it also we quite like the gameplay, how it is. It's a game that we like to play.
I think we need to do a little bit of explaining for the people who have not played it. So the general structure of the game is it's essentially a roguelike, right? So you play a run on a specific map, and then when you lose, you just start a new run. But there's some meta progression, so you can unlock. I think you called it guilds.
Yeah, so we created a bunch of guilds, which are just your starting set essentially. So you start with a certain gnome, and you need some kind of housing so you can house your gnomes. And we usually give them a relic or like some kind of utility item as well, and usually like an eco item. As you get later in the game, you start to get some weird combinations and stuff. But the actual run itself, essentially, you plant crops to get money, kind of like in Thronefall, how you build houses and you've got to invest in your economy or whatever, or you buy gnomes to defend your garden and your garden shed. The thing that happens throughout the game is as you earn money, you can either just buy more of the same thing, or you can go into the shop and buy relics and buy different crops or different types of gnomes or whatever it is. And that's sort of how your build starts to take shape. Think like Brotato is probably where we kind of yoinked the shop structure from. I thought it was really Brotato did the shop really well, and I liked being able to re-roll and hold items, and I like the mix of having both active items that you can use as weapons, but also having relics that are passives that change the way the game works. So yeah, as you progress throughout the run, you become more powerful, and so do the enemies. And if you make it to the last day, you unlock the new map. And if you manage to survive the last day, you can keep playing forever until the game eventually just gets uncontrollably powerful and steamrolls you. Or your computer dies, which I think is how you finish the game.
Nice. Yeah, so it's interesting because you went exactly one of the routes that we thought about for Thronefall. I can remember for Thronefall at some point we were wondering, should we go like into a more roguelike-y direction with like randomly generated levels and random upgrades and so on? And we decided to go the other way. We were like, let's make it so that there are reproducible build orders that you can refine over time, right? So it's the exact same every time, and then you can learn from your mistakes and correct them the next time you try the level. But I have to say that this take on the formula also works really well. Like all of the randomness and so on, it's very enjoyable game loop. It's really satisfying. You have
thanks, Janice.
Also, yeah, you're welcome. But you also adopted one of the problems we also have for Thronefall, which is that the economy decides almost all of the balancing, which is, I think, that was such an annoyance for Thronefall, where it's like, right, if you have like twice the economy, the level is gonna be freaking easy. If you have like half the economy, then it's gonna feel impossible, and you're gonna be like, how the hell am I supposed to beat this? So if you have economy in these types of games, it very, very quickly becomes almost only about the economy, right?
Right. I guess it's like how weak can I keep my defense until I really need to start investing in my defenses, right? And yeah, like I found a similar thing with Thronefall. Once you sort of get a real feel for the game, you can kind of not even build any defensive units for the first few nights, and you've got a good start. And so it's I suppose while we didn't directly inspire ourselves from Thronefall, there was like we definitely liked the idea of the greed or defense gameplay, but I mean, like we said, the downside is always going to be that it becomes economy wins. In saying that, though, in some of the later maps, we've made it so challenging that you have to spend money early on your defenses, or else you're in big trouble. And we kind of give them a little bit of relief in the middle of rounds. And also the other thing is, if you want to be a completionist, some guilds are going to have a very hard time on different map types. Like, for example, there's some gnomes that only can attack one square in front of them, and then there's explosive enemies that will blow them up and destroy them. So you've got to think of some other creative way to get around the map, and usually that's a bit more expensive. Whereas if you pick the right guild, you can kind of just steamroll any map. And we usually give them that guild when they unlock that map as well, if that makes sense.
I see.
Yeah. Just to stop people from like getting stuck. I don't really think people mind too much. As someone who's created a survivor, like I've learnt pretty quickly that most people, whether they realize it or not, have a power fantasy and they want to feel super, super strong once they've figured the game out. And, you know, whether that's what everyone is, I don't know, but usually by that point, they've got their money's worth out of the game and they're pretty happy and they've already left you a positive review, right?
I mean, it took me a little bit to figure out how the gameplay works and so on the first map, but on the second map, I felt like I absolutely destroyed it. Like, I still haven't completed the run. I think I'm getting like 500 coins per day now. And
really?
Yeah.
Which guild did you use?
The one you gave me for the second map is just like those, I don't know, the swamp people. They can build farm on like swamp or something.
Yeah, right. It was my favorite map and probably my favorite song too. Like, if I go back to play, I'd probably play the swamp map too. Actually,
yeah, it's quite fun. Yeah, it's quite a varied map, and there's so much space for you to build up your economy. Because in the beginning I thought, okay, the way you're gonna limit my economy is with fertile ground, right? There's only so much fertile ground, so that's the way you stop the economy from going absolutely exponential. But on the swamp map, where you can build economy almost anywhere if you can build on the swamp tiles, it just led to the exponential curve is not slowing down yet because I haven't run out of swamp tiles yet.
Yeah, I don't think you will either. Yeah, I suppose we tried to create different challenges there. Like, you can't place gnomes on the swamp, so you kind of sometimes end up with gaps. And we also introduced flying enemies as well. But yeah, look, if you've got like the experience playing tower defense and roguelike type of games, gnomes can be a pretty trivial game, I guess. I mean, there will be combinations that'll be hard, like we were saying before. But you know, I don't really see that as the worst thing. Some people, we get negative reviews all the time saying the game's way too hard. So, you know, you can't please everybody, right?
That's exactly the problem with the economy, because that's the problem we have for Thronefall as well. Is some people say it's way too hard, some people say it's way too easy, and that's due to the snowbally economy. Because if you don't have enough economy, it's too hard. If you have too much economy, it's way too easy. It's impossible to solve for that. But I guess you're right. What it leads to is it definitely feeds into the power fantasy if you get on the correct side of the curve and you stomp everything. It's not like I'm having a bad time or something. Like, it's just, it feels nice to be that powerful. I'm not complaining.
The other thing too is with a random shop too, you might just get an item that completely breaks your run and makes you unstoppable. And you know, other times you get nothing, and that's another common complaint that we get too, that there's too much RNG, and you know, it doesn't really bother me too much. Like, people love Vampire Survivors, and that's all RNG, isn't it? So yeah, I guess there is definitely an element of strategy to it. I suppose, like, you know, when to be aggressive and when to be defensive. But you know, these are games. We're not creating hardships for people, are we? You know, we're here to. We're here to let people relax and have fun, as long as it feels good while you're doing it.
I also think you can work around the randomness in quite nice ways in your game, because you also have like a banish system, you have a reroll system, so you can reroll the shop quite cheaply for the most part. So I think you can. I didn't feel like the randomness was a huge problem so far.
Sure. And as the game's gotten bigger too, the amount of items in the game has changed the shop balance and stuff like that. So it's just a constant song and dance for us to stay on top of everything. And I think typically speaking, you're better off making especially the early part of your game, you're probably better off making it a tiny little bit easier than it needs to be. And as Patrick and I are probably the two biggest players of Gnomes ever, because we were addicted to the game as we were making it, which is probably one of the most cool feelings you can ever have, right? Is making the thing that that you're hooked on, right?
Yeah, you're creating content for yourself at that point.
Exactly right. And that's when I think like when you're motivated to make the game, like I was saying before, you're making something that you love. And I guess that's what also made it easy to be in a team together, was that most of the ideas we had pretty similar taste on, and like we've got the same dark sense of humor, and we both love medieval fantasy, but at the same time we both have the same dark sense of humor and love dark fantasy stuff. But we also have like a bit of like a retro bug in us as well. So it was just a cool combination of our likes and dislikes put together, right?
What I find fascinating about Gnomes is that it looks and feels surprisingly impressive. Like the gameplay positively surprised me compared to the looks of the game. Because when I saw like the screenshots, I expected like a somewhat basic, normal tower defense like game. And then when I played it, I was very surprised by how deep it is and how much content there is. And I think this is also something you said earlier, is that your way of thinking about it at least is very gameplay focused, right? You're like
so the user experience. Putting user experience first, I kind of think is probably the way to put it, because it doesn't matter if you've got the coolest mechanics. If people don't understand it, or like it doesn't feel good to do it, then it's kind of lost, isn't it? I'm someone who doesn't like tutorials. Like if a tutorial takes 5 minutes, I probably have already bounced off your demo. Sorry about that. But I tried to make sure that the tutorial was something that was only the bare minimum, and Patrick did a good job at implementing it. But the rest of it you learn on the fly, and you might notice like when you hover over something, you can click on it, like there's plenty of juice to it. Like a gnome bounces up, down, and gives a little bark, or when you enter the shop or whatever, and you can press a button or can't press a button. We try to make it pretty obvious. UI is something that I've always like struggled with and hated doing, but I'm pretty proud of what we actually came up with in the end. Especially, we try to make it the type of game you can play with one hand, just with your mouse or whatever. And that's, I guess, because we didn't want to do controller support or anything like that. It's just a big haul to try and do all those extra little tasks, and they just add months and months to your game time, right? Yeah, so we try to make everything playable with one button basically, and just make it super, super obvious. But the gameplay feel, like Juice was always front and center. Like keep the mechanics simple, keep the art and everything simple, but leverage Juice as hard as we can. Sound effects, I think, are like a huge thing. It's actually, like I was saying earlier, it's how I got my start in games, and I think it's one of the things that so many developers really undervalue. They don't put enough time or even consider what sound effects can do for their game, just whether it be vibes or whether it be really tangible feeling sounds. So everything that you're doing feels like the rubble pack on Nintendo 64, right? That's the idea of what you should be doing with your sounds.
That's also a user experience thing, is the enemies are freaking fast, man. They like the nights go by very quickly. Like in Thronefall, you play a night is like couple of minutes sometimes, and in Gnomes is like seconds. If you blink, you might miss it.
Yeah, right. Especially if you press the fast forward button as well. But I think Gnomes is a lot more sweaty in that sense. The other thing about Thronefall though is that Thronefall's got a very important active component. Like you kind of did something similar to what I was trying to do, only you did it with a controller, I guess. By making the character the controller, you do everything by putting your character close enough to whatever you're interacting with, and there's the auto attack, and then you've got the active attack, which is like a little touch of mastery that you can add to it. But I think it's fine that Thronefall has long nights, and some nights go for quite some time because you're directly affecting the result, whereas Gnomes is the exact opposite. You're just basically watching what you've done unfold chewing on your fingernails, hoping that hoping that you survive, and you're sort of just clenching your teeth and hoping not to hear that game over sound. And I think that's like, equally as tense. You're putting a lot more thought into the positioning of everything in gnomes and creating the perfect path, and watching it unfold. So I think it's tense not being able to control it because that detail. I don't think the game needed an active component is kind of what I'm saying there, because there was, does that make sense?
It did not need an active component. I guess what I was saying was more like, I understand why you made that decision. It's more like, I very much respect it, because I think a lot of developers would not have made the correct call there to make it that freaking quickly. And I thought it was on double speed, and turns out I wasn't even on double speed, and it was already that fast. I think what you see in a lot of tower defense games is that even if there's no active component, they let the action play out much slower. I was very surprised by like the default speed of action in your game, and I like it.
But when the round ends, and when the round ends, or like you lose HP or whatever, we wanted it to really like slap you in the face too, so you know that like you've made a mistake. Oh no, you're watching your hearts go down, and you're watching your shed get beaten up, and or your crops get trampled. Like there's a lot of sort of juicy moments. There's a few things that we wish we could have done that were just like technical limitations of the game engine that we had. Like we can't. People ask us to make the game zoom in and out. It's like we just can't do that. We're locked at this resolution, so we can let you pan, but I suppose going back to what we were talking about earlier, it's like we're always looking for the most bang for buck thing we can do. And, with gnomes, using that engine that Patrick created was definitely one of the most bang for buck things we could have done. But like what you've done with Thronefalls, really the art style and locking the lighting in one direction to make. Like, I've seen your videos how you'll rotate the light over here and it just doesn't quite look right, but it's made that simple art style just really pop. Similar thing with gnomes, like the 16x16 grid. While it on paper doesn't sound that exciting, it actually inspired like most of our mechanics, and created the limitations inspired so much creativity, and it basically made the game design itself, if that makes sense.
Interesting. You mean the limitation of having everything on a grid, and that was something that there was a limitation of the engine specifically, or was that a design choice you made?
A bit of both. Like for us to do something, it was easier for me to create like tiles that were that size, and everything just sort of looked better that way. And Patrick, it's like significantly less math to do if you're only dealing with little grid-based units rather than having something you can freely place or whatever. So everything, to put it simply, everything basically has like it's got a tile type, and it's got like an entity type that can go on top of it. So there's nothing that ever takes up more than 2 squares or anything like that makes the building system more complicated. Just I suppose when it came to like the pathing algorithm and everything, it made it a lot easier for us and just faster to produce, right?
When you say the engine was a lot of bang for your buck, what do you mean with that exactly? Don't you think you could have made the same thing in maybe Unity or Godot?
Well, yes, we probably could have. Going back to what I was saying before about when I met Patrick, is he actually didn't know how to use a game engine. He's been making games from scratch forever. And this is kind of like the latest iteration of his like Frankenstein machine that he's made. And I basically said, I'm not that great at programming. And he said, hey, I'm really good at programming, but I don't want to use a game engine. And I said, sweet, well, I'll do everything else. And, he could kind of have like a lone wolf bonus. He didn't need to have someone looking over his shoulder, checking his code or anything like that. I just trusted that he was doing it right. And, as we both had our different ideas, we'd come together and the cool stuff would float to the top, and that's what we'd make.
I'm very jumpy. Like there are a couple of things I wanted to ask about, but I keep forgetting.
Sorry. Yeah, I know, man. It's pretty late in the day for me too, so I'm not at 100%. What I would probably say that I'm going to be most useful for, like, the people that are tuning in, is maybe giving them some like really practical marketing advice for like small time indies, like especially because the whole thing with us was we built this game with basically no budget. Like our total marketing budget, including capsule art, was probably, like I think it was like $1,000 Australian, which is like 700 American or something like that. Like, don't know how many euros that is, like 650 euros or something. But yeah, like what I think is most important is making the right game, and making the right game to me is choosing like a very specific experience that you want to give and making it narrow but very, very deep, rather than trying to do everything. The more you try to do, the less well you do it. So for us, Gnomes was about, you know, trying to build a garden and have a bunch of cute little garden gnomes or whatever. And obviously Thronefall is a game about managing your little kingdom. What most people want out of a game is not, you know, they didn't want like a whole surf management system, or, you know, they didn't want a whole water, they didn't want to have to water their plants and everything like surf management system, or, you know, they didn't want a whole water, they didn't want to have to water their plants and everything like that in Gnomes, but they wanted to have like a deep tactical experience it's unforgiving, but at the same time it's rewarding because it is unforgiving.
One thing I found interesting is you said you did a lot of...
Because it is unforgiving, it's unforgiving, but at the same time it's rewarding because it is unforgiving.
One thing I found interesting...
Deep. They didn't want to have to water their plants and everything like that in Gnomes, but they wanted to have like a deep tactical experience it's unforgiving, but at the same time it's rewarding because it is unforgiving.
One thing I found interesting is you said you did a lot of guerrilla marketing on Reddit. Maybe you can talk about that, because I think a lot of game devs nowadays are very scared of Reddit. It's like the angry place where the mods will ban you for just being there.
Oh yeah, but who cares if they're going to ban you? I mean, it's just one subreddit, right? I think, like, if you're not sure, just make the post anyway. But also, it's important to like look at the subreddit and kind of pick up on what's the vibe here, and when people do promote their games on the subreddit, what are they doing? Like, how are they framing their post, and what kind of content are they posting as well? Are they posting a certain type of game in this subreddit? I find the more common, so the more general subreddits like indie games or that kind of thing, they don't ever perform as well as a really niche subreddit that's specific for your game. Funny enough, the one that did the best for us was roguelites, despite our game not really being a roguelite. But every time I'd post there, we get awesome responses, and yeah, I guess the meaning of that word is kind of just lost. You know, if you're a fan of roguelikes, you're probably a fan of roguelites. It doesn't really matter.
I didn't even know there was a difference for a long time. Yeah, I only learned that a while ago.
Well, the correct term I've been told is actually run-based, because we're not pure roguelikes, right? You know. Anyway, let's not get into that discussion, because we'll. I
think people know what we mean. If roguelike, I think nowadays just basically means run-based, right? I think that's how most people understand the term.
The thing that the single biggest moment for us marketing wise was when a fellow called Splattercat played our game, actually. So you've probably heard of him since you've been on YouTube since Jesus was playing for Jerusalem. But you know, it's been I think 6 months since Splattercat posted a video of gnomes on his channel, and we're still getting traffic from that video, which is crazy. Like, we still have people jumping into our Discord saying, "Oh, hey, I found you on Splattercat's channel." And, you know, this happens like pretty frequently. But the week he posted, we ended up with like 6,000 or 7,000 wish lists, and at that point, we're basically just like, "Oh, finally relax because we know, we've got enough wish lists now that we can not have to stress whether the game's going to be picked up by the algorithm on Steam, and we can just make the game. But for me, the biggest thing was just like get it in front of as many different content creators as possible. But there's 2 caveats to that. You need to do it as close together as possible. But also, I think, like, just before you release your demo as well. So if you're giving out like 1,000 keys to content creators and say 50 of them make videos, and then 2 days later, or even later the same day or whatever, you put your demo out, it's just like how you get the most out of the most out of that marketing activity, if that makes sense. I think everything you should be doing, everything you're doing should be with the intention of converting people that care about your game into something tangible, which is wish listers, right? I know it just seems like it's so over talked about now, but the reality is like, I would probably never post something about my game until I have a Steam page up where I can convert people into wish listers. Because imagine like finding out you've got a viral game and having a huge post or having a video go really well and
have a Steam page,
missing out on all the juice from that, right?
Yeah. So for Reddit, do you think it's just important to basically important to just spend time on Reddit so that you understand the space maybe a little bit, or you understand what works?
I definitely think so.
Maybe you observe what other devs are doing, stuff like that.
Yeah, well, the first thing I'll do if I've never posted it in a sub before is I will like sort by top and see what posts do the best, and I will kind of dissect what they've done well, and then I'll maybe look at the ones that don't do so well, and you can normally pretty quickly find a pattern of what kind of things they want to see on the sub. The other thing too is being a bit personal and like being like not positioning yourself as a studio. Reddit's like a social media account for an individual, not a studio. So yeah, I always see when people post as a studio, it never does as well as like just being a guy who makes games. Like Reddit loves helping out the little guy, and I think that's kind of goes with like most of the internet. We kind of like they always rally behind indie devs, and I definitely think Gnomes benefited from being, a bit of a hyper indie, so to speak, or a very small studio, or we're very anti-corporate, I suppose, is probably one way to put it.
Sure, and then obviously the fact that it's a custom engine helps with that aspect too, right? That's
absolutely
a card you would play in social posts for sure.
Every advantage that you can think of for your game, whether it be theme, whether it be something quirky about your development process, just try out a bunch of different things, and the things that work, keep doing it is the way I put it. I think I see a lot of people, they'll try post on whatever platform. Like Reddit wasn't the only platform I tried. I tried Twitter and I tried TikTok, and I tried other platforms, but no one cared on those platforms. So rather than spending all my bandwidth on these platforms where no one cares, I just doubled down on Reddit, talking about how to get the most out of your marketing without spending any money. I think there was I think she's from Switzerland, the lady who did the marketing for Wandering Village. I was watching that episode of the podcast, and she said something that was one of the most, probably one of the best ways to put it. It's that you don't need, a flamethrower. You just need a spark if your fire's big enough, right? And everything will just sort of take off by itself. So many people are asking advice like, how do we get a publisher? How do we, how do I get more upvotes on my Reddit posts or have more views on my trailer? And the reality is like, you've either got a feather or you've got a stone, and it's going to float or it's going to sink. And the only way to know whether you have one or the other is to put it out there and just put it in front of find 100 people who you think will really care about this game and see what they think of it. Because you're not making a game for everyone. You're making a narrow, deep experience specifically for those people. The way I think about it is stop trying to think about what other people think is cool and make something that you think is cool. Stick to what you know, and that's how you make. For you personally, that's how you make your best game, rather than trying to, create something artificial that is designed to sell. So I suppose I've seen in the comments on this podcast as well that, a lot of people have a problem with like a marketing first approach, but I think a lot of those people don't understand what marketing actually is. And what marketing actually is basically it's fulfilling a fantasy. That's what it comes down to. If you can fulfill a fantasy for a small group of people that no one else has fulfilled yet, then you've got a product that people will want.
Right, and you want like a deep experience, because I think this is something that's also a good point, is that the people who play the most tower defense games, for example, are the hardcore tower defense fans. So whenever you make anything, you're always kind of making it for the hardcore fans, because they are most likely to find and buy your game first.
So I guess the response to that is, if you're making a tower defense game, are you a hardcore tower defense fan? Because like so often you'll see someone that goes, oh, this genre is popular, I should make a game in this genre because this is a hot genre, but they've never played that genre. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that you should make a competitor to World of Warcraft or something like that, but find the types of games that you really like, and find the themes that you really like, and figure out how you can put those two together to create something that's truly unique and, I guess, a extension of yourself, rather than trying to create something that a corporation would make in a boardroom, right? We see how that's all turning out for a lot of the big studios at the moment.
Can you help me out with something? It's like, do you think Gnomes is a marketable game, or do you think it's just a very fun and deep game? Do you think like it sells well because people see it and then they instantly want to play it, or is it because they see a recommendation, or they get a recommendation, or they see somebody else play it and it looks cool?
That's a good question. I think that it definitely alienates a lot of people because of how simple it looks. So that at a first glance, a lot of people just aren't going to give it a chance. But, it probably would have done better. Actually, good question. Do you think Gnomes would have done better if we had the exact same mechanics and it was like a high fidelity 3D game? Like, do you think that would have been a good bet? Like, I don't know. Like, because the niche style, like we've like bundled with some other games that have a very similar art style, like Tiny Rogues and the Norp Apologue, and those are our two highest selling bundles. Even though there's other games we're bundled with that have more sales, or they're a more well-known game, just because we knew there was an audience for like the negative space background and like low fidelity pixel art. We knew that people wanted that, and I guess like you see games like Dwarf Fortress, and you see games like what's another good example, like Rift Wizard, for example. They're fulfilling a very niche fantasy, right? We thought, well, I love the idea of like the killer gnomes. Like, I don't know if you've seen like some of the art people do with like an angry gnome holding a kitchen knife, which is what I kind of copied myself. I've always found that quite funny. And there was also the Crawley the gnome memes getting around at the time when we first started with the idea. The first original piece of art I did was like a gnome holding an assault rifle, and I just could not stop laughing. I made a little clip, a little music clip, and sent it to Patrick. So what about this? And we just, from the second we saw it, we knew that we had captured the vibe. And if you have a moment like that, you kind of know, if it makes you feel like that, it's probably going to make someone else feel like that. You just need to find those people, right?
I think in a weird way, the fantasy that you chose works surprisingly well. Like, it's one of those fantasies that you don't know you need fulfilled until you see it. It's like not one of those, I've always wanted to be an astronaut, or I've always wanted to be a doctor, or I've always wanted to be a superhero. It's like, wait a second. I can build an army of gnomes in like a massive garden, and kill hordes of goblins. Ooh, like
This
one
kind
of
of
those
goes.
fantasies. Yeah,
This kind of goes back to what we were talking about before. How like you can only like when you're a solo dev, you can really attune yourself to some very specific fantasy. But I guess that me and Patrick are on just like such in sync wavelengths that we both, whenever we'd give each other an idea, we really felt, that we really felt like they were married together easily. It's not always like that when you're working in a team, I guess, but we were very lucky that we had similar tastes and found the same things funny, and also had like a similar tactical mind when it came to the type of games that we find fulfilling. Like we probably weren't ever going to make like a chalk-all game where, like Power Wash Simulator's a cool game, but it's not really my style, right? Like,
sure.
I prefer a deep tactical game that punishes me for making mistakes. Like that's, if I'm going to play a game tonight after we get off the podcast, it's probably going to be something like that, right?
I wonder, like one thing that I find very inspiring about Gnomes also is that it looks so doable. I'm always like very, very inspired by games that look like anyone could make them, almost a little bit in a way, if you know what I mean. It's a little bit like for example, Pedal is also a great example of this. When you look at that game, it's like anyone could have made that game, but if you're the one to make it, then you're still the one to make it, right?
Yeah, well, I guess
like, how do you find these kinds of games, and how do you design these kinds of games? I guess it's an interesting question.
Yeah, exactly right. I think there's a couple of components to it. First of all is like seeing someone make a really bang for buck game as another developer. You're like, respect, man, good job. Like that's cool. But also being the first person to deliver on that idea is like, oh, why didn't I think of that? Like everyone has that thought about Vampire Survivors. Like, oh, why didn't I make Vampire Survivors? It's like such a simple idea. But dude's dude's probably sitting on a yacht right now, right? Like, not that that's the end goal. Like I'm pretty. Dude's probably sitting on such a simple idea. Not that that's the end goal. Like I'm pretty happy just to not have to go to a cubicle every day and wake up when I want to and make games. Like that's, as long as I don't have to worry if I've got food in the fridge and my rent's paid. Like I'm pretty happy, right? So I guess the main thing is, can I do it again? Can we do it again? The main thing is for me at the moment is not to let my eyes get too big scope-wise for whatever thing I work on next. Because the fastest way to kill your runway is just have an idea that's too big, and you'll be 6 or 12 months in.
Oh, you see a bunny. Yeah, I do see bunnies. You're right.
And going, oh shit, what have I done? Like, so often I meet people that are in a position where they put their game out there after working on it a year and no one wants to know about it. So it's like, do I keep pushing and finish this thing, or do I try and make something else? So I guess, like we were talking about earlier, is there an element of luck to making games? Well, yes. So have more smaller bets rather than making one big bet. Know the outcome. Have an idea of the outcome before you fully invest in it.
I guess what we also see, like Vampire Survivors is also like a really good example of this phenomenon that I tried to see, like
outcome before you fully invest in it.
I guess what we also see, like Vampire Survivors is also like a really good example of this phenomenon that I tried to describe. I guess one interesting thing about all of these games that kind of look like anyone could have made them. I know it's not that simple, right? It's obviously there's a lot of skill and so on that goes into making a good version of that idea. But I guess all of these games are rather gameplay focused. Like for example, Vampire Survivors is also quite gameplay focused, right? Quite deep in its own way.
Yeah.
Lots of upgrade combinations and so on. It's interesting. I think it's a type of appeal that I haven't really thought about much. Yeah, it's because I feel like for some games you can kind of see the depth almost on the screenshots, and I think I can see it for Gnomes because maybe it reminds me of Dwarf Fortress a little bit, but I also see that there are a lot of different icons, lots of different terrain, and I'm like, if you have
Yeah.
such a simple art style, they probably do have a lot of content. And I mean, you do have quite a lot of content. So
Well, yeah, that is definitely the trade-off of the art style, is that for us to create an item, if we know exactly what we want it to do, we can have an item in the game ready to test out in 30 minutes, 60 minutes, everything done. And then it's in our next run, which we've spent 2 hours playing, you know what I mean? So
that's awesome.
That's definitely the biggest benefit of having such a simple art style. I'm finding now, going through like the whole, modeling and then rigging process, that like, oh geez, this is like taking me a whole week to get one character fully animated and rigged in the game, and now it's still not behaving how I want it to behave, and I guess that's
a sign that maybe you need to pick a different style.
Yeah, right. Or maybe like when you're working in 3D, rather than creating a whole world, create like one room, like a clover pit, for example. It's
sure.
Yeah, like create like a small contained space where everything still feels good, and rather than having a UI, they've just got a bunch of buttons in a room which you press. So I think that's a really good bang for buck game that, once again, it's like one of those ones you're like, why didn't I think of that kind of thing? So
yeah, true.
I guess with Thronefall, did you use something called Pro Builder or something like that to make a lot of your assets, or how did you go about that?
So the assets are all made in Blender, like the houses and towers and so on. And the terrain is built with a custom Unity tool that we created that it's essentially a spline tool. So you don't necessarily need ours. You can just get some random spline tool from the asset store and use that. That will do the job just as well. So essentially we designed the entire maps are all just splines. So essentially paths that a mesh is procedurally generated around.
Okay. Yeah, because the obviously the thing that, despite being 3D, Thronefall is a very bang for buck art style. And your other one is it Superflight?
Superflight is a Grizzly Games game, but I personally did not work on Superflight. So my university friends made Superflight before I joined the team, and then I joined the team. The team configuration changed a little bit, and then I was part of making Islanders. So Superflight is by the same studio, but I was not involved in making Superflight.
The point I was about to make for Superflight, though, is that you basically have one character. So they have one character asset, which is like used in every scene, and then the map's procedurally generated, and it's like a very smart use of different color palettes and stuff like that. So once again, like a bang for buck 3D game. So I guess, unless you're, I mean, in my case at the moment, like I'm looking at a lot of PSX style art and sort of just using that for my current experiment. Whether it becomes a game or not, we'll see. But I'm finding the environment stuff really fun and easy to do. It's almost like playing The Sims or something like that, just like building scenes, because I don't need to make a tree when there's already someone who's an expert at this art style that's made a great tree. I'm letting lighting do a lot of the work to try and like blend everything together, and using some post-processing and stuff. But that's the stuff I find really fun, is like creating vibe. That's everything together, and using some post-processing and do a lot of the work to try. That's made a great tree. I'm letting lighting do a lot of the work to try and like blend everything together, and using some post-processing and stuff. But that's the stuff I find really fun, is like creating vibes. Yeah, I think you are right. If it's taken me a whole week to get a character in, I guess part of it is learning the process. But if I can keep it repeatable and get quicker every time, it will make sense.
I think, for example, there's one art style, for example, that I always wanted to try, which is like a more stop motion-y 3D art style that almost looks like a stop motion animation a little bit. And and if I don't know if you probably know Megabonk.
I was just about to say how Megabonk did it. Yes, how they must do 12 FPS or something like that. That's pretty cool, isn't it?
Actually, in the case of Megabonk, I think it's for the purpose of performance optimization, because if you have so many enemies and they're all skinned meshes, then it's gonna cost quite a bit of performance. I
So
think in this
there's
specific
still
case, it was like,
they're still meshes. It's not like they've done what Halls of Torment did or something like that. It's like still meshes. They're just like rendering the animations at 12 frames or something like that, right?
right, but they don't have bones anymore. The animations in
Oh.
Megabonk are baked, so that saves a crap load of performance because it basically
Pretty
just
smart.
lookup tables. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's pretty smart. So it's like a 3D sprite sheet basically. That's
Exactly.
interesting. Oh
Exactly.
wow, that's very smart. Cool.
I think more developers will do this in the future. Honestly, I think it's A, it's a cool style. B, it's easier to make. C, it's more performance efficient. I think.
Yeah. Wow.
I think this is
well, thanks for bringing that up. I had no idea, but because I saw in the performance recommendations it said we'll run on a toaster if you ask it nicely, which I thought was pretty funny. So that's kind of like the goal for a lot of. There's kind of two devs. There's like performance, don't worry about it, and then there's devs that just want to play Factorio with their code and make everything perfect. So sounds like this guy's that type of dev. I also heard that he might be someone that's actually very well known. And was making the game under an alias.
Cannot deny or confirm. I know nothing.
There's a YouTube rabbit hole for everyone watching.
Yeah, I mean, I just find gnomes to be a very interesting case study in terms of also good scope and everything. I just like the whole package, also from a player perspective, and also from a developer perspective. I can very well imagine making something like this at some point, maybe like making a roguelike strategy game with like a very minimalist, simple pixel art look, and it's not about the graphics, it's just going 100% into the depth and into the gameplay. I think it's cool to see that can still work. I guess maybe one interesting question would be, do you have any regrets about design decisions you made for gnomes, and if so, which ones?
It's kind of like there is a few, but at the same time we kind of will never know. There's a few things that Patrick and I kind of don't agree on. At the end of the day, what gets pushed up onto Steam is kind of is Patrick's call, because he's the one with the Git repo. You know what I mean? So I guess one example is later after the fact, we ended up adding a restart day button. I kind of didn't want to do it at all, because I was happy to just like let people, that's the end of your run. You can't try anymore. When we did implement it, I used Thronefall as an example of how to do it, because I thought, you don't want to you want to give them the chance to re-spend their money and everything like that if they invested poorly. But I think that we've seen like a bit of a dip in our review score since doing it, and I don't think people realize what it is, but getting booted from the run and having to start again is actually the best experience, in my opinion. So that's one example. Another thing, look.
So can you explain that in a bit more detail? So I mean, technically, the way it works now is you never really get booted from the experience, because you can always retry, right? And
yes,
one thing that this does is it takes away the risk reward a little bit, because you can just try to go for the economic option, and if it doesn't work out, then you do something, then you add some defenses, for example, right?
Well, there's two examples. So first of all, people can get stuck in a no-win situation, which is not something that I really like, and they can keep playing over and over and not be able to beat the day. And the other thing is that I think when people get stuck restarting over and over and over again, the game loses a little bit of its magic. Like, as much as the way I think of players is that players don't always know what they want, but they know exactly how they feel. and they don't know why. And this is one of those situations where it's like they don't feel quite as good as if they just started again, because they would have forgotten about their last run by the time they're 2 minutes into their new run, because now they're attached to this new run. Whereas letting them repeat the same run or the same day of the run where they're stuck over and over and over again just makes them frustrated. I think if I could have my time again, I would have probably put my foot down and said we shouldn't do this. But now that it's in the game, it's something that you can't really take out, because there'll be people that get upset about it. I've seen examples of people making much bigger blunders than this, like changing how a whole system works after their game is fully released, and it's fundamentally changed the game, and the dev goes, "Nah, this is better," but the players hate it, and they go from positive to mixed pretty quickly. But it's also one of those things where it's like, oh, the dev can't backtrack either. Like, so after you've launched your game and you make choices like that, it can be very. You've got to think very carefully if you're going to change something fundamental about the game. The other big thing that I am not... We released the game in English only, and really the reality is we were just completely broke, and we could not have waited another month. But I feel like if we released the game in Chinese, Japanese, Korean, German, we probably would have had a much more exponential start, just because our audience would have been twice as big, if not bigger. But that's just something like we'll just never know, unfortunately. But as far as like game design decisions go, for the most part, I'm pretty proud of like what we've come up with together. And if anything, I kind of feel like we were talking about earlier with the simple constraints, a lot of these decisions just came so naturally, because it was rather than having so many choices of things we could do, there was always just like a very obvious, we use the term ooga booga, like caveman mode solution. What's the most ooga booga solution to this problem? Rather than creating a whole system for it, it's like, well, maybe this button just needs to work differently or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go with the ooga booga solution first. I like it.
Yeah, that's right. The lowest investment solution, and see if it's good enough. Done is better than perfect.
That's right. But just saying do the ooga booga solution in a weird way explains all of that without any fancy words, and you know exactly what it means.
There you go.
Can you, by the way, if you restart a day, can you re-roll the shop and get different items, or how does that work?
That's a great question. That's there's a bunch of nuances like that only Patrick can answer, I think. Actually, no, I'm sure there's some players in our Discord that could answer that question, but this change has happened after the bulk of my QA has happened. So I actually can't answer that question. I can tell you though that we did a daily run feature, which is one of the things I'm really happy we did. I kind of almost vetoed it because it was just, one extra thing to get in before launch. But it's been one of the best retention tools for us. Is like there's, we get at least 300 odd players a day coming back to the game, which is pretty great. The main thing about it though is that every run is the same, so the shop seed and everything's identical, whereas in the real game it's pretty much impossible to get the same seed twice. So everyone, if you re-roll the same shop at the same time, you'll get like everything in the same order.
Okay,
yeah.
I see.
And the only thing that changes that is like what you purchase. So yeah, and like everyone gets the same tiles, the same chunks and everything like that.
So there's a seed that just keeps going. I see.
Yeah.
Is there a high score for the?
Yeah. So the high score is basically who survives the most days in endless mode, and sometimes it's just crazy what day people get to. And it's been a long time since I've managed to get into the high scores. Let me just tell you that, because some of these guys are just fanatics. They're just crazy. Some of them just don't stop until their computer stops working, because they're so good. There's sort of like a critical mass point where it's kind of just impossible. Like you literally can't win because you run out of space to plant crops and everything like that, or you just can't deal enough damage. But I guess that's just one of those things. If we wanted to do endless mode, it had to get a bit wacky at some point, you know. It's the same with procedural generation too.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
if you're gonna have a procedurally generated environment, you're never gonna have a perfect environment, right? There's always gonna be something 1 in 100 times that just isn't right.
Yeah, that makes sense. Cool. Yeah, I gotta try the daily mode. That sounds fun indeed. Is it like a top 10 score, or why do you say you haven't gotten into it for a while?
The top 10, I mean, you can scroll back. We've even got like a half-baked website for it as well, because people wanted to be able to navigate it a bit easier. But yeah, to get into the top 10 is a pretty big task, especially some runs, like they're so hard that people barely anyone ever even finishes just the regular 16 days. So yeah, I think the hard part with the daily run was creating combinations that don't cancel each other out, and Patrick put a lot of work into like all the conditions. Like, for example, if you get a gnome, you always have to have something that gives you population, so like a house or like one of the population relics, or if you get like if you get no economy items, you have to get something that like gives you a way to generate money, or else no conflicts or something that gives you population, so gives you a way to generate money, or else yeah, it's quite a lot of work went into that, making bad combinations impossible.
I see. So all of the daily runs are also probably generated from a seed. So maybe the seed is generated from the current date or something like this.
Yeah, that's right.
Generated from the current date or something like this.
Yeah, that's right. So it's basically set to be random forever. So when me and Patrick, when our bones have turned to dust, if you get online and play gnomes, you'll still be able to get a random seed that's never happened before.
Nice, cool. And do you have any cheat prevention, or are there cheaters on the leaderboards?
Oh, good question. I'm sure someone's cheated on the leaderboard somehow. We have cheat mode. If you click on the gnome's eye a bunch of times, it turns on cheat mode. I think it's its left eye. So if you but it tags it as cheat mode, so that you can't like brag by getting a crazy score. Look, some of this stuff's a little bit janky, but that kind of comes with the territory of this type of game. I found out the other day that the average person on Steam is like 35 years old or something like that. So they're used to this kind of thing, and like it's almost nostalgic having a little bit of this type of jank.
35, wow, that's quite old. So all of the young players are on mobile and on Fortnite and Roblox.
Oh well, maybe. I think
that's crazy.
You'd probably know better. Weren't you working on a mobile game at one point recently?
Yeah, I'm making a puzzle game, but it's like, I guess super young people are also probably not the target audience for that. I guess the reason why it's gonna be a free game is because I really don't know who is gonna be the target audience for it, except for hardcore puzzle fans, which there aren't a lot of.
There's something I have to ask you that I just thought of since we're talking about mobile. Do you know what I'm going to ask you? Kingshot.
Ah, yeah. Kingshot.
Have you? What's the deal with that? Like, did they not just straight up rip your assets, or like what's happened there? Do you know anything about it, or you just put it in the back of your mind?
Yeah, no. We had some legal confrontation also with them about that. The problem is it's a little bit like whack-a-mole, right? So they upload these crappy ads, and then when they tell them to stop or to put it down, then they just create another one the next day, different one. And then also, if we send them a letter with a lawyer and to tell them that they should please stop using our original soundtrack that they ripped out of our trailer or whatever, then the next day they'll just have a new trailer where they recreated the entire soundtrack but like changed a couple of notes. I'm like, frick me with the time you could have made your own soundtrack. What the hell are you doing? But that's how it works. So
yeah. I first saw that,
you're doing. But that's how frick me with the time you could have made your own soundtrack. What the hell are you doing? But that's how it works. So
yeah. I first saw that,
it's very hard.
Yeah, but it must be really frustrating to deal with that. But at the same time, Yeah, like what do you do? What do
It's
you do?
fine.
It's like you're better off just
Yeah.
putting your head down and making something else faster than they can keep up, right?
Yeah, I don't.
Luckily, I
It's not
think most
really.
of the
It's not
audience
really a
is like
problem
pretty
for
vocal.
us. Yeah.
Sorry, I was just talking over you. I said luckily the audience is pretty vocal. I think like there's a lot of negative reviews of people saying this is just Thronefall ripoff, you know, and you know at least like the audience is out there backing you guys. So. But yeah, so I'm sorry to see that's happened to you, but I'm sure you're not the first person, and I'm sure you're not going to be the last either.
It's not really a problem for us because I mean, Thronefall is on mobile now. You can play Thronefall on mobile, but they're not really eating into our market share or whatever. They're just doing their own thing, and they used our assets in the beginning. Now I think they don't use our assets anymore. So now they're just a very close copycat, visually speaking. But then when you actually see the gameplay, you quickly realize that the gameplay also is quite different. It's very mobile-y, you know, you have like lots of in-app purchases and like all of the typical mobile stuff. So it's very, very different in that aspect also.
Yeah, a lot of people have said to us that we should put gnomes on mobile, and I've said, first of all, we can't because of our custom engine, one of the quirks of it. Now, a lot of the things have come to bite us in the ass, like we can't do mobile or console. Basically, anything that's C based, we just can't touch it unless we want to spend another year on it. I think a lot of people have the idea that mobile gaming does a lot better than it really does. Like the monetization model for mobile gaming, there's not going to be a lot of people spending $5 on a game on mobile, right? It's the advertising that earns that's how you monetize, right?
It's quite surprising. I mean, yes and no. There's developers telling stories about both. Developers telling story about their completely flopped mobile ventures, and they never want to do it again, and then they maybe do it again, and then suddenly it works. It's like hard to generalize. I think mobile is I think mobile for me personally is more difficult to understand than Steam.
Yeah.
I feel like I have a good understanding of Steam. I feel like mobile, because I don't know it as well, because I don't understand it as well, it's more of a black box. It's more like a random game to me, personally.
Yeah, right.
But I'm not sure if it's more random in general or if or if it just feels more random because I don't know it as well.
I think it's the same thing for me. It's that I don't play mobile games at all, and I looked at my Steam purchases history and how much I've spent on Steam or something like that, and I realised I could have bought a boat. So it turns out this is my my hobby. But because of that, I know Steam very well, and you know I've got Chris Zukowski on speed dial as well, and I'm subscribed to the blog. So I think it's just for someone who doesn't have a marketing budget and is a fan of that type of game, it makes sense to only make games for Steam. And maybe one day, if I make something that's cool enough, I can get a third party involved to do a port for me or something like that. But when I cross that bridge, we'll talk about it.
So you do play a crap load of games on Steam, right? So
port for me or something. If I make something that's cool enough, I can get a third party involved to do a port for me or something like that. But when I cross that bridge, we'll talk about it.
So you do play a crap load of games on Steam, right? Or where does is it like a ritual? Do you buy like a new game every week, or like what's your habits there?
So I do have a look at the demos like a few times a week and just see what's coming up, and I try to like almost like your Steam guess a game, try and figure out what's going to be a hit and what isn't. And if something looks pretty cool, I'll give it a bit of a go. And luckily, most demos only have like an hour or two of content, so it kind of caps me from playing for too long. But when I play a game, I will play a game for like 48 hours without sleeping, just non-stop. Like I'll find something, and if it really grabs me, I'll just completely immerse myself in it until I can just play it no longer. And I guess that's kind of like translates to my game development method as well, which is that I'll just like go and go and go and go until like one day I just can't even get off the couch, and I'll sit down and I'll watch a whole series of a show or whatever, like, you know, until I just crash. You know, I'm very like, I have no rigor. I'm just like I some people work like cogs and others work like cannonballs, and I work like a cannonball. Like I'm just like all
once
energy
you're
until I'm
going,
not.
you're going.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
There's no stopping you. Okay, I see.
What about you? Are you similar, or are you more like methodical?
I think I'm a marathon runner, so I try to not burn myself out. I do a little bit every
sure.
day, and as long as I'm making some progress every day, I'm satisfied.
As I've started making games by myself, I'm realizing that it's more. You've got to be like that if you're solo. When you're part of a team, especially when it comes to marketing as well, like being a cannonball is kind of a good thing, or like, you know, if you've got to make a huge art piece or you know, you've got to make an entire song or whatever, definitely helps. And then you sort of, I take time off and reflect, like while I'm doing whatever I'm doing that's not games, I'm thinking or, you know, meditating on ideas that I have. And then when I cannonball myself again, I've basically built up what I want to do as like, you know, my gunpowder for when I go again, right? But yeah, as I've started working more solo, it just seems like that's not going to work for me in the long run. Like I've got to be, you know, putting in 6 hours a day instead of 18 hours one day and and none the next. You know. Yeah.
Also, do you have a family, or how's your
Oh
life
well,
situation?
funny you asked that. Not yet, but pretty soon. Pretty soon. So
Nice.
I've got to make some smart decisions, I think, going forward, and I've got to probably be a little bit more, you know, have a bit more rigor about my workflow. And I don't. One day my life's just going to change completely very soon, so we'll see how it all fits into itself. I guess you know, if you watch Thomas Brush or someone like that, he manages to run YouTube and make games and have 3 kids or something at the same time. So we know it can be done. But yeah, I guess exciting, terrifying, everything.
Yeah, I guess it has to change your approach a bit, right?
Yeah, I
Like
mean, when you're a young man, you can play it like the young man's game, but you know, one day you've got to take stock and look at how you're doing things, right?
What's the reason that you're going solo now? Is does Patrick have different plans, or?
It's that Patrick, I think, is just a little bit burnt out at the moment. We're definitely we have to get back together to do more Gnomes content. He's just traveling around with his laptop at the moment and just enjoying himself. And
fair enough.
You know, yeah. He's it's kind of we've worked on a few little prototypes and stuff together, but we haven't like had that moment we did for Gnomes where it was like we both knew this is exactly the game we wanted to make. And you know, there's a very good chance we're going to make another game together. But I think we both kind of need to see. We both want to see more of the whole picture. I want to learn a bit more about actually building the game myself, so that, you know, maybe one day Patrick won't be in the picture. I can do it myself, and I guess he kind of wants to understand a bit more about the marketing and like the art direction stuff. And while like we still, you know, correspond and like share ideas and stuff like that. It's the same with the Sea of Survivors guys as well. Like I'm basically just like their free marketing consultant now going forward. They've got other prototypes they've made without me. And, you know, at the same time, like if I ever need technical advice, I just ask them and they'll give me like a corporate solution to whatever spaghetti code I'm making, right? Yeah. I think it definitely makes sense to like not tie yourself down in the same team with the same people all the time. You know, you it's almost like you come together to create something, and once you've created that thing, you can move on and, you know, find other people to work with or just use that energy yourself. I do like the idea of having those people in my corner, so that maybe one day in a year or 2 or 5, you know, we can see who's still making games and see if we've got an idea that all lines up.
Yeah. I think it's a good idea to learn how to make a full game on your own, because then you hold all of the cards and you can like entirely freely choose who you want to work with and who you don't. Like you don't depend on anyone.
Yeah.
If for some reason you don't like working with somebody, or you don't like working with somebody anymore, then it's just like, okay.
Yeah,
I can. That's
But
that's a good situation to be in general. Yeah, I agree.
I agree. I think the people that are in the best position to to earn a living from Steam are the generalists who are, they're
Yes.
developers, artists. I don't think you have to be a musician. That's kind of like a bit of a cherry on top. But for me, like, I very much enjoy creating the music and the sound for my games. So to be like the triple threat would be a bit of a dream come true for me. And I feel like, every day I'm getting a few steps closer to that. With the way things are going, one day we won't even be programming games. We'll just be transmitting our ideas through our Neuralink anyway. So, yeah, I hope that's still a little while away yet. But yeah,
the AI will guess what you want to play and code the game for you overnight, or
yeah,
just
that's
be
what it'll
all
be.
neurally generated anyway.
Yeah, we won't even
Real
be
time.
we won't even be making games. It'll just be like making games for everyone will just have their own personal game, won't they? That's whatever they desire at that time.
Yeah, have you seen these videos of like these AI generated games that almost feel like dream worlds? They're basically like video generators, like real-time video generators, but they respond to your button inputs.
No, I've not seen this.
Like
Wow.
for example the AI Minecraft,
Wow,
where
okay.
have you not seen that? They trained
I've not seen it.
they trained a neural net on a bunch of Minecraft footage in combination like with the button presses that created the imagery. So they have an AI version of Minecraft where you can look around and mine blocks and so on, but it's like a weird dreamland, because when you look away and then you look back, then suddenly there's something different there, right? Because
oh wow, okay,
it's not persistent; it's all just AI generated, right?
yeah, right. So from what I understand, it's like talking to a genius goldfish is kind of like the
yeah, that's
the
what it's like
consensus.
at the moment.
I have used it for like as a bit of a tutor from time to time when I'm programming, and I'll be like, "Why isn't my code working?" It's like, "Oh, you just forgot your parentheses, bro." And it's like just these, these little things that for someone like me who hasn't got a lot of experience can just it just knows what's wrong with it after a glance. Or if I don't know what something is in Godot, I'll go, "What is this thing?" Or what's quaternion Euler mean, or whatever. And these little things that all it explains it like on 5, which is exactly what I've always needed. So
it's perfect for those kind of questions.
Yeah. So I guess where people are going to get tripped up though is just putting in a prompt for an entire project and then wondering why it's dog water. So I think that being able to do that is a very, very, very long way away. And I'd say that your Minecraft video you're speaking about is probably someone who's very much a specialist has managed to figure that out. And surely it isn't just straight out of the box.
Yes, I think it was some kind of research project. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to predict timelines, but I'm sure it's going to be a mixture of later than we expect and sooner than we expect at the same time, if that makes sense. Like when it comes, it will probably be like it will feel unexpected.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's going to be tomorrow. No.
I still am yet to find any like art or music that doesn't have a certain stank about it. Even the really, really good stuff that everyone's ranting and raving about, it's always just got like a unoriginal feel to it. So I'm not really too concerned about like game artists being replaced. But I do think that it won't be too long until like it becomes standard practice to have like co-pilot at the very least. In fact, I think that probably already is the standard practice now. I know it is for a lot of corporations and such. Yeah.
I think that is pretty much the standard now. And yeah, agreed for AI music. You can hear it when you're paying attention, right? For example, sometimes when I listen to random playlists on YouTube, I just listen to whatever comes up in autoplay, and then oftentimes I find myself being like, wait a second, am I listening to AI music?
Yeah, right. Oh, there's
like,
nothing worse. When you're thinking part of for me, part of it is like the connection with the artist that I suppose makes me feel something. Like maybe it's just a placebo, because a lot of these AI artists, like they're marketing them as a real person too, aren't they? So, well, I guess maybe one day it'll be good enough. It does for me. For me, there is a huge opportunity here though for the art, because as what is now considered normal becomes more and more just easy to create, because that's what this thing's trained on. For really wacky, weird games like Megabonk that are just doing super experimental, not even that experimental, but just strange things that no one's thought of yet. I feel like the audience for that is really responsive. Whenever something just completely strange comes out, but still, within the scope of like artistic, for lack of a better word. Yeah, I think there's games that are winning now that 5 or 10 years ago would have just been, people wouldn't have given them a second look because they're just too strange. So that's the silver lining of all of this, I think.
The average Steam player is 35 years old, though. Are you
Don't
sure, man?
Don't quote me, but this is something that like 30 to 35, I think, is the bracket.
Interesting. I wonder if there's like a curve, if like the average has gotten older and older, probably, right?
Well, I'm 33 now, so and I feel like I'm the average Steam player. Maybe it's just because, that's all my friends are the same age, but
true.
Yeah. And that's why I think games that are of that's why the nostalgia sells, was it Gavin was saying that's like his whole thing is like just tries to dial into something that makes you feel like you're a child again, or takes you back to 1999.
Does Gnomes play into the nostalgia a bit as well? Probably, right?
Absolutely, like the art style. I think what it is like you want to have like a rose colored glasses tint over your game, especially when you're batting in our league. We're not competing with like the Hell Divers and those huge types of games. Like we're trying to find 100,000 or 500,000 people that in the whole world that will think whatever we're making is really cool and be happy to give us $10, right? Rather than trying to compete for. We don't need a whole slice of the pie. We just need the crumbs.
The crumbs are quite big.
Yeah, that's right.
It's a big freaking cake. The massive crumbs.
Massive cake, yeah. And we're just tiny little mouses, so we don't need big crumbs at all. Yeah.
One thing with making games solo and in a team is, I find myself. So it's a bit of the grass is always greener on the other side kind of situation. Whenever I make games in a team, I get cravings to make a game solo, and whenever I make games solo, I get a craving to go back to working in a team. We'll see how that plays out for you.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good way to put where Patrick and I are both at the moment is, we spent a year, 7 days a week almost working together, and we both like I think we've kind of exhausted all of our shared ideas, and now the ideas that are left are just a bit different. So it's for us to find a middle ground again. Maybe we need to like go and spend some time in the other paddock and until all that green grass is eaten up. I also think that same metaphor applies to game engines. Like just before I got on the call with you, I was like getting so frustrated with the pathing stuff I was talking about earlier that I was almost going to download Unreal Engine and have a look at see what it's all about. But after talking to you, I'm thinking, oh, what am I doing? Like it's just an excuse to procrastinate, isn't it? Right? Like, I guess I still kind of am like shopping for an idea at this point. Whether the idea I've put the most effort into is the one I go with or not, we'll see. But sometimes you just got to remind yourself that the game engine isn't going to make the game, right? Or, whatever. There is no secret tool to any of this. It's just the only thing that's going to really make this thing happen is some blood, sweat, and tears at the end of the day.
Do you have to suffer for your art?
I think
Do you think so?
I think so. Like in some, like it's hard work. Like, of course, like, it's still a job. There's days where
those kind of questions, yeah.
Yeah. So I guess where people are going to get tripped up though is just putting in a prompt for an entire project and then wondering why it's dog water. So I think that being able to do that is a very, very, very long way away. And I'd say that your Minecraft video you're speaking about is probably someone who's very much a specialist has managed to figure that out. And surely it isn't just straight out of the box.
Yes, I think it was some kind of research project. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a good situation to be in general. Yeah, I agree.
I agree. I think the people that are in the best position to earn a living from Steam are the generalists who they're developers, artists. I don't think you have to be a musician. That's kind of like a bit of a cherry on top. They're developers, artists. Earn a living from Steam are the generalists who they're developers, artists. I don't think you have to be a musician. That's kind of like a bit of a cherry on top. But for me, like, I very much enjoy creating the music and the sound for my games. So to be like the triple threat would be a bit of a dream come true for me. And I feel like every day I'm getting a few steps closer to that. With the way things are going, one day we won't even be programming games. We'll just be transmitting our ideas through our Neuralink anyway. So I hope that's still a little while away yet. But
the AI will guess what you want to play and code the game for you overnight, or just
that's
be
what it'll
all
be.
neurally generated anyway.
Yeah, we won't even be making games. It'll just be like making games for everyone will just have their own personal game, won't they? That's whatever they desire at that time.
Yeah. Have you seen these videos of like these AI generated games that almost feel like dream worlds? They're basically like video generators, like real-time video generators, but they respond to your button inputs.
No, I've not seen this.
Like for example, the respond to your like video generators, like real-time video generators, but they respond to your button inputs.
No, I've not seen this.
Like for example, the AI Minecraft, where they have you not seen that? They trained they trained a neural net on a bunch of Minecraft footage in combination like with the button presses that created the imagery. So they have an AI version of Minecraft where you can look around and mine blocks and so on, but it's like a weird dreamland, because when you look away and then you look back, then suddenly there's something different there, right? Because it's not persistent, it's all just AI generated, right?
Yeah, right. So from what I understand, it's like talking to a genius goldfish is kind of like the
that's
consensus.
what it's like at the moment.
I have used it for like as a bit of a tutor from time to time when I'm programming, and I'll be like, why isn't my code working? It's like, oh, you just forgot your parentheses, bro. And it's like just these these little things that someone like me who hasn't got a lot of experience can just it just knows what's wrong with it after a glance. Or if I don't know what something is in Godot, I'll go, what is this thing? Or what's quaternion Euler mean? or whatever. And these little things that all it explains it like on 5, which is exactly what I've always needed. So
it's perfect for those kind of questions.
Yeah. So I guess where people are going to get tripped up though is just putting in a prompt for an entire project and then wondering why it's dog water. So I think that being able to do that is a very, very, very long way away. And I'd say that your Minecraft video you're speaking about is probably someone who's very much a specialist has managed to figure that out. And surely it isn't just straight out of the box.
Yes, I think it was some kind of research project. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to predict timelines, but I'm sure it's gonna be a mixture of later than we expect and sooner than we expect at the same time, if that makes sense. Like when it comes, it will probably be like it will feel unexpected.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's gonna be tomorrow. No.
I still am yet to find any like art or music that doesn't have a certain stank about it. Even the really, really good stuff that everyone's ranting and raving about, it's always just got like a unoriginal feel to it. So I'm not really too concerned about like game artists being replaced. But I do think that it won't be too long until like it becomes standard practice to have like co-pilot at the very least. In fact, I think that probably already is the standard practice now. I know it is for a lot of corporations and such. Yeah.
I think that is pretty much the standard now. And yeah, agreed for AI music. You can hear it when you're paying attention, right? For example, sometimes when I listen to random playlists on YouTube,
Nice, Sue. Let's go, baby. Alright, beat another level. Sick. Looks like, okay, cool. Oh my gosh. I was having allergies. Dang it. Let me take allergy medicine crap. Hey, Butterball. What is that? It's like a heart sleeping or something? That's kind of cute. Man, I have a headache. Let me see what happens when I copy pasta. No, sorry. Flower shape, face, fuchsia, flower shape. Alright. Cool. Oh man. Yeah, I'm literally bleeding. I was trying to turn off the light and whatever. Be right back. Did you see me beat level 4 in Castlevania, or level 3, I guess? I like that Castlevania game. It's pretty cool. Alright. Just waiting for the bleeding to stop. Yeah, Castlevania, yeah. I beat that level pretty much first try. I mean, or at least, yeah. I mean, yeah, like, yeah, the first, because it's like you get like 3 continues or whatever. And then you gotta start back at the beginning of the level. Alright.
What's one coming for us? John, you ask and I shall deliver. Game 7 was potentially the turning point in this whole match, but definitely...
Dude, Twitch is such a crap website. I'm having really bad allergies too, so everyone's just gonna have to bear with me. Haven't been feeling good.
Been in behind enemy lines, the black pieces here delivering all the checks. The queen check was even stronger. Bishop takes instead. Magnus missing a killer blow. Knight takes would have been a devastating checkmating attack. Check this one out with the bishop delivering the killer blow here. Instead, Magnus went on the defensive. Another move maybe that Alareza had missed. And in this crazy position, bishop to f1 being strong, there was just no time to figure it out. Black actually had a small advantage with this last check, but with the knight defending the king so well, Alareza, 1 second left, was too slow. The clock ran out, Magnus struck back, went on to win the next 2, and is now the favourite again in the match.
And that goes to show you, David. Both players can't play below 80% accuracy. Everybody at home no longer has to ever feel bad if they use chess.com game review and it says 78, because even the best players in the world can hit that number.
Exactly, and I think it might be in those kind of those tactical minefields that Alareza's best chances will be in the bullet scramble. Just force Magnus to just gamble and kind of play random moves, but unfortunately that time chips fell the other side. Alareza just too slow.
You know who also has some thoughts? We've got Danny, we've got Anna, and we've got Aman. Guys, how you doing? Your nervous system all right?
I think we're doing okay. I think we're doing okay. Everyone in here, your nervous system all right? Are we okay? We're doing all right. All right, we're doing okay. Yeah,
Take it away, guys.
Levy, I wanted to ask you, you had the call in Paris. Magnus Carlsen was up 6-3 at the end of the first segment. Here it's 5.5, 3.5, but it feels much closer than it did in Paris. Would you agree?
Yes, I would agree. Having said that, it's only a half a point difference at this point. When it was 3.5, 2.5, I was feeling really, really good. You have to keep in mind when you add it up, it was 14-5 after 2 segments. The 3+1 will make and break it. Like Denis Lazovic, he made it in the 3+1 segment. Will Alireza Firouzja get a win? Because if he doesn't, you can tilt so fast. 3-game lead, and it's just running away from Magnus. I'm tense. I can't believe how he's feeling.
Well, as David showed, the games are going to be tense. Not every day you can lose a game while in a better position. Obviously, the one you showed there in a time scramble, of course, that's what speed chess is all about. But all right, guys, we're going to break it down and talk a little bit more about who might be feeling better. Okay, to Levy's point, the 3-1 segment really is the deciding factor. It was the deciding factor in many ways between Denis Lazovic and Hikaru Nakamura. I feel like it's the time control that reveals form even more than the other two. And in Paris, Magnus won the 3-1, 8-2. So I don't think that's what Alireza wants. What do you think? I don't think that kind of form is here for Alireza in this match.
No, it's not acceptable. You know, that he's not looking to repeat that, obviously, but he's already shown that he's nowhere near that trajectory. I expect something different from Alireza this time. And also, I think the 5-minute portion is generally used from the players to feel out what openings are working, try things out, and when you get to 3+1, 1+1, you're starting to repeat them. You're saying, this works, let me stick with that. We saw Denis do that very, very well. I think Alireza has used the 5 minutes that direction, and, you know, then when 3 minutes comes around, he'll know what to do.
The question is Alireza having as much fun as Magnus is? That was a smiley, big mustache, big smiles for Magnus Carlsen. Not necessarily the Magnus interview we always see in the middle of matches. So given how much fun he's having, what does Alireza do to also have some fun and maybe get a little bit better chess too at the same time?
I don't know, maybe he needs to match the mustache. But other than that, Magnus and Hikaru said that Alireza Firouzja is, according to both Magnus and Hikaru, the best bullet player in the world. So if that's the case, what lead does Magnus need going into the bullet is my question. Because maybe it's not a disaster if Alireza is down in the match, as long as it's not a big advantage for Magnus.
Well, I'm curious what you think, Amon. You're a much better bullet player than a lot of people. I would say even better than most grandmasters on average. What is your thought, though, about the increment being something that kind of helps the slightly slower and older players in this case?
Well, the other thing is, you know, when you determine the bullet chess champion, it doesn't have that increment. Yeah. And Magnus Carlsen, you know, quite famously doesn't compete as much in these events. So he's just kind of there, and you think, oh, you know, he's not the best player. Alireza's proven that. But Magnus Carlsen is still there. He's actually very, very good in bullet, maintains a very high rating. And honestly, the bullet experience that he has is in exact events like this. He's not playing casual long matches in bullet. He's playing them in this exact format, this time control. So when you talk about bullet with a +1 second increment, you could make a case that Magnus Carlsen is definitely one of the better players.
And that's what's crazy, right? So I don't even know how to answer the question in terms of what kind of lead. I think that Magnus is kind of in a very clearly positive mood, a one game at a time kind of play. So what does Alireza need, I think, in this 3-1 time control to turn it around? Is it change the openings? You talk about the 5-1 being a bit of where you poke and prod and see. Momentum needs to shift a little bit here for Alireza to get back. What do you think?
I fully agree. And I think Alireza also needs the support of you guys, because we have a lovely audience
that's the answer.
here in
Chanting,
London.
crowds.
And I want to hear all the fans of Alireza cheering for him. So can we please, Team Alireza?
Let's go, Alireza, let's go! Yeah, it'll be interesting. Last night it was crazy in here toward the end. There was someone in the room who was literally screaming when he had chances to win, and I was like, maybe that'll break through the soundproof, but it didn't, apparently. So, anyway, we'll see what happens if this thing is scrambling down the stretch. But, okay, well, the players are going to be back soon. We're going to take a quick break, let you guys get ready for the 3-1 portion to begin. Before we do, reminder, if what you need is energy right now, NeuroGum, thank you for being our sponsor and energy partner. Get some gum, get some focus, get some mints. The sleep mints might be used later on if everyone's got too much adrenaline after this whole thing. Go to go.chess.com/neuro and get the 15% off code. Get yourself some NeuroGum. We're gonna go get some.
I need to cut you off because yesterday I was chewing Neurogun backstage, and then you guys were like, "Should we give out some gums?" And I'm like, "Of course! I'm literally chewing it right now. Everyone should try it because
it's great.
it works." I was on fire the whole day, and we've been here the entire day.
Yeah,
Like,
lots
you
of
know how
energy.
many hours
That's where
we
Anna's
had
energy is coming from.
We've been
Not
on
Neurogun, by the way, in
fire.
case you're wondering.
That's where it comes
there
from.
you go. All
I
right.
mean, I'm full of energy. You know why. Now you know why.
All right, everybody, don't go anywhere. The players still got a lot of energy left. We've got the 3-1 portion and the Speed Chess Championship. Live finals continues when we get back.
The totem holds the moments that defined champions. Plays that became history.
Does absolutely nothing. The old horn. BB's a dog.
Across years, across games, across the world. The roar of the crowd.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2025-2026 Speed Chess Championship. This is the final day of action. Magnus Carlsen versus Alireza Firouzja. I'm International Master Levi Rosman. I'm joined by Grandmaster David Howell, local hero, local super Grandmaster. The 5+1 has just concluded. Both players are back at their setups. Magnus Carlsen has a 2-game lead after 90 minutes of 5+1 blitz. David, do you like what you saw from both one or neither of the players in the first segment?
Ooh, I think in parts I liked play from both. Alireza, the way he started, the way he bounced back from some early defeats, the way he positionally outplayed Magnus, that bodes well for later. I wasn't a fan of how Magnus started. I think he was a bit lethargic in certain positions, but the energy came back, especially after that huge time scramble, that queen sacrifice we showed, and it feels like now he is locked in. I'm hoping more of the same in the 3+1, as they likely will trade blows early on, and it will be fascinating to see which openings they choose in the early stages.
We've only seen d4 so far, and oh goodness me, that was a little bit of a glitch there. We just got like 10 moves in a row. We've seen this position already. We've seen quite literally this structure, knight b1, okay, a retreating move. Kind of similar, we saw a trade in the center, we saw Magnus go for this. Alireza clearly liked the space advantage, David.
Yeah, and now it looks like an old Indian after all of those little transpositions.
These are real names, by the way.
Real names, we promise, and very historic openings. Yeah, it's a case of lost tempi for both sides. The black bishop moved a couple of times, the white knight has moved 3 times now, but back on its perfect square, and white has the pawn center. It's going to be up to Magnus to try and chip away at it somehow, or at least strike against the space advantage.
This is a nice little cagey setup by black. You've got pressure on c4, pressure on d4, much more fast-paced game, and then the 1+1 is going to feel even quicker. Alireza has to make a lot of decisions here, and this is not so simple. Do you push a pawn, trade a pawn, leave it everything exactly as is, reinforce, develop the dark squared bishop? Yeah, literally you could draw every arrow.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
And okay, this forces Magnus's reply at least. The black queen needed to open up, otherwise the white knight would have been the one creating pressure on the c-file. I quite like this move, although big questions about what happens if black now goes forward and hits the white dark squared bishop. That tends to be the downside if you develop to e3 without having played the move pawn to h3. You don't cover every square in your half. But knight to g4, maybe the white bishop would move. The d5 square is also a bit of a weakness for white to use. Very tense position, but I tend to be inclined towards the center here, Levi. Magnus is trying to play kind of low responsibility chess. Quick moves, he doesn't mind being a bit cramped, but will it pay off?
David, I have very bad news. I have just been told that in the last 9 SCC finals, which is basically all of them, whoever wins the 5+1 has won the match.
Wow, that is ominous. That is bad news. There have been some close matches in time, though. Oh, I remember one big final between Magnus, Hikaru. It went right down to the wire.
Yep, and Hikaru started with a 4-game lead in that match, and then Magnus evened it out. Now, we should all be cheering for something historic. That's really what we should be cheering for. If Alireza Firouzja changes the momentum here, okay, he's keeping the tension in the center instead of locking it all up with d5. But if he gets a win here, it'd be anybody's match.
Exactly. I think it was a stylistic thing there. d5 was a strong move, playing against the black light squared bishop, which is actually now quite strong, hitting the central pawn in a lot of variations. But blocking it up isn't necessarily Firouzja's style in general. So he rather would have a knight on f5, some tactical concepts, some knight sacrifices. Every time I play him, he sacrifices something on h6. It seems to work. But for now, Magnus has got all bases covered, and the knight goes back. Isolated pawn for black, but white's e-pawn equally weak right now.
Yeah, this is very high-level stuff. Bishop to f8, g6, bishop g7, repositioning, because the bishop on the central square was comfortable, but that was just about it. It was utterly useless. On g7, it is a much better piece, and Alireza is going to realize quite quickly he can't really conjure something up here. He might have to resort to h4, but h4 is also not particularly effective because of h5. And that h5 voluntarily played by Magnus. You might even move the bishop to h6.
Great move from Magnus Carlsen. He does love pushing those corner pawns. h4 is really, really awkward for this misplaced white knight, which is controlled, can never jump forward again. And as you say, Levi, bishop h6 is surprisingly awkward for white to face. He's going to have to just shift his rook up, blocking his own queen. Clumsy. Clumsy stuff, and Alireza plays h4 reluctantly. Oh, it's starting to turn in black's favor. Easier moves for black. All of his pieces in action. Knight on e5 next.
You might just have to leave the rook exactly as it is. As I say that, he will play rook to c2, but you could have maybe given it up and then tried to get the queen to the other side, but that's bullet strategy and not 3+1 strategy. He only has 40 seconds, though.
Oh, this could be the tilt that we were talking about, how it spirals after the 5+1. It's not the 5+1 in it of itself that decides things, but it's the way you feel afterwards. And he's almost in must-win territory, he probably feels.
This is very interesting. He's giving up the F3 bishop. He can take it, and then you say, oh, my king's open. Not really. In fact, it's more insulated than ever. So now we have a trade. Alireza is just a couple moves away maybe from figuring things out here, but he doesn't have that much time.
Yeah, big moment. Again, the trade is possible, but I'm not sure that's profitable here. The white bishop was suddenly gaining a lot of power. Now the white bishop can move, but there will be a return of the black bishop into the white camp. It's just so awkward, this toing and froing of the position. Black's improving, white's not.
Yeah, bishop f4, wow, queen a2 is resourceful, but it just doesn't feel right.
What was I saying about queen trades against Magnus? You don't really want them. Maybe here he has to. But 20 seconds in a worse endgame. The black knight later will come into c4 once things are guarded on the diagonal. The black rook could shift its attentions to the open file. Advantage black.
Yeah, certainly. Taking a step back is a little bit surprising, though. And now Alireza might be back in the game. Does Magnus know his own weaknesses, David?
Exactly. Magnus just wants to play the best moves. That's the thing. But when in doubt, he tends to go for those queen exchanges. I like what Alireza is doing. He's clearing half the board, and he's saying, okay, worst comes to worst on the other side, on the king side. Even if he drops a pawn, even if he has doubled pawns, he only has to worry about one flank. One weakness might not be enough for Magnus to win this game.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And the queen's going to go to a6. And now Magnus, 50 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, 20 though, under 20 for Alireza, who drops back. I really like how he's handled the last phase. It feels like he's consolidated, covered all the bases.
Bishop b3 is coming. He's going to trade black's very good bishop and open up his own rook to target the d6 pawn. Magnus in the tank here, 35 seconds on the clock. He's not so happy anymore.
Bring on the scramble. It's coming. Magnus is tanking. Drops back with his knight.
Bishop to e3.
Levy, how about this one? This is not me, by the way. Bishop, oh, it's Alireza. Bishop takes h5.
Alireza Firouzja sacrificing a bishop to open up the king. There's no clear fault. Queen h4, he just takes it. Doesn't even participate.
Wow, he would rather not have a white knight sitting on an outpost for eternity with the black king open.
g3 is a fork.
Watch out. Retreat mode. Backpedal. Has to go back.
And the time is even. Alireza even up on the clock.
This could easily turn in white's favor. If there's no checkmate, everything's covered for now by the white knight. If there's no checkmate, black has the isolated pawn. White can start trading stuff off in the near future.
And the white queen is protected here. Alireza might have a moment. Okay, he trades the queens. He didn't take David's advice, but the position looks fantastic for white.
Yeah. Knight on d5. That will thrive. That threatens all the forks. There we go. Only white now surely can win this game. Small advantage, but long-term one.
Yeah, but the rook might be coming down to the second rank. White will have to get the rook, and okay, that's a very timely move from Magnus. And now, in all likelihood, this will end up in a draw.
Yeah, rook a1 was so important. Otherwise, black was possibly losing a pawn there. The black bishop would have been on a really awkward square, and this is a dead draw now.
Yeah, this is just a total fortress. Neither player will be able to make any progress. Magnus could ask some questions. He's very, very tricky in these positions, but if somebody loses this, it's more impressive than winning it.
Yeah, it's too early, right, to start thinking about the match clock, doing a Hikaru, as I call it, trying to eat time off.
But actually, Magnus probably saw some of the threads and was like, it's not fair Hikaru's getting hate. He's just doing what any sportsman would do, so now I'm going to do the same.
Exactly. And this has not changed at all in the last few moves. But they continue to go round. Oh, Magnus just in time to stop Alireza's king breaking through. And they start repeating the position now. Magnus is the one playing on and making things a little different every time.
That had to have been a 3-time repetition. What is going on?
They're choosing different squares, but now finally the draw is confirmed. Decent start for both sides.
Certainly, it got a little dicey for Alireza, but if he had locked the center early, he would have had a nice position. Folks, our first e4 in some 100 minutes of chess, and it is a Sicilian, but it is a Magnus 2026 edition Sicilian. He is playing the Italian game against the Sicilian, something we tell beginners not to do because their bishop gets blocked, there's no fried liver stuff. But when you are 33-30, you can do what you want and you don't have to listen to the YouTubers.
Magnus has been playing this consistently in the last few months. The World Rapid and Blitz, every Sicilian he was playing e4 most of the time. He played this bishop c4 line. So There's no excuse for Alireza not to have expected this. He's had a fast start, brought his bishop out, made a pin, now pushing in the center. He had to have prepared for this line. Magnus has been religiously sticking to it recently.
Fans, let's see some energy in the chat for the that's the in the live audience. Not everything is digital. Feel free to make some noise. Honestly, the players appreciate it. You know, the position's equal. They love the energy. It's a new format for them, but they are not new to this. Let's put it this way. They have been here before. Magnus has said he loves when the crowd gets into it. He loved jeering and making, gestures at the crowd in Riyadh when they were cheering for the opposition. He likes to shush the crowd. If you see Alireza pulling off some wins, get some hype going. If Magnus is doing it, well, I mean, that's what Magnus does all the time. But Alireza here having a nice time with the black pieces.
Exactly. The eval bar is on black side. That's because there's an awkward pressure on white pawns. Check this out. The white bishop now, the Italian bishop that we were talking about, is hit. Might actually have to start retreating. That is sad, sad news for white. Pressure now on the pawns as well. Awkward pin. You can't break it without losing some time here. Magnus looks uncomfortable. Rook now coming to hit his queen. Everything going in black's favor for now, but still nothing tangible.
Yeah, and 6 out of your 8 pieces should not be on the last rank on the 20th move of the game, unless, of course, you are indeed Magnus. That's kind of like in jiu-jitsu when you just lay on your back, and apparently that's considered a sport. But black is advancing on the queen side. He will chop down at some point. The rook will get in. Maybe you can go for g5 ideas, but it's always very risky to do so. You do open yourself up for a counter-attack.
Yeah, he played g5 a lot against Hikaru with success, Alireza, but it was in more closed central positions. d4 first. That's a strong move. Pawn cannot be captured. The black knight would enter the center, and queen d2. Oh, look at white's pieces, so clumsy, Levy.
Yeah, this is strange. You would love to take on f3 in a traditional circumstance, and white would have to play g-takes. But there's a freaking bishop on d1. How did that spawn there? That's not normal. It's like you booted up a chess game and there's a glitch. DC was relieving the tension for a second time, by the way. Second time he's done this in 2 games. He likes to plant these concrete outpost types of squares for his pieces, but he opens up the position too much, and maybe there's even bishop f6 ideas.
Yeah, is that a good thing? Yes, it parts with the bishops, but it does double pawns here. Nice to see some very enthusiastic fans there in the back. Knight g3 played.
Yes. Got content creators. We have my wife in the audience as well. Shout out. Love you very much. And thank you. I don't know. I think production is bored. Like, really, I don't know what this is. There are 2 of the best players in the world. Let's keep the cameras on them. But yes, all your fans are lovely. We couldn't read them because they moved them too fast. But it said something about betting your life savings. Please don't do that. All right, not financial advice.
Oh, big moments. g5 was actually the best move in the position just a turn ago. The blue arrow appeared. That would have actually trapped the white bishop for some awkward exchanges for white, but I think that would have been too impractical, especially in a blitz format. Bishop to g6, and Magnus is applying extra pressure on the pinned piece. Blocked. Loads of trades incoming, but once the dust settles, white does have an isolated pawn here. Good news long-term for Alireza, who still has over a minute. He's sped up slightly compared to the first game of the section.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't like this weakness on d3. White is just going to rely on counter punches on c5 and f6 and so on. Why is his bishop on d1, right? Like, it's absurd you can have a position that looks like this and not be significantly worse. You would love to trade everything, but definitely you're going to be losing a pawn here. Alireza needs a win. If he tastes blood in this segment, it's going to be totally different than it was last year, frankly 2 years ago. But that's what we're sort of hoping for. Magnus deep in thought.
Yeah, it feels like he's been playing freestyle chess. All these retreats, bishops on d1. It's been awkward, and he doesn't look comfortable at all, Magnus. Slight shake of the head. What's he going to do? I mean, it feels like he just has to exchange stuff off and just accept a pawn down endgame. But he's reluctant. He knows that d3 is dropping. But I think it's dropping anyway. You might as well stomach an endgame where your opponent has doubled pawns, where you can get slightly active, maybe a rook to the 7th rank, go for some pawns a bit later. Big moment. 30 seconds now for Magnus. And the pieces come off.
He spent a lot of time getting here. He's mostly just coming to terms with it. He could have played this in about 1 second. It's just not a decision you make lightly. Shout out to the Norwegian flag.
Oh, he's cold.
Oh, look at that. Wow. Or maybe he was doing the ice-cold celebration, like in sport. I love that. If he wins the game and does that, that would be incredible. But Alireza is he's just much better here, David.
He's got a huge advantage. Extra pawn, and it's a very strong one. Passed pawn. Knight to d5 looks like it traps the rook. Knight to d5, was that a rook trap?
Yeah, we got Magnus signs, Speed Chess Championship. Let's focus on the game here. We got like 17 seconds on the clock for the world number 1.
Yeah, missed opportunity. I think Alireza could have had a decisive advantage. He's still better, but that d-pawn is going to struggle to move forward. He cements his knight at least. He's going to come in with his rook and maybe go for the white a-pawn. How to defend? Can Magnus defend? It's very, very passive for now, but he's still alive. Under 20 seconds.
But this is a great position. The knight jumping into the middle. It's amazing rook c4 doesn't just win on the spot, by the way.
Rook c4, he's going to... Oh, he's maybe going to give a check?
Yes, that's the only... Yeah.
I was thinking knight jumps, but they didn't work. Rook g4 would protect the rook, and the white knight would be free to move. Miracle there. But we'll see it unfold.
He's going for it. Obviously, if you keep trading, you're still winning. Okay, you're not winning. That's what I said, obviously. And clearly, Magnus knows this as well.
That is surprising. The white rook on g4 wasn't doing much. It was misplaced. Black's rook was so active. Why trade off an active piece for a passive one? Still better, of course, with the extra pawn, but it's turning. Magnus's king is playing. Black's king is absent here from the fight. Maybe he's surviving this. King c3. The knight's going to try and pick up the d-pawn.
Alireza needs to make sure he doesn't end up losing this endgame. Because he has a lot of pawns advanced, and he could lose them one by one and then go down. Wow, f4. What was that? Rook c5.
Wow, Magnus wants the passed a-pawn. If rooks had come off there, the white knight would have traveled back, and now it's getting that a-pawn. Rook trade. Check first. The king has to move somewhere.
Maybe a... Wow, d2. And now you're going to check and win the pawn, and at least Alireza will be safe here.
Knight e7 check was also possible there, but this is going to be a long grind. Lots of time's going to be eaten off the match clock. 3 versus 2. Must be a draw levy, but only Black can win.
Yeah, and if you're Alireza Firouzja, you almost want to force the game into a draw as fast as possible. That's actually not a completely unreasonable thing to do, because Magnus is winning the match.
Just no breakthrough, no pawn trades, no pass pawns. White's got the perfect formation and draw. Wow, what a cagey start to the 3+1. Really high quality chess, but still no wins for Alireza.
No, nobody can break through. Having said that, if we get to the bullet and it is a 2-game match, you gotta think the young superstar, touted by many as if this was a 1+0 tournament, he very well could be the champion. 1+1 is not the same. It's a little bit different, considering you have increment, but can he pull that off? I like this. Expansion, big center, maybe for a kingside attack, maybe a d5 break in the future. How does Magnus hold him back here? This is a closed type of Catalan game.
Yeah, this is really, really tense stuff. Alireza takes willingly the space advantage. The Black Knight is now forced back to a really passive square. Black is going to try and activate his bishop, though. Ooh, big moment. Bishop to a6 is in the air if that pawn is recaptured, given a question mark. But what is the idea there? Oh, he retreats. Levy, I think he might have miscalculated in that position. I think he could have given up the exchange by taking on c4, taking on c6. I think that's even opening theory. But missed opportunity.
Yeah, but he's going for this locked center approach. I've even seen Magnus play like this with the white side. He gives away this pawn on c4, Catalan style, Black advances. I swear I've seen like 5 different games, like Carlsen Mamedyarov or something. Maybe the colors are flipped. Black just advances on the queen side, and white goes h4, knight e4, knight g5. But I have to say this is better for bullet, because in blitz you have enough time not to panic on the king side.
It's such high risk for white. I don't know if it's the situation that calls for it right now. Let's just go back, because I want to show this, Levy, and this could be important if they keep repeating this opening. Just a few moves ago, d takes c4 was given a question mark. Queen takes pawn. Bishop to a6 with a skewer is the idea. But if white takes on c6, and if the rook is captured, then there's this intermediate move, e takes f6, hitting a bishop, which will hit the queen, and white will emerge with 2 pieces for a rook. Some tactics there. I don't think it's so difficult to calculate. He kind of brushed over this moment, and now he's very much all in on a kingside attack.
There was also something yesterday where Hikaru and Alireza kept playing into something, but it didn't quite work out. That was actually Hikaru believing Alireza, and here Alireza is believing Magnus. Of course, you make decisions very quickly. You don't really think twice about it. But there it is. I mean, here comes the kingside stuff. I don't think this is easy at all for Black. But if there was a format in which to play it in, which is really, really strong, it is 1+1.
Well, we've just seen our first en passant, I believe, of the finals here.
Woo!
Woo! Forced, of course, and some exchanges. This is the live position given a question mark. Magnus not happy. Something's gone wrong, he feels. Uncomfortable position for black. Suddenly weaknesses appearing.
Yeah, what did he miss there? I mean, bishop f6 was a very, very natural move. I guess he didn't want to lose the pawn on e6, quite simply. But knight e5 is extremely powerful. If you lose the pawn on c6, your position is horrible. But bishop g5 is also horrible. I mean, I don't know which one you go for here.
This is hard for Magnus. It's not easy suddenly. Bishop g5 is such a scary threat. I think he's afraid of this one more than anything. He might be forced to sacrifice his exchange. Just leave the rook on that square, rook to c8, played. There was a miss given a moment ago, by the way, for everyone at home. Rook to e1 was apparently even stronger, hitting the e6 pawn than knight e5, but the most human move he played. And, he's lining up now.
No, this is bad. This is very, very unpleasant. You're not defending this with 1 minute less on the clock than they have right now. I keep talking about the bullet, but 1:30. How does Alireza... Yes, he goes bishop g5. And now what? Now what? The rook is going to move. Then what's the move? Oh, because rook f8, knight g6 is just... Oh, no, knight g6?
Oh, setting up. Maybe rook f8 first, queen h4. Just quickly put it on the board. Magnus is going to leave his rook here, I think. But rook to f8 would lose on the spot to a move like queen h4, queen h5 with knight g6 smothered mate. Almost unstoppable.
They have to play g6 and you just lose everything.
So the rook cannot move. The blue arrow appears, Levy. How hard is that?
Well, you know you can't move the rook, so it's just a matter of what move do I play right now that is impactful and good. It's hard to play bishop d6 because you don't feel it does anything. If you take on e5, white just takes with the pawn, and that kind of kicks you out a little bit more. There you go. Knight c6 maybe even before you play bishop f6.
Wow, and the bar rises. It goes sky high. I hear some applause in the audience, people getting excited. Magnus is not happy at all. I don't think you should take this rook, though. I don't think white should rush. Maybe the pawn would recapture. Instead, he drops back his queen, and that rook is frozen. The threat, the idea, the ghost of knight g6 now in the air.
Knight g6 looks... Yeah, he just goes for counterplay. I'm not really sure there's anything else you can do. Not so simple, though, yeah? I mean, what do you play here? Can you play bishop g6 with the idea of, like, bishop f6, knight f7, and, like, you know, all ripping apart the position?
I like it. Just up the ante. Maybe there's no rush. Maybe you can just kind of take a time out, defend b2, or maybe even play b3. But he's looking for the kill. He's leaning in, Alireza.
Actually, bishop g6, bishop f6 just threatens gf, knight f7, and queen h6 mate. So that's... It might not be the best move, but it is quite nasty.
Oh, it's in the air, but b3 apparently a mistake, and now black again needs to find bishop d6. Will it be second time lucky for Magnus? He didn't spot it last time.
No. Now he can get forked and have a rook taken.
Oof. It feels like knight g6 ideas will come with extra power as well. I mean, you can take one, and then you can take another rook with knight g6. You can be two exchanges to the good. But he doesn't want any material, Alireza.
What is Alireza like trying to do ultimately? I mean, of course he's completely dominant. He just doesn't see the breakthrough. He is trying to make Magnus panic here.
At some point he's got to cash in, surely. Like, there's material to be taken, therefore he takes the rook. Finally, there's a c6 pawn that's been hanging for a few moves here. He goes the other way.
Oh, double rook sack for Magnus, or did he just not see that? What is this?
Where else? I guess rook f7 was the only way, but then the e6 pawn was hanging. He'd far rather have a grip. At least he's attacking the white queen.
Oh, Alireza's going to lose his d4 pawn, and this is not simple whatsoever.
Wow, all the pawns for black. He even wants a queen trade, but rook sacrificed back, Levy.
He sacrifices the rook. Bishop d4, queen d4. There's queen d8 incoming.
Wow, brilliant move there. The queens might come off, but on white's terms. Queen c5 dodges, and we'll see that. A queen check at the top of the board.
And then you have to block, and a5 begins to fall. Queen d6, okay.
Oh, he's just material up with an attack. The white bishop's doing such a good job of stopping the black pawn there.
Take it. Rook e7. I thought rook e7 just looked completely winning.
That would have been game over, it feels like. Maybe c2 ideas, though. Counterplay. Magnus has centralized his queen.
Queen e5, no? Just queen e5 has to... Just feels like...
Maybe take and then queen e5.
Yes, okay. I don't like how panicked Alireza is.
Oh, both sides have sacrificed rooks. Magnus is improving, though. That's a big pawn.
And he's going to just probably take on f4. Yeah. Ooh. Oh, just in time to defend himself.
But it's so stuck. How does white make progress?
Probably. Oh, now how does white make progress is the real question.
He gives a check.
Queen e3 he can play?
He needs to get his king off the back rank. King h2 maybe, and oh, Magnus is closing the door on the white rook.
No, but this doesn't work. He just takes it. He doesn't. Yeah, that's it. And Alireza is... Okay, I thought there was going to be a resignation.
Not over yet. White is struggling for a plan, but there we go. F4, and the Black King has to give way, and Alireza takes the win.
Alireza Firouzja, what a game. There was 3 rooks out of a possible 4 sacrificed in that game. I know what's going to be on the thumbnail now. Just kidding, it was always going to be Magnus. Now, Queen's Gambit declined in this game. This is exactly what we wanted, David. What a win for Alireza. A tense battle. I said in that structure, it's typical for White to end up getting a checkmating attack. And even in this format, he got it done. Are you hyped?
Yeah, I can't wait. And it's back to this old friend, this opening. Magnus looks tired, Levy. I think this is fantastic news. This might be the momentum Alireza needs. Backing it up, though. 1 win is not enough on its own. He needs to keep racking up those points, whether it's draws, wins, stay within touching distance ahead of the bullet.
Small question. So he said he was cold. I thought they would be bringing him like a Team Liquid branded like hoodie. But what if you turn up the temperature in the playing hall and then Alireza says it's too hot? Now what? Now they have a chess game going to the arbiter while playing more chess. Like, how do you take care of that? But I thought he was going to get something put on. I guess they turned up the heat?
Yeah, it's difficult. I think peek behind the curtain here, the players do have personal fans just below the desks because they were saying it was too hot in there. So I guess they'll just be turning off Magnus's fan, letting him warm up a bit.
I see. Fascinating insights into the incredible world of how to take care of the physical body while playing such a mental sport. They do say they're probably going to burn like 1,000 calories during this match, right? Your heart rate, like all that stuff. It is pretty mind-blowing. Do they eat snacks?
I know Magnus likes to snack between games, and often that brings him a lot of success. Very, very in tune with the diet, the regime. Not sure about other players, actually. This position, though, looks so easy for White to play. But if there's no breakthrough on the King side, then Black is doing quite well long-term.
H3, yeah. I mean, you're playing something where it looks like now White is going to have to go for a checkmating attack. Alireza must love it. Black would love to play c4, b5, b4. Not so simple because you don't control the b5 square right now. So the question is, what does Black do?
Big, big moment. Alireza needs a plan, but it's going to cost him some time on the clock. That feels like the wrong direction. Where's the Queen going from there? And the blue arrow appears, trying to take advantage of the consequences of bringing the Queen away from the King side. Levy, does that win a pawn? Does the Black Bishop then have to move back? Some exchanges and maybe something hanging in the center? Something's in the air.
Yeah, I think Alireza is relying on the fact that in that sequence he takes on d4, and then the Queen would be attacking the knight on d5. Yes, f5 F5's not a move you want to play, though, because it doesn't feel right. You did all this to put the knight on e5, but he missed his chance. And now David Firouzja's crashing in on the c3 knight, which means a4 will fall. e4 is under attack.
Yeah, timing. f5 was so key there, but Magnus reluctant to calculate. 2 minutes, waves from the crowd. Waves of emotion, of course, when that last game finished.
This feels like Squid Game. You know when you can see all the participants and you're just like the frontman and you're sitting? This is what it feels like. They can't see us. We can see you. Keep the energy high. We appreciate you very much. Thank you for waving at the camera. We are waving back. You just can't see it. I promise. Never has there been a more parasocial relationship. Knight back to e2. I like it because you're not actually going to lose the knight on c3 and the Black Bishop and Queen kind of feel stuck, David. But now this is just looking pretty nice for Alireza. Uh-oh, is that rook trapped?
Wow, that rook only has one safe square, really, one active safe square, rook c1, but f6 is even better, going for the Black King.
A 4th rook sacrifice. Can you believe it?
Oh, he's thinking about it. Magnus loves exchange sacrifices in general, especially positional ones, but here it's really natural. It's the move he wants to play next anyway. It's just whether he feels he has time. And the rook sacrifice, I think White would just ignore that and continue creating threats. Maybe pawn takes pawn, maybe the Queen would threaten checkmate on the g-file.
Maybe his original intention was actually to just play like rook c1. Probably saw like, oh, my a4 pawn doesn't matter because I'm always threatening f6. Now Alireza is forcing...
Oof.
I mean...
Alireza would have played f6.
Yeah, I don't golf with Magnus, but you know, rook c1's probably what he was thinking there, and now Alireza's always in time to create some counterplay.
And pieces come off the board, which means that the White attack will not be quite as ferocious. Rook takes rook, given the blue arrow. Does give Black the advantage according to the computer, but it does feel like, in practical terms, it's in the balance.
Yeah, for sure. For sure, for sure. And if you don't checkmate Black here, you're just going to probably lose the endgame. You'll have 2 bishops versus 2 knights. The black pawn on e4 will become a monster because the bishops will support it. You lose a pawn on the outside of the board. The bishops will support an outside pass pawn. Knights are terrible at controlling the outside pass pawn, and that is why Firouzja plays f6. Magnus is dangerously close to having no attack. He has to play queen g3 with a counter attack on the bishop there.
Wow, and he's seen the idea because he wants to play queen g3 or first. Knight takes one of these pawns and then queen g3 with full board awareness there, double attack. Bishop d6 has to be played to stop that idea.
But that's just like putting a bishop into outer space, but it controls such an important square. That's all he's doing, and he finds the move. Wow.
Whoa.
Wow.
Fantastic move from Alireza. So calm. Ignoring pawns, just controlling squares.
That was one of the 2 out of 10 times it was good to go backwards. When you do it, you'll lose. When he does it, it's really good. That's very important. And now that bishop just controls such an important g3, f4. How does white even coordinate an attack now?
Yeah, if the black queen ever gets to this diagonal, I know this is covered for now, but that diagonal long term, watch out. The white king might be toast, might be in big, big trouble. The bishop goes back first. He's trying to somehow clear a path or plant his bishop on some active squares to support this pawn coming through. White might have to go passive. Another retreat. This time might be one of those 8 out of the 10 where it doesn't quite work out for white. Maybe nothing else.
Nothing else. But you know what? Now the tide of the game is going to shift a little bit because now it does feel like Firouzja's sort of figuring a few things out. But what does he do now? He kind of stopped the threats. How does he go from here? Magnus can still... Okay, he jumps the wrong knight into d5. We saw that with the blue arrow, but it's tough to understand why. b5 now, trying to destabilize the queen side.
Okay, pawn trade. The a4 pawn was hanging for a long time. He was never able to quite win it, so maybe some frustration. But b4 is a threat to break the connection between the 2 white knights.
This is a terrible position for white. I was like, what do you play here? Queen h4, he's just going for sacrifices.
Yeah, he's going all
Let's go, baby. Top 100. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go, baby.
e4 falls, though.
Oh, yeah. Not bad.
Another one of those 2 out of 10.
That's like the best move he's played, and he has been playing incredible. Queen d8's amazing. Rookie one now, b4. Can he call the bluff on the center here?
Bishop to b8, also very logical. Knight takes e4 has been played though. I was going to say, black is threatening to come in with the queen with a nasty mate. But now white is pinned all over the shop.
King h8, and now the knight has no moves to check the king.
Wow, queen takes knight would have been a huge blunder.
Damn! Let's go, baby!
Black rook would have been hanging more sacrifices. Magnus is a piece down though.
And he's going to be 2 pieces down for half a move.
He's gambling on a perpetual check, but is it? The black king's running. 2 extra bishops.
Let's go.
He's scrambling to the other side of the board. Oh, he trades the queen, and can he escape, David? Yes? No?
Who knows? Who knows? He's kept his bishop defended. The black queen holds the bishop and he's marching, but he's blundered his other bishop.
Oh, no. Oh, no, but now he has this.
Trying to get the queens off, or will it be checkmate? If the checks dry up, black is winning.
Oh, Alireza needs this game, David.
He's keeping the b pawn alive. Without that pawn, it would be a draw, but now he's transitioned into a winning endgame.
This is a winning king and pawn endgame. Oh, no, no, it's not!
What's happened? Now the black bishop is stuck defending its pawn and the black king cannot make progress. Magnus has built a fortress.
This is unbelievable, and Alireza Firouzja was just moments away there. And it's a draw. Wow.
Oh, Magnus laughing. That is relief. That is relief erupting from him. He was on the edge there. He creates a counterplay, credit to him, but Alireza looking back with regret on a missed opportunity.
And for the good of the people, it is now 6-7. Alireza Firouzja, Magnus Carlsen. It was super, super close there, David. That was a great game and a great moment for a break for Magnus.
He needed it. He was really on the ropes there, low on energy. Alireza just checked back. He knew he was winning as he leaves the arena. Levy, he's playing so well right now. The bullet is almost round the corner. What's he thinking?
Honestly, what I would be thinking now is, hey, I got this. Like, I'm very close to tying up this match. It could have been a totally different, it could have been 6.5, 6.5. But Alireza, young guy, you got to play up to the memes. All joking aside, he leads the 3+1 so far, and he led the 5+1. So he is playing fantastic, and we could have not asked for a better match. What do you think?
I mean, beforehand, I was just hoping it would be close. I didn't think it would be this close. I had fears that maybe Magnus would emerge with too big a lead. But the 3+1's been so narrow. I mean, Alireza's leading that one. He's outplaying Magnus, at least, regularly, which is a great sign.
Hey, you know the match has been amazing? You know what else is amazing? Zenny. let me tell you about Zenny. Zenny is the official eyewear partner of Chess.com. And I think at this point there's supposed to be some beautiful thing, but I'll just, I will tell you this. I will tell you this. These are Zennies. This is not product placement. They are on my face, the official eyewear partner of Chess.com, because high quality eyewear is now more affordable than ever. Quality within reach. Never say cheap, David, right? This is beautiful. This is beautiful right here. And you put these on, you find all the best moves. We've got some demos here, I think, in these containers. I know you wore some yesterday.
I did.
And
let's do it. Let's make a change. Something needs to change.
Yeah.
There we go. Zenny at the double.
Oh my goodness, we've got some black glasses here. I like my white transparent ones. David looking good. Oh my, can we get a camera on David? David, my goodness. Folks, save 15% off with code CHESS until February 16th. Go to zenny.com/chess, zenni.com/chess, CHESS. Go there now. We'll be right back.
Eyewear partner of Chess.com. They have hundreds, no, thousands of affordable frames.
Clear the board. Buy yourself time. Magnet. Pull every shield your way. Royal Frenzy! How long?
Good lord. God. I'm gonna leave stream up for a bit, just finish the chess match. We got top 100. I kind of want to work on my game some before the Super Bowl. Let me see if Tubi's on the TV. 1 second. Yeah, and I muted it, right? Yeah, it's just a stupid ad. Cool.
rather, is 7-2-6, or as some would say, 6-7. We've got about 30 minutes remaining in this portion, and then we will play bullet chess 1+1. Magnus Carlsen getting settled in. Earbuds will be in. Chess will be on the big screen, and moves will get underway. How's the match been so far?
It's been wild. The quality has been insanely high throughout. Yes, there have been a couple of slip-ups in the time scrambles, but strategically, tactically, they're spotting stuff. Practically, cool sacrifices and gambles from Magnus just paying off at the end there to maintain his lead. I've been impressed. It's been less topsy-turvy than yesterday's semi-final between Alireza and Hikaru, but we know how good he is in the 1+1. Magnus must be feeling the pressure. He was snacking away in the break, chewing up there, and we're back to the Bogo Indian with that check. Magnus now goes for a solid version, trading off the bishop for knight, but parting with the bishop pair.
Yes, now we will be seeing a Queen's Indian setup for black with the lack of the dark squared bishop. White will not get the traditional approach with g3, bishop g2, the king side in shadow. We're going to slowly ease into this one, but I have to say that break came at a good moment because Alireza was catching fire. Alireza is a really, really streaky player. When he feels like he is playing well, good lord does he play well. And Magnus here, look at this, taking a pawn, opening up the g-file. David, what can we expect?
Yeah, this is a big, big decision for Magnus Carlsen, but I think he's studied this type of thing before. He wants to get the g-file. Black has great control over this long square, this long diagonal here on the light squares. And yes, the kings are both castled to the same side, but I don't think that's bad news for black. With the bishops, they want open diagonals. They want targets. They don't have any right now, and Magnus is doing Magnus things with the h-pawn marching.
For sure, it's very difficult here for white to actually make these bishops happy. He's going to have to reposition his knight. In repositioning his knight, he's going to then block some of the other pieces. Like, the only way to move the dark squared bishop into the game is maybe via c1. To do that, you have to move the king and then the bishop, but Magnus chooses to go a little passive, and this might let Alireza get in the game a bit here.
Yeah, big moment.
f4?
Ooh, tempting, right? Before the black knight clamps down on that square. Yes, it's a pawn sacrifice, but the dark squared bishop would be thanking you. Oh, I love it, Levy. f4 not played, though. That would have been up Alireza's alley for sure. Instead, we see a blocked position with the knights jumping.
Yeah, this position now with the knight getting to f5, still not bad, but after black's bishop gets to c8, it's just going to chop it down. Alireza has to get the dark squared bishop out before it's too late.
Moves his king, he shuffles. His next move is almost for sure going to be a bishop retreat to try and kick away this knight. That knight can be backed up, though, by its fellow knight here.
And then what? And then what?
And then what?
And then what? Like, yeah, absolutely, I get it. I don't understand why the computer thinks that black is so much better. Maybe some queen d7, queen h3, like you have to... Or that could be it. Yeah, that's a problem.
Great move. Looks surprising, but actually the white queen cannot go forward when it gets hit in a moment. He's going to have to retreat all the way home. And now black inches forward. He's improved all of his pieces. The problem is this is a typical Magnus grind. He loves close centers, slow improvement moves, minimal risk right now. No energy for the opponents. He's trying to kill Farouja's momentum.
Plenty of energy from Magnus. He is still chewing, by the way. That whatever it was, it is fueling him throughout this game. 2 minutes on the clock, approximately, for both players. Yeah, Alireza is not happy here, but he is just going to sit, and he is going to let Magnus approach and see if he can fire back at some point.
Ooh, he does part with the g-file, though. Black has this open line. Watch out for any infiltration later. For now, it's all covered. The white knight is the glue holding things together, covers the black rook from landing on g2, most importantly, and finally some counterplay. He's going to be trying to smash open the queen side sooner or later, but knight g2 very, very strong. Kicking away, trading off that key defender.
Threatening to infiltrate with the rook right after, so Alireza is not going to have the time to play c5.
So important as well. Before c5, maybe the white knight could have come this way to escape the trade. But knight g4 instead.
Very tricky.
Blocking the g-file, most importantly.
You could have taken it with the light squared bishop if you were Magnus, but then that would have opened things up. Instead, he does this. Maybe f5 is an idea?
Ooh, f5 definitely on the cards now. There are knight h6 tricks. Very Alireza-esque. Just a fork there. Knight h6 would attack the rook, would have attacked f5 as well. But the black knights now are the ones plugging the gaps.
But if white stabilizes, although that's extremely difficult considering g4 is hanging, he'll get c5 and c6, and if anybody on the planet can checkmate you from this position, it is Alireza, but he's definitely not so happy here.
Yeah, the problem is he can't get his queen on the diagonal. Like c5, he would love to get his queen up and round to a6, but all the squares are covered. He's going to have to do a bit of a stutter step here. Queen to d2 first, and black is first to get in.
Yeah, this is an absolute demolition job, a positional masterpiece. The queen not only stops the white queen or any piece from advancing forward, it's going to take on h2, and then black is just going to promote the h-pawn.
That's the future queen. Just cutting across the third rank is full domination. White can barely move a piece. Magnus can slow play this now. Take all the time in the world. What to do? What's the best bet for Alireza long term? Is it just install a pawn here, hope for checkmate? What to do?
Says sacrifice the rook there. Love the poster. It would be not a good decision at this very moment. Although, to be honest with you, frankly, not any move looks particularly effective. This is such a clinical game, I'm not sure he repeats this line.
Exactly. Or at least if he does, he's not going to allow the center to block up. He puts a pawn on c6, so if the white queen ever does land on a6, maybe checkmate, but wow, check this out. There was a double hit on the white rook, which couldn't have been sacrificed, and now the black knight transports over to pick up the a3 pawn. This is just over. Maybe Alireza just resigns this game, moves on to the next one.
Yeah, this is the best game Magnus has played in quite some time. Actually, twice now in this match, when Alireza picked up steam, Magnus just came back in emphatic fashion. 3.5, 2.5 in that first segment, then Magnus wins 3 in a row. Alireza leads this segment, and Magnus getting a win. Well, it's not over yet, but this is the best game he's played in like an hour.
It's that gum. Is it the neuro gum? Whatever Magnus is chewing, it's magical. Giving him powers there, and the clock turns red. Alireza in huge time trouble. He's going to click the resign button. There we go. Magnus takes the win, makes a face. He's very happy with that one.
Yeah, that was an incredible game. That could be in a book. That straight up could have been in a book. I know it's a 3+1 game on a Sunday night in London, but like still, that was excellent. And Alireza also had a couple of just fantastic games today.
That could have easily belonged in Nimzovich's My System. You have a positional concept, you see it through to the end. Very smooth, very one-sided. Alireza won't be too proud. I think he needs open positions, Alireza. Those closed center positions, Magnus has been happily maneuvering around, and we're back to the c3 Sicilian. I would like to take some credit for this. I do play this c3 Sicilian a lot. Magnus used to tease me about it, but he started playing it in recent years as he likes to go for the safer variations here, happily trading off the knights, the bishops, the queens. Levy, does he want to just kind of maintain his 2-point lead now into the 1+1 section?
I don't know, you just talked about this opening, and you golf with the guy. Like, is he playing to win an endgame, or is he just playing to play something low risk?
I mean, he did this in the World Cup 2023. That was the first time he really started embracing the c3 Sicilian, but that was against Pragnananda. He only needed a draw with white. That was enough. Alireza doesn't like playing these endgames, as we spoke about generally, but here he's totally fine. Black has everything covered. e6 next. Evict the knight, a6. Just looks like a level endgame.
Yeah, we've got some stats there on the screen, and I'm not going to read them, because all they do is confirm that he is very good at chess. Shocking. A shocking development for the audience that we have not yet come to this conclusion. Yeah, the Alapin is super annoying, because when you play the Sicilian with black, it is quite literally the most combative option. And white just does this garbage to you, and now you have to spend like 6-7 minutes playing this position, and then what? It's totally symmetrical.
Yeah, and it's just a draw. Alireza will be frustrated. Maybe it's just best to get all the pieces off the board quickly, get that draw done. Don't take the pawn on h2, unless your name is Bobby Fischer. Pawn to g3 would trap that piece. King to d7. Levy, do you think Magnus is going to be cynical, eat 5-6 minutes off the clock, or is he just going to happily repeat here?
I don't know. Obviously, the smart thing to do is to just play as long of a game as possible, but we will see. If you want to just play a whole nother game, you're totally able to. Obviously, the smart thing to do is to burn as much time as possible, but then if you lose, your opponent has a really good interview moment against you, so...
That's true. And Alireza stayed calm. I was so impressed against Hikaru when Hikaru was doing it a few times. He stayed calm and waited for his chances. This is the most drawn position you'll ever see. Maybe black gets the moral victory of having the king slightly further in the center, but no breakthrough. And they start to repeat. They're out of there, onto the next game.
Yeah, credit to Magnus. He would prefer to play one more game. Okay, Firouzja goes back to the same setup, and I am very curious to see what he has in store. Obviously, that didn't go very well. Can you play F3 here, or is that ridiculous?
It's definitely not ridiculous. The question is whether you wait F3. Maybe Black will play D5 immediately to stop White expanding in the center. Earlier, Magnus was playing with D6, so maybe it was worth waiting a move and then pushing forward with F3, E4.
F3 is the engine setup here, if I'm not mistaken. Computers really like to play E3, Bishop D3, Queen C2, and like just play that absurd structure, which for humans we've never played like this, but now we do, because Black just doesn't have any moves in the center of the board with the pieces.
Yeah, and Black's bishop is somewhat blunted. Not too happy, at least on this diagonal, just staring across a wall of pawns here. Magnus makes a face and then develops his knight. Very Nimzovician there. As now he's trying to force that pawn structure you mentioned.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe he could go for E5. Wow, knight B3 just seems like a crazy move. Usually you would put the knight behind the B pawn.
Yeah, and wow, Magnus creates an instant threat. He wants to come out with his queen. Quite elementary stuff. That would have been awkward, but now the white bishop is ready to throw itself in the way and block. There we go, steps back. This is going to be a really double-edged positional battle.
I have to tell you, if there was ever a game that we should have on the big screen, it really is this one. The venue is beautiful, the audience is amazing, the LED screens probably cost a lot of money, but I will really just say, having this on a big screen to analyze would be really great. This is potentially the weirdest game that we've had so far, because they have played a lot of Queen's Indians, they've played Nimso Indians, Queen's Gambit declines, it's been a D4 masterclass. They've probably pushed opening theory forward by like 2 years just in this match, but this position is super, super strange and interesting to dive into. White will just develop some pieces. Black is trying to provoke, you know, some attack in some form, but White doesn't have to do any of that. And at some point after White castles, he's just going to launch a pawn attack. It's not even clear where Magnus is going to castle here, David.
Wow, and I think with this last move, he says queenside. He pushes forward. He really wants that G-file open, just like he did in the previous game, but it looks superficial. The question mark appears. Levy, this can't be right. He's taking so many liberties.
We'd certainly be saying if Alireza had played G5, oh, he's tilted. Oh, he's spinning out of control. But Magnus plays G5. Oh, wow. Oh, let's all pay attention to that pawn push. No, this looks crazy. I mean, it looks like you are loading up the bazooka on B7 and just like the, you know, the cavalry and the pawns. And Firouzja never castled that way. Like you're storming the castle that has been abandoned 100 years ago. And there we go. And now what? Now what's the idea?
Exactly. He's just going to try and survive now, Magnus. He's going to try and mimic White's setup here by castling queenside, but great move from Alireza, changing the pace, going forward, trying to blow it open before Black's king has committed. And en passant.
Ah, that's obvious. That's obvious to any fan, and he's done it.
There we go. A cheer for en passant today by the Frenchman. Of course it was going to be en passant.
Magnus giving a curious scowl to this audience with a mustache is like all I've ever asked for in my life. Like he just looks like an Australian, looks like at a kangaroo holding a dog. You've seen that clip, like in the water? Just epic. This is great. Please continue this. I hope Alireza figures out a way to crash through on the king side here. I love this match. This is the highest level chess we've seen. I mean, this is just I'm having a great time.
Yeah, I mean, he's making your thumbnails easy for you there, Levy, those mustaches.
He's just showed up to the tournament, so the thumbnail was easy, really.
Okay, to take or not to take. Bishop takes h4 is the move I think most of us would play on autopilot, but it does part with the bishop pair. Potentially this dark square bishop could be a killer of the black king if it can somehow find some active diagonals unchallenged. So he's hesitating. Maybe he wants to redeploy that bishop onto a different diagonal a bit later on. But how to break through, how to open up further lines against the black king.
Oh, he takes the bishop. That's a huge decision.
Ooh, that bishop wasn't really running away. 2 bishops versus 2 knights. Of course, the bishops are the favorites if it opens up, but it's not that open yet, Levy.
Yeah, bishop e1 looked like a really nice move. Okay, now what? Bishop.
Ooh, g3. Doesn't care about pawns. He just wants open lines. I like it.
That's absolutely genius. Like, but now he's going to rotate that rook to g1. He gives Magnus a pawn.
Oh, and he's coming round. Beautiful. He spotted the key diagonal. Magnus looks quite impressed. This is Alpha Zero-esque. The way he's just moving his bishops around, doesn't care about material, knowing that long term he's going to get attacks on that Black King.
Alireza winning this game, I'm hoping he does, because this is otherworldly. Maybe King A2, just like a simple move. Simple move getting off the back rank, and then you improve next.
Exactly. Slow play it, stay calm. Magnus is trying to annoy him by keeping an eye on this pawn, making it difficult to kind of move the bishop in the way. Oh, great spot levy, King A2.
Now bishop C3 with tempo. Yes. Yes, this is excellent.
And he's threatening bishop D4. Magnus has missed this. King forward, bishop D4, he would force an exchange sacrifice.
He's going to take it, that's what he wants. But maybe rook D1 here. Like, maybe you don't have to part ways. Or maybe even E4. Okay, fine, I get it, but that wasn't the best, I don't think.
No, maybe selling his advantage slightly short. There's no great infiltration squares for the white rooks yet, and the black knights are going to be super strong in the endgame. It's not one-sided traffic right now. B4 almost trapped the queen.
Rook H7 maybe. Oh, that's nasty, and he's pinned.
Wow, the king has to move. Oh, the knight goes back. This is hanging by a thread. White's attack looks so scary.
Queen F4 looked way stronger, I feel like.
Different angle could have come in. Counterplay. Oh, the advantage is gone. White's gone passive. The knight can come back. Magnus wants the queens off. Of course he does. He always does.
But now Queen F4. Yeah.
Keep him on. Magnus missed that one.
Queen G3, Queen D4, and the attack is renewed.
Oh, and a check. He can pick up some pawns at the least.
Yes, the position is collapsing for black here. You have F4 ideas here.
Oh, he's just going to try and push Magnus. Check. The rook can come in the near future.
I don't like this. No draw here from Alireza. Come on. Rook D8 maybe.
Oh, he's repeating.
Wow.
Wow, Alireza had a big advantage, but repeats. Yes, he was low on time, but Magnus has got to be thinking that that is a sign of weakness from Alireza. No belief.
Yeah, for sure. That was such a strange decision. I guess the risk was the H pawn, maybe. Like in the long run, he felt himself losing control of the position. He felt like he couldn't move. He was mated. Oh man,
that is odd. He could have repeated a bit later, surely. There was no rush. We're back to the C3 Sicilian, one of the trendier versions. This is a different move order. Normally the bishop comes out to C4 in this opening, hits the knight in the center. A check has become trendy with some cute tricks here. And we'll see some exchanges in the center, likely from Magnus. He's not playing this for a draw necessarily, but he's playing it to frustrate Firouzja. There's no easy way for black to get a full-blooded fight in this opening. This is fascinating match strategy. He waited so long to play E4. Now he's hammering away against the Sicilian.
Yeah, now we get a big trade. Now, in the long run, isn't white better?
Maybe slightly with the outside pawn majority.
Yes,
3.
Yes, the 3 on 2.
C4 threatened. But black is rock solid for now. It's going to be difficult to look that far into the future. Bishop C5 is not possible right now, as a pawn would drop, although slightly tempting. Oh, he does go for it, Alireza, and then he's going to castle queenside. Question mark, but this is a gamble, calculated risk here.
This is amazing, and Magnus knows he either takes the pawn and buckles up. He might, because he might feel like the last game, he got slightly away. He's like, yeah, all right, let's provoke. No, he just goes to the center, but now black is very happy.
Completed development. For everyone at home, queen takes pawn was possible, but black would have got an open file staring down at the white king. That was scary, scary stuff. So Magnus instead is retreating, but now black is more than fine.
Yes, the position is very comfortable now. Knight takes C3 looked cool, but it didn't work. Because the queen would have taken the queen with the check, and at the end white would be winning. Just don't worry, we're just yapping, as they say. Alireza is going to bring the second rook. He also has ideas to just sort of pawn avalanche, F5, E5, E4, etc.
Ooh, especially now. The white queen might be kicked to some awkward squares. F5 is another reason to play that move. H7 would otherwise be dropping if you bring your rook into the center. Yeah, Magnus is low on energy again. I think he's just waiting for this section to end. It feels like he's always bringing his best at the beginning of the segment now. Bishop E3. I think exchanging everything would be too compliant, would just guide it towards equality.
Yeah.
But there we go. That's what happens.
There it is. Maybe he's just getting old.
Aren't we all?
Yeah. I mean, that's just it, really. Like, you cut the segment by about 15 minutes, you know, and he'll be just right. But this is going to be a rook endgame that, again, he can play forever and ever. And this time he will, because it's not just an easy draw.
Yeah, it's consistent. It's part of a bigger match strategy. He's playing the C3 Sicilian for a reason. He wants to keep things under control, pragmatic. He wants to really annoy his younger rival. I'm expecting the king, there we go, to come into the center.
Now, the thing is, we're nearing the point that we're only guaranteed one more game. It's very important. The next game with white, Alireza will... Honestly, I have seen Magnus win so many positions with this outside pawn. I don't think it's going to happen here. And his other structure is split, isolated e-pawn, G&H. But just like Hikaru wins positions that he has no business winning, I've seen Magnus win rook in games that I'm like, how the... whatever. I can't even... So then now he's going to play for some b4 or some rook a2 stuff.
Yeah, this is not easy to immediately force towards a draw for Alireza. I mean, the inverse is true. Like, Alireza, one of his weaknesses has been known to be rook endgames historically. In the candidates, he's lost several kind of quieter-looking endgames. Yeah, it's not his forte. Magnus is certainly playing against the opponent, playing for this format as well. There we go, takes the open file.
For endgames at this level, first of all, you need a huge amount of pattern recognition inside your memory bank and famous games, famous training games probably. But you also do need intuition. The same intuition Alireza carries in his fiery games, Magnus carries in endgames. And just the truth is, at this level, endgames are far more likely than crazy fire on the board. And that's why he's the best.
Exactly. Pawn to e4, he's saying, okay, I'm covering all the squares. Where are you going with your rook? Nowhere. Are you ever pushing any of these pawns? You might create some weaknesses. Maybe we'll see a minority attack of the white pawn stepping forward in the near future. Magnus loves pushing, especially the h-pawn. Ultimately should be a draw levy, but he's eating time off the clock already.
This is one of those games that just like is a dagger. You know, like at the end of a basketball game, a shot goes in and that's it. An endgame grind, first time in the match, right? A pure endgame grind, like just like this, to get all the match time off the clock almost. 3-game lead, that is not what Alireza wants. It's a king and pawn endgame, David, but these are so tricky. It's not just 5-on-5 as a draw. There's so many subtleties.
Exactly, and probably it's easier to play white here. You have the potential to deflect, distract your opponent. Magnus now, blue arrow appears. E5 is a winning move. I think it just clears the path for the white king, and he misses it. That was not easy. Calculation was needed. But e5's there again, Levy, and it's getting more obvious now with the black king sidelined, away from the center. King f4 equally good. e5's coming. White's going to break through with an outside passed pawn.
Yeah, I guess Alireza just saw e5, king d5 here, which is totally reasonable. It just looks like you're not breaking through. But all of a sudden, white is going to force an outside pass pawn.
Wow, this could be a gut-wrenching defeat for Alireza. It's going to be the two split pawns, what were you calling it? The crab yesterday with the G pawn, the H pawn, and then the B pawn deflecting the black king, but no, Alireza blocks it up. Magnus closes the gate, and the white king is coming. The race begins. Magnus making a face, smiling to the audience there. He knows he's winning. He's counted it out.
Magnus signaling for the crowd to applaud him 20 moves before the conclusion of the game because he's counted it out. 5-on-5. 5-on-5, king and pawns. And he gets it done. I called it. I called it like 2 minutes ago. It's crazy.
Wow, e5, what a move indeed. Magnus smiles, moves further ahead in this match. Alireza now really cannot afford to lose this final game of the 3+1.
No, he has to get this game back if we want the match to be close. A 4-game lead is just too much to overcome in Bullet. He's definitely frustrated with himself. I said that win like that can take it really out of your sails. Like it sucks.
It's heartbreaking in a way. You can see it on the camera. Alireza's super annoyed at himself. That was the most level looking of endgames, but somehow he crashed and burned quite quickly in that king and pawn endgame, underestimating the dangers. And this is actually a variation we saw yesterday between Alireza and Hikaru. Hikaru went back with his bishop instead, and back to e7. He might be forced to do that anyway, Magnus Carlsen. Very trendy line.
In fact, I think Carlsen Caruana, 2018. Yeah, World Championship match, except the queen went to a5 in that match. I'm sure they have studied it, and I wouldn't be shocked if Magnus remembers all of that from 8 years ago, and plus all the updates.
Yeah, he'll tell you what page of his notes it features in. Queen to a5 now is the way to take advantage of the fact that white's king hasn't castled yet. Knight to e4 jumps often extremely annoying. Normally they bring a knight back to d2 or put something on d2 just to break the pin. Bishop to e2 instead, and we'll see some mass liquidations if Magnus does want to jump in.
Now, Alireza has been prone to tilt. It definitely happens, like in the candidates, not just once, but 2 times, and obviously in the match last year. Think about this. The scoreline last year was 23-7.
He's already got that.
23-7. How is that even possible, right? It clearly shows a lot of fast losses in Bullet. That's really what happened. But, I mean, this is a totally different story. One more win, he's back in the match. He very well could be a slight favorite in the Bullet. Pretty sure Magnus has lost the Bullet segment already in this championship. So anything can happen. Alireza just can't spin out of control here.
Exactly. He's beaten Magnus in a Bullet match online before, so he will believe. But 3 points or 4 points, it's going to be a huge handicap at the beginning of that segment. Here, threat, knight takes knight would shatter the white pawn structure. So the question is whether you can do anything about that, or whether you have to play a sad tempo-losing move like rook to c1, back in the direction it came from, just to defend that knight. But Magnus is totally fine. He's equalized and up on the clock. Castles and Levy, that's a risk being taken now. He's even giving up a pawn.
Yeah, wow.
Oh, he wanted knight to g5, threatening a checkmating attack along the diagonal. Cut out.
Now he has to take, yep. Maybe he's going to push a c-pawn next.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure what else you could do. Your a-pawn's hanging.
Yeah, knight to
The
c3
thriving
looks
subject.
awkward, though, if the white pawn does push. Why would you take this position? Risk of just being clearly worse. Risk going 4 points down. Oh, yes. I don't like it. I think the tilt is kicking in.
It's very tough to understand. And he could have stabilized, but it's very difficult to tilt in the previous game and then, okay, I'm going to hold it together, we're going to draw this game, and then we're going to go to the bullet. You kind of want to win, but in trying to win and take back the point, you do some crazy stuff to your position. Like I'm already looking at e5. Yeah, e5, bishop f5.
e4 coming, bishop f5, nasty, nasty pin, c4 forced. The black knight is going to retreat.
Oh, that could be just in time by Alireza. This is tricky now.
Yeah, killing the black threats in one move, but the black bishop is still about to come out, start targeting some weak pawns. h3 is slow. b6 first.
Yeah, and he's going to go for c5, and if he gets c5, it's actually not all bad. And c6.
Black's going to try and cut across that. There we go.
Rook b5 is with tempo, and rook c3 basically completely locks in the move c5. You would maybe even have to play queen c5, which just looks, honestly, maybe not even that bad.
Yeah, queens don't feel comfortable being blockaders. Maybe the black knight can also come round. I would expect knight to d7. There we go. As you said, queen c5 just looked kind of superficial. The knight looks super strong there.
It's a race. Bishop f5, knight f6 check. Alireza forever the tactician. If he gets rid of that knight on c5, he will push the c-pawn there.
Okay, but Magnus says it will be on his terms. The queen will replace the knight. Alireza wants everything off now. He's fighting for equality.
Everything he does is dynamic. Bishop g4 is a crazy move.
Asking for f5, but there would have been some exchanges there, and white's queen would have been staring at f5 as well as the bishop. Now at least the pawn on g4 is surprisingly strong. It helps clamp down on the king side. Black cannot really push further forward. He'd love to somehow get his knight back and into d5, but there's no way to get this white rook out of that square. There we go.
Alireza was deciding whether to go for this or not. If he does go for this, winning chances are quite low. Although if the colors were flipped, we wouldn't be saying that. We'd be saying, oh, he's looking for some endgame.
And it is official. This will be the final game of the 3+1. We're headed to bullet next. Can Alireza limit the damage before that, or even get a win back? Queen to b3. He threatens a check. Therefore, the black king moves off the diagonal. And okay, that is almost tantamount to a draw offer. It feels like Magnus didn't want the queens off. It feels like he's laughing at what I said earlier. Rook c5, and maybe he feels that with the queens on, he can start pushing.
But if he wins this, it's going to be unreal. Alireza has to fight back here. 17 seconds. It really feels like the control of the match is slipping away. Queen c2, a nice defensive move. What?
What? Queen takes e4. Magnus has blundered a pawn. Game on.
But he's just got b5.
Rook a1.
Oh, rook a1!
Magnus has blundered.
And it's over, Rook A8.
It's over immediately. Rook A8. You can pre-move it almost. It is winning. Magnus blundering a back rank trick. Alareza's going to close the gap back to 2.
Unreal.
Nothing to do.
This is crazy, and you see it on his face. It's a one-move mistake in an otherwise totally innocuous position.
Oh, and he's going to go into a horrible endgame now.
Queen F5, and I guess just Rook A5.
Oh, Rook A5. Clincher.
Yeah.
Pin. And win. Yeah, the E-pawn as well is going to crown the victory here. You can push your pawn to B7, then push your E-pawn. Black can't stop both. There we go.
Magnus just coming to terms with it. I wouldn't be surprised if he's just looking back in the game.
The Black King, if it ever moves, we'd see a check and it's game over. Magnus resigns.
And Alireza Firouzja, against all odds, 3 games down with it seemingly slipping away, a one-move mistake, and he is back in the match, a 2-game deficit as the 3+1 portion finishes all square, 4.5, 4.5, 10-8 overall. We've got 30 minutes to crown a speed chess champion. Let's go to John, who's with Magnus Carlsen.
Thank you very much, folks. Magnus, obviously, close score, but you have an advantage going into 1+1. Sum up your feelings about the match so far.
No, I mean, I feel like I picked up the level quite a bit after the break in the 3+1, and I mean, the last game was just an absolute gift. I blundered a pawn, and then yeah, the game on the next move. So it was a bit unfortunate, but still got a good chance.
How do you feel about the arena? You had a gesture to the crowd earlier. Do we feel like we need to raise the volume a little bit in here?
No, I think they just you know, sometimes cheer for my moves, not only his.
London, what do you think about that? Can we have a cheer for Magnus? I don't know if you guys can hear that from up there, but I literally cannot hear myself talking when they do that. Folks, you are absolutely incredible. Let's go ahead and hand it back to you guys before we
It was like, yeah. I don't know about you folks, but
Great time. I think they want both players to win. Unfortunately, they can't, but that was pretty funny. Magnus looking for the crowd to cheer him on. But okay, what just happened there at the end? We have a match. I had stats ready to throw at us that in Paris, the 3-1 segment was 8-2 for Magnus, and I was going to say, hey, Alireza is down 3, maybe 4, but this is better than Paris, and instead, he's only down 2 games, and he is considered usually by both Magnus and Hikaru to be the better bullet player. We are going to have liftoff here in the final segment, Aman.
Yeah, we're going into bullet where Alireza obviously can make that comeback happen. I think that last game is so important. It's the confidence going into the bullet. Obviously, scoreline-wise, that could have been the opposite, right? One game, when you think about margins, is actually 2, right? Take a point away from someone else, you give it to someone else, that's a big difference. So I think that's going to be a big deal going into the bullet, and bullet is very streaky and something you play much better when you're feeling confident. So Magnus might be tempting fate, handing that confidence over to a player as good as Alireza.
Yeah, it's fair. And Alireza, one of the things he's been called has been streaky at times, right? He's a player who puts pressure. As Magnus said earlier, he likes to raise the complexity of the position, and that type of style can work in your favor and against it. But if he gets on a rolling bullet, that's how streaks happen.
That's exactly how streaks happen. And I just want to point out some of our viewers are great at the analysis. They said mustache plus gum equals God mode. So maybe that's what Alireza needs to discover, that he also has neurogums in the room.
The gum gave him energy. The gum gave him energy legit. But no, so Magnus obviously overall, though, I think seems to be having a great time, right? Even in that interview there, I think Magnus having fun is one of the worst Magnuses to play against. Because when he's enjoying himself, he's very difficult to beat. He plays good chess moves very fast. But what is Alireza thinking now? He's got to be feeling a little bit better, gets into this fastest time control where he knows he should be the favorite with a fighting chance. So any openings, any thoughts you would do there knowing you really have put yourself in contention here?
I think the 1+1, contrary maybe to the 5+1, where I would say maybe it is more opening centric. You are picking and prodding in the beginning of the game. I think 1+1 is the opposite. The openings don't matter as much anymore. At this level, you're looking for what you do best with in bullet. You want to have a position that you know the plans. You want to know what to do conceptually, not memorizing a bunch of theory and reciting stuff. That's not how either of these players play. That makes me excited to watch the bullet because Both players are going to be looking for positions that are easy to play, they know what to do, and they're not worried about what opening am I going to play. Both of these players are capable of playing a bad opening and winning the bullet game.
Absolutely. And Bullet is such an intuitive time control. It's the most intuitive one. So that's what we're going to see. I agree with you, Aman. Openings don't matter. I hope to see some of the crazier openings. And will anyone play the cow opening, by the way? Shout out to Anna Kremling sitting right here. Who will play
Random
the cow opening
shout out.
today?
Never be taking it easy in the front row. All right, no, but if this match is as close, or anything close like it was last night with Hikaru Nakamura and Ali Reza Firouzja, this place is going to get loud. It's going to be bumping. We're all going to need to chill afterwards. Here we go. It's the final segment of the SEC Finals. We're going to crown a champion in just a little bit. We're going to be
Can I please?
You will.
We have such an amazing audience.
We do.
Can I please hear for Team Magnus and for Team Ali Reza, your loudest ever scream? Who is here for Mr. Magnus Carlsen? Are you Team Magnus? Hey, that's pretty good. What about Team Ali
I
Reza?
see what you're doing, Danny.
Ali Reza, Firouzja. Anyone?
Maybe an underdog crowd then. All right. We're going to throw to a break. When we are right back,
50-50.
it'll be the final portion. We will know who is the 2025 Speed Chess champion. It's Bullet. When we return, it's Magnus versus Ali Reza. We'll be right back from London.
What's up, everybody? I'm here on behalf of one of our newest partners, Neuro. You may have known them before as Neuro Gum, but they make more than just gum now, even though this is the stuff that I actually personally really love and have been using for a hot minute. Natural caffeine, B vitamins, theanine, stuff that is good for you when you're looking to avoid that second cup of coffee.
he's really, really good. And if you want to take a long shot, I wouldn't mind that.
Folks, it's the 2025-2026 Speed Chess Championship Finals, and we are entering the third and final stage. It's London. It's Alireza Firouzja. Magnus Carlsen is coming. 10-8 is the score, and we have 30 minutes of 1+1 to figure out, will Magnus Carlsen win yet another Speed Chess Championship trophy, or will Alireza Firouzja be the first person, not named Magnus or Hikaru, to win this entire competition? Last year the match was a blowout, and this year we couldn't have asked for something more hype. Magnus approaching the podium there. David, how are we feeling as the players take their seats?
I am just as pumped as our audience. I hope you can hear us. I hope you're excited. The best thing that could have happened for this match was actually that turnaround, that blunder from Magnus, because now it's so close. Alireza, never write him off. He is super speedy, super instinctive. If he can get in the flow, not overthink, he has all the chances in the world to fight back and make this a close match. Magnus, of course, the favorite, 2-point lead, but game on. We're about to get going.
Yeah, this is, I'm like jittery. Can we just add a 0? They have to play for 300 minutes just for our entertainment. We haven't had this in a year. They played 10-minute chess, a Caro-Kann defense to kick things off. Now David and I are even more hype. We are the two leading practitioners of the commentary team on this opening. Dare I say, no, I do not say that. Now we're gonna have a positional struggle, David. We're not gonna have some crazy advanced Caro-Kann. What line will Magnus choose here against Alireza?
Yeah, he's chosen the exchange variation, and not the most ambitious one. The white knights are passively placed. Magnus does like this pawn structure, though, from both colors. The Carlsbad here with white pawns in one direction, black pawns in another. Hit now on the black bishop, which doesn't move. It's defended.
Wow, this
Pins on the B file.
This is really interesting, because normally the light squared bishop would go back. Like, why is he letting him take it? But the point is that the white knight likes to control e5. Finally, Alireza makes this move, but Magnus doesn't have the right configuration, David. The knight on g3 is never here in this opening.
Yeah, this knight really misplaced. Can't jump forward. Black's knight, in the meantime, quite good. And sooner or later, the black pawns will try to create a minority attack. White's knight now dropping back, stops it. I think this is a great little success for Magnus. It's a very closed position, Levy. Is this match strategy? Is this Magnus's just preference for a pawn structure, or is he playing the time, the match clck already?
Well, I don't know. I mean, Alireza is going to go f6, king f7 and try to prepare some sort of e5 thing. And Alireza might try to, or just right away, let's go. He's just attacking the center of the board. b3 is so complicated.
Whoa, he punches through with e5. That's met with a hit on the knight. One idea is to take, we've already seen so many times, queen for double rook sacrifice. And ultimately, he doesn't go for it, Alireza, not going for the big imbalance, taking a pawn, but his knight is sidelined. He lost a key central pawn in the process.
Queen c7, hitting the hanging pawn on c3, which Magnus doesn't even defend. The knight on g3 was ridiculous, and now it's counterattacking in the center of the board. Also, Alireza's knight in the corner there on the left side could get trapped. It's a very stressful position, and he only has 18 seconds on the clock.
Oh, Alireza too slow. He could have also taken a pawn, taken another pawn with his queen. He didn't want to risk getting her trapped. But now it's going to be white taking over. This pawn is hard to defend. Tactics galore. Watch out. Winning advantage now for white. Apparently, all the checks in the air. The black queen almost undefended, and all white needs is a rook on the 7th. He wins material.
Rook e7 is picking up at least a queen and maybe more, because that knight on a3 never escaped. Alireza, that was a disaster of a first game, and Magnus Carlsen takes a 3-point lead once again.
He's chewing on the gum. It's his secret recipe, the neuro gum here. Every time, the start of a segment, he seems to be chewing away, seems to be winning. And there we go. The knight back. back to the Bogo Indian, which has been a mixed opening here for Alireza. Some success, some dodgier positions. But he just needs to win quick now, Levy. He needs to get a position that he likes, open with attacking chances.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that he keeps going for these relatively symmetrical, let's say, piece placements. Like now he has the knight and the bishop versus the knight and the bishop. This is going to be a long, long, long game. This is not easy at all. It feels like he has to do something a little bit more dynamic.
Yeah, I'm shocked he didn't play b4 when he got given the opportunity. Now he's never playing b4. En passant will be legal and advisable there. And okay, Magnus is just going to sit. He doesn't need to do anything.
Alireza has to decide, is this game just a wash? Does he play rook d2 and just call it? How is he going to generate something here? Knight a2 is not, it's not something that's very pretty, because the knight on b4 does the exact same thing it does on c3. And I don't think he's going to take the bishop, is he?
No, surely not. White's bishop is terrible. Black's knight is beautiful. It would be a case of good knight versus bad bishop. I agree. He won't take it. He could maybe get the knights off, but I'm not sure even that is desirable. Queen back in the center. Magnus is going for the white king meanwhile. Oh, dark squared weaknesses. Oh, this is just really, really ugly now for Alireza Firouzja. The knight's coming.
No, this has all gone wrong. He can't get anything dynamic. 2 games, about 4 minutes of game clock, match clock, I apologize, and he hasn't figured out a way to make the position tricky at all.
It's going to be an endgame grind. Here we go. Magnus is likely to, at some point, break open the center. G5 first. Full dark squared blockade. Alireza can never push a pawn for the rest of this game. He just has to sit, maneuver around, and wait. And it's actually Magnus who breaks through.
Now, Magnus could find a way to overextend here. If knight gets to d4, now you would consider taking on c6, or knight b5. Wow, he brings the king. At some point, Magnus will have to decide, is he playing to put the foot on the neck here, get a 4-game lead, or is he just going to simplify things and go for the draw?
Okay, still maneuvering around. The white knight finds a slightly better square, still no threats. What's he doing? The white bishop is just never participating in this game.
No, it's trying to get taken. At least it's maybe going to go to e4 here.
Maybe the black rook slides across. There we go. Keeps the white bishop honest, keeping this pawn under watchful gaze there, and the bishop just drops back.
I don't think Magnus is going to repeat here. Okay, I would be shocked, but Firouzja's the one not repeating. Oh, it's almost Almost.
Oh, the rook has to go back. The king will go back. Magnus is happy with a draw. Firouzja, he should be getting out of this game now. What else is there to do? There we go. It's a draw.
There it is.
We move on.
This is not good. 5 minutes are off the countdown, and 1 point has already been granted to Magnus. So it is a 1.5 half-point segment here. And another Caro-Kann, and Magnus changes it up, plays the Briar variation, also looking for an endgame.
Yeah, black could have taken a pawn in the center, got the queens off early, but that would play into Magnus Carlsen's strengths. Queenless middle games there. Very dry, slower game. Instead, he keeps the tension here, Alireza Firouzja, trying to provoke Magnus into some early g4s. That has been refused, and we get a slower maneuvering setup, but black's yet to castle. What do we make of this, Levy?
This is a super annoying line when you play with the black side, because on the one hand, it's equal. On the other hand, there are so many pieces on the board. You don't get any clarity. By the time anything happens here, there will be 22 on the match clock, and then 21. And Alireza still has to take some risks. That's the truth. He has to get into some positions. They say in the Chess World Cup, you have to get a losing position to get a winning position. If Magnus doesn't want to lose, he's not going to. You're going to have to take some serious risks. d4, e5 is coming. Like, what do you do here with black?
He takes the bishop just in time to to remove his knight now from the center. Only move, I think. And here we go. Looks beautiful for white somehow. Push the pawn, push all the pawns, but blocked temporarily. Okay, maybe it's just totally fine for black, but no more than that as the queen drops back. f4, Levy. He can create some nasty stuff on the f-file if that pawn is taken.
That looks absolutely crazy. Can he sense the moment here? He doesn't.
Ooh. Castles. At least black is safe for now. But
yes.
Still, how to ever win this position?
That's the problem. It has been 3 games of try your best to beat me. You just can't. And I do feel like if this was a random 1 a.m. session playing 1+0, Alireza would have created just something, a little bit something. But Magnus has been so good at playing no-lose type of chess.
Anti-young player chess, he calls it. Slightly tongue-in-cheek, of course, but he just wants to remove all the action, remove the pawn breaks, remove the energy from the opponent's position, grind it down, and there we go. He finally tries to break out Alireza. Cost him some time on the clock. Both sides now down around the 15, 16 second mark. Black has an isolated pawn, but a beautiful knight.
Yeah, b5 is a nice idea. You have to activate the rook. But Magnus is very solid here. Alireza's going to have to rely on some sort of blunder if Magnus gets under maybe 5 seconds.
Here we go, the knight is jumping, a pawn is loose, but that pawn can step forward. We see some exchanges. This looks like it's fizzling towards a draw, but it's a long draw that's going to eat another couple of minutes off the match clock.
Yeah, knight b3. Okay, we trade. And okay, you would agree to a draw here in any classical chess tournament, but not here.
Magnus has a big lead, but he'll happily ensure that the 1+1 segment goes on and on in this game.
G5, okay. That doesn't do anything, just, you know, and the rook comes back. And there was a way to lose there, but Magnus didn't.
Yeah, as long as he gets his knight out, there we go. Not quite trapped, it's coming back towards the center. And yeah, this is just a dead, drawn position, barring a big blunder. Magnus, though, he's the one applying the pressure suddenly.
Oh my gosh, I was just about to say I have seen, and that is so tricky, rook g2. And I think he will go for it.
Ooh, there was a knight fork. If rook takes g2 was allowed, there would have been a knight check, taking the white rook.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Alireza is a pawn down now. He's suffering.
Yeah, this is very, very bad news. I mean, if Magnus hangs a rook, that's literally the only way. Otherwise, he's going to grind down this endgame for another, I don't know, 70 moves?
He won a very similar endgame against Alireza at the Esports World Cup. There was 0 increment, so he was able to use the clock as a weapon. But this time, it's still dead drawn after that knight trade. But this is going to go on forever. Great intuition, as you say, from Magnus there. Our chat appreciating it, but, I mean, it's the practice, it's the experience. Levy, must be torturous for Alireza.
Yeah, 3 points is just the cutoff at the 20-minute mark when you start. You don't feel totally panicked just yet. You still feel you have enough time, but he has gotten a whopping 0 winning chances in, I don't know, some 100+ moves. G6 is coming, but now you give checks, and now the game is going to end in a draw.
Probably some more checks. Then you hit the F-pawn.
Ooh.
Okay, this is a good, effective way as well. And
Rook F5.
Magnus has blundered.
Rook F5.
Magnus has blundered.
Rook F5. Oh my God, what's he done? What's he done? He's just losing this endgame. 2 pawns down, he would have been skewered there. And now Alireza has to gather his nerves and win this position.
This is a famous win as well, and Magnus blunders his rook. The rook.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. That was 2 presents.
Magnus, what are you doing?
Just insane. And it is a 2-game match again.
Wow, Alireza has to use that as a springboard. He has to hope that's the moment this match turned. Magnus was totally fine. Pawn up, 2 blunders almost back to back. Levy, we would watch 100 matches like this. That would happen maybe once. That was the one time. Crazy.
I said, yeah, he would need to blunder with less than 5 seconds on the clock, but I didn't expect that. You expect to hang a knight fork, not lose a 2-on-1 rook endgame.
From a position of strength.
Yes.
Having the 2.
Hikaru lost the rook endgame yesterday up 2 pawns. Like, it just happens. Wow, this is... Look at Magnus's reaction there. He does not like this. He does not want to take that pawn, and he doesn't. But now maybe g4. Like, you gotta just go for it. Okay, yeah, thank you. Developing a piece obviously is a good move, but and now Alireza just he's got to play with energy somehow.
Yeah, black has not been taking this pawn because once the knight lands, it might just get trapped on that square. The white rook would advance, catch the knight, embarrassed. Magnus wants to block it up. The pawn structure, he loves this structure. He's outplayed Alireza from something similar before. The problem is g4 also, so there's a queen check that might be annoying.
Yeah, g4 and king f1 and maybe like knight e2. Maybe that's the solution. But Magnus is relying on c5, but maybe you take en passant there. It's super complicated, but there is a solution here for Alireza. He could get totally swarmed here. He has to go for g4.
Oh, I fear for him here, though. Somehow there might be knight sacrifices in the air, followed by f3 breaking through, and oh, a blunder from Alireza. There's a knight sacrifice. It's going to be called a brilliancy, surely. There we go. The f-pawn, f for forward, f for force. There we go.
It's not totally over just yet, but if Alireza Firouzja does not lose this game, it would be incredible.
Almost a miracle, on par with the last one. Black has won the material back with interest. The g4 pawn is dropping.
Rook g3, queen e4 has to be winning.
Has to be. Levy, there's a killer move here. I'm not going to say it yet. Will Magnus play it? It's a cool one. It's a brutal one. Blue arrow hasn't appeared, but apparently knight to e2. GG. Game over. He doesn't go for it. He finds something almost as strong.
That's what I said, but I'm staring at this, and maybe it's not as winning as we thought.
Yeah, it's level material. Exchange down, but Magnus making a face. Alareza's playing for a win
He's
here.
going for it. He's forcing Magnus to play some moves here with 3 seconds on the clock.
Oh, no time. Magnus shaking his head and half smiling, but he gets a check. He's going to win another pawn.
King F2, though.
Yeah, then a check. And
yes, King S, yes. Oh, Alireza's running across the board.
He's gambling. He's floating across the board with his king, but the rook has ridden to the rescue.
Oh, how is he going to survive this ever?
Oof. Oh, the pieces are swarming.
He might not.
Queen's off, and Magnus is going to slow play it again. 2 connected pass pawns to win it.
And here comes the king. Here comes Alireza's king. King C6.
The race is on. Oh, the C7 pawn's dropping.
Yes, C7's falling, and then Bishop F4 is coming.
Dominoes. They're collapsing.
What? What is he? He's winning all his pawns.
Oh, A6, A4 there was even stronger. What's happening next? Where's the next twist? Where's the next turn?
He's finally got the... He's
on his bishop!
Oh, no!
Blunder. Alireza losing his thunder. Crazy.
That was, yeah, and it's back to a 3-game lead with 16 minutes. We're right at the cutoff. Alireza has to win now with black, or it is probably mathematically over. He gets so close every single time. He might have been out of the danger there, but just succumbing at the end.
1 move away. Alireza actually was winning for just 1 move, but just no time. And panic, mouse slip. And here we go, another Caro-Kann levy. News for optimism? Reason for optimism here?
Yeah, Queen D7, and then you play this line. You can probably play Bishop D6 here. Yep, it looks like you're losing a pawn, but you are not. You are not, I promise. I think even you can, yeah, you can just like castle or something, but okay.
Yeah, this is very well known. Good pawn sacrifice for black if you just castle. But the question is, to take or not to take? Bishop b5. I've seen Alireza play this exact line before. There's some crazy tactics there with black just castling, then bringing the queen into f4. I've seen it all before, it's theory, and he knows it. Magnus might have been bluffed into a really scary line.
He's got a castle. Do it for the crowd.
Peace
Don't play king. Yeah, there it is.
Oh, and Magnus castles queenside. What a cool move.
Wait, rook b5 just looks good, or like...
The rook is trapped. You have to flog it. You have to give it away anyway.
And he does it. The rook, there we go. But then what?
The rook's coming. The rook, the knight as well.
D4, what a move!
Wow, brilliant move. Second sacrifice back to back. The rook is coming. The rook is going to check the white king, then pin the white queen. Magnus shaking his head, smiling because he knows he's been hit by a series of incredible moves.
But knight e2 is not easy, and then, wow, he retreats. Alireza Firouzja is playing at 99.8 accuracy.
He needs to. He needs something special to defeat Magnus here and strike back, but it's a queen sack. Magnus, desperate, gives up his queen. He's got 2 rooks, but his king is open. Black has the pawns.
Alireza, if he pulls this off, is just the man. I got nothing to say. Knight is coming to c4. Alireza, please, for the love of God, play f6. Do not get back rank mated. But it is over. I mean, we are looking at a totally swarmed king. Okay, that wasn't what I asked for, but it's good enough.
Exactly, more than good enough. He's getting in now. He will be winning some pawns. Knight takes f2.
What? Pawn was just hanging.
Missed.
The nerves are getting to them.
Oh, he wants to come in behind.
Knight d3. He wins. Yeah, there it is.
Forktown. Magnus is going to play onto the bitter end.
Now he has to. Now every second counts. He knows it.
13 minutes to save the day, to become a hero. Alireza did it yesterday. He was 2 points down against Hikaru with just 4-5 minutes remaining.
He has yet to disturb the balance of Magnus. And Magnus is building a fortress here. This is going to be a long endgame.
Oof, he needs to just push pawns as quickly as possible without blundering a knight fork.
Well, good, his king and queen are very far apart. Just keep them just like that.
Exactly. Oh, tactics.
Tactics, queen e2 check if you take that.
Yep.
This is over. A3 is coming.
Oh, that is not the right type of fortress for white. So passive, can barely move. The pawns are moving, marching, check. The queen is coming into d2 next. It's going to be over once the king moves.
And Magnus is, I mean, it would be cool if he stalled out. I mean, like, but he might just resign. He just resigns. And Alireza Firouzja, 2 points, 12.5 to 10.5. This has been such a close match.
Such a high-quality match as well. Players taking their chances there. Yes, there were some blunders earlier, but upping their game. Alireza clutched up, found the best moves when it mattered, and back to this opening. We've seen it a few times. Last time it was Magnus with the advantage, but yeah, game getting crazy. We see castling a bit calmer this time from Alireza, who retreats his knight back to square one, back home, but coming to a better square. White has the center and the bishop pair, long-term chances, but Black has the development edge for now. Oh, he needs this one, Alireza.
This time he's castled, so he's not going to have any disasters with his king. I actually don't love this open. It's worked, obviously, so he keeps playing it. That's how it works. I don't love this for Black, though. It's so dynamic. And if Alireza can figure this out, which is what he did yesterday against Hikaru, he would stubbornly go for these positions again and again where he thought he was better. Once he figures this out, he's going to have the initiative.
Definitely. And he happily opens it up. He's learned from past mistakes. He kept blocking the center against Magnus, kept getting punished, outmaneuvered in those slower positions. He wants it a bit more open. Queen in the center. He's going to line up his bishop on the long diagonal. Not yet. Knight check. Forced trap there if you don't defend your queen.
But Magnus really enjoying the structure. He keeps getting his pieces to all the right squares. And this passivity of the pawns for White, not looking very good. F4 now by Black also.
Yeah, F4.
G4, I guess he has some G4, but maybe you can even like Knight G3 stuff.
It's tempting, right? It's tempting, and it's colors reversed. It's something Alireza would do. Magnus is going for it now.
By the way, yeah, Knight G3 doesn't work, but Knight F6 back?
Yeah, Knight F6 back, and maybe some sacrifices in the air. The bishop has been killed. The bishop on G2 is dead for the next few moves. Ugh, ugly piece.
Yeah, can Magnus figure this out? Alireza's just had a disaster with the white pieces.
He really has. He hasn't switched to E4, Alireza. Stubbornly hammering away at the Queen's Gambit declined.
Ooh, Knight F5.
Ooh, clinging on in there. But Knight F5 now would lose the E2 pawn.
H4 is coming in some positions.
Yep, he's held on. He's surviving.
I wish Alireza can play Queen G3.
With a pin on the F pawn. Okay.
Hey.
Blocking it up now, but what next? Long game.
Scramble territory. D5 from Magnus, that's a bold decision.
He didn't look too happy, Magnus, wincing as he made that move, but it does look logical. Knight fork now.
Met with a capture of a rook.
Ooh, level material again. White has the bishop pair though. This is getting sharper.
Yeah, this is not good. Alireza's gonna get E3.
E3 opens it up for the bishops. E4 even better, forcing en passant.
Wow, wow.
Oh, it does it.
There's H4 now. That's the move that we've been hoping for Alireza.
Oh, wow, finally. H4's coming, G5's coming.
He's lost the pawn. Bishop G...
Welcome to
Wow, this is so complicated. 1 second for Alireza.
He's got to move. He's pushing everything. He wants bishop E4, one-track mind. That's going to be blocked.
But he comes back.
Oh, no checks for the black rook. Only move was rook forward.
Rook D2 or rook D1, yes.
Oh, the queen's coming though. Endgame, and he's blundered a pawn. That's a big pawn to lose.
Yes, this is now winning for Magnus.
Well, he trades off, but this is a dire endgame. Pawns are on the wrong color. White's bishop now pinned down to defending its own pawns.
Magnus won a game similar to this in Norway chess several years ago with the same amount of pawns, and now he's up one.
Oh, he's coming around to D5. He's going to clinch a winning king and pawn endgame at some point. He's calculating now. Could he take the bishops? He says no.
Doesn't have enough time to figure out if he can take the bishop.
He's going for it though, Magnus.
Yes.
He believes in the race. He is in time. We see that on the bar. Queen's on the board.
But probably just a winning endgame for Black. And if not, it's going to take like 7 minutes to try it. Oh, he hung his queen!
Game over. Magnus wins with a smile. Back to 3 points with 8 minutes left.
Yep.
Back against the wall. He just has to win every game quick.
Absolutely. This would be a generational comeback. Now, Alireza theoretically has time. If he wins 2 games in 8 minutes and 4 seconds or whatever it is, as long as that last game starts, he's fine. This is still acceptable, but he cannot lose.
No room for error now. This is still a well-known opening theory. White has the 2 bishops. Black now gaining the space in the center, but blocking it up. Magnus likes this pawn structure. Exclam given. The white queen might find herself in some trouble if the white knight steps back. The black knight coming forward. H5 now, he signals his intent here.
H5 is amazing, very nice. It's actually a positional and a tactical move.
Pawn is coming.
You have G5 ideas with D3 as well, sometimes floating in the air. Or D3 first.
Magnus shaking his head. He's been outplayed in the opening. Will he want the queens off? Black's going to get a beautiful outpost in the center in return for the sacrifice pawn here.
This is very tough now. Yeah, he's going to try to move his B pawn. Alireza hammering away. The dark squares, the knight is going to arrive on F4.
Oh, dark square domination. This is ugly for Magnus. Look at that bishop. But he's going to hope for a long game.
Yeah, a long game indeed. We might go down to about 4 minutes, but like we said, as long as Alireza gets the points on the scoreboard and the game starts, he's good. But David, positional advantage, he has to crash through at some point.
Yeah, what to do to open lines, take that pawn, given a question mark there. This is a great move. The king shifts, the rook gets an open file, access.
Yeah, this is fantastic. Do you take? Because now there's rook c3. Okay, or that.
Or not, rook c3, now he does. Oh, this is still going to take it.
Gabby rematch. Hey, Chinchilla. I'm like reading about Castlevania games while watching chess.
Do not want to play that move.
Get out the way. You cannot allow white to straighten out his pawn structure. Do not take white's rook on his terms. He's really putting everything on dark squares. He's playing checkers. Given a question mark.
Or an X, but it's all the same at this point. The computer can find the best moves in half a second, but they are human. Their hearts are racing. 14 seconds for Magnus. He is holding on desperately to the defenses, and Alireza has to get a point on the board here.
He's doing the right thing. He's finding a way in for his knight. That knight completely controls the bishop. And there we go. Magnus sacrificed the pawn just to open up the diagonal as protection. But knight to c2 looks strong here.
I also thought rook c3, knight b3 maybe, or just that, and then knight, yeah. Oh, Alireza is dominating, but there's no clear breakthrough, and time is ticking.
He needs to win this and the next one. At this point, as long as he wins it in the next 3 minutes.
Knight c2.
Oh, knight c2.
Knight c2 is there, okay.
Can you trade the rooks? Is that a winning endgame if you put your knight back on a nice square, bring the king? He brings the king first. That is a fantastic move. He'll get access to the center soon. He'll put his last remaining pawn on a dark square. Good knight versus bad bishop.
Knight f3?
He doesn't want pawns.
What did I miss?
Nothing. That was a clear pawn. He wanted this pawn instead, the B pawn.
Magnus made a bunch of blunders earlier.
He has to push his outside pawns.
Okay, can he get it done in a rook endgame? He's struggled in rook endgame so far today. Here we go.
There we go, a4.
Keep the king on this side, stop the rook going behind.
He is completely winning now. Rook check, push pawn, push the king. Magnus desperately sacrificing everything, but he's going to go down here. He's just losing, David.
Yeah, it's going to be a two-game match. Alireza will have to win the next one in lightning fast time. But this game goes on. Rook skewer. It's going to be game over. He wins the rook. Magnus fighting out to the bitter end. Queen on the board.
And this is important because Alireza won this game in about 4 minutes time, which means if it takes 4 minutes to beat Magnus in a game, every second counts. And that's why he's stalling. And that's why he's stalling out the clock. Don't boo Hikaru. You gotta boo everybody in that case.
Alireza takes the win. Magnus ate some time off the clock though. Must win territory. Alireza has 4 minutes to decide his fate.
It took Alireza more than 4 minutes to win the last game. Alireza has to win this game in 3 minutes and 50 seconds.
He has to pre-move everything now. He has to play
Gotham Chess called Magnus Hikaru by accident.
Black, he keeps landing here.
Yes, but at least it's better than what we've had. I feel like the weird Queen's Indian that we've had, I mean, it hasn't been working well. This is at least okay. A new structure here.
Ooh, I like this one. F5 in the air, breaking up Black's pawn chain on the king side. A knight maybe planting itself in the center. Dynamism. King happily finding safety here.
Not a mouse slip. Not a mouse slip.
Yeah, H3 would have been blundered if white had castled, so doing it manually here.
Oh, I love this. He's going to get F5. This is a very tough position for Black.
3 minutes, Levy. I don't know if there's enough time.
I don't know either. And remember, Magnus can play till mate, and he would literally run out the clock on the match. Alireza has to win without going below like 30 seconds.
Magnus himself has 37 seconds. So essentially, he has 2.5 minutes to spend of his own time max. Oh.
Yeah, he's thinking. He doesn't know what to do. Does he go back knight F3 here? Oh, that's terrible, though.
Knight F3 to defend the center.
Bishop B5 might be the only thing.
Queen C3 maybe to hold the pawn.
Firouzja has to move. 2 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock.
Wow, queen's off. Magnus is so consistent, so dogged and determined in his match strategy. Have to take the queens off, but now we're guaranteed a long game.
Oh, this is... And Alireza deliberately undoubles his pawns. He's going to the c-file. Magnus will try to stall him there and not let him make any progress.
Alireza making a face. He knows now it might not be enough.
G5 wins a piece.
G5, a threat. Kicking away the knight, which defends the bishop.
Magnus doesn't like it. 25 seconds for him.
Okay, nerves are jangling. Bishop D6. He would have taken this knight if given the opportunity after G5.
Alireza's got to go. 2 minutes on the clock. He has a big clock right next to him, and he knows that there's 2 minutes, so he's got to move.
I don't think he believes. I think he's got half an eye on that clock and knows this is going on forever. Black has the bishop pair now. Yes, a weakness, but he can cling on.
Yes, but Hikaru's won a whole hell of a lot worse versus everybody in the world from this position, and Magnus isn't happy. 12 seconds for Magnus.
Bishop A4, only move not to lose a pawn.
Maybe bishop B3, okay.
D5 is hanging in the center.
Bishop B8, I think, might be the only solution.
Yeah, then the rook comes to
C5. He's given up a pawn.
Magnus with tactics, but this is a blunder. Bishop takes F7 is apparently super strong. Blue arrow appears. He will be up a pawn in a dominant position, but 1 minute left.
It's on the board!
Magnus only has 4 seconds. He's blundered a fork.
And now knight D8 is winning a piece.
Knight takes D8. There's king E7 at the end. Tactics.
Oh my goodness.
Rook C7 apparently wins. Wins material, wins the game. G5 is a checkmate threat in a couple of moves.
Can Firouzja find it? No, he goes back. He goes back, but it's fine.
Bishop takes. He's going to be winning in a rook and pawn endgame. Knight G5 is a mistake, though, allowing a check.
Yes, he blunders a check. Magnus finds it.
Oh, that was it. That was the opportunity, surely. He needs some tricks left, but they don't exist anymore.
And that's it. Magnus is going to take on F4, and there are 40 seconds remaining on the clock, and that's it. It's over. It's over. And Magnus Carlsen, with some time remaining on the clock, in all likelihood, is your speed chess champion this year, as time will expire in 20 seconds. What a battle, David.
What a fight this has been. We see the England gambit to end the match here from Alireza Firouzja. He fought so well, he fought so hard, he kept so close.
Let a ball be good.
Tiny, tiny margins here. He's just lost a pawn, but this game is inconsequential. It was all about that last scramble.
Yep. Yes, it
ball.
was. It's almost like we have to play this out in ceremonial fashion. I wonder if they will just agree to some sort of a draw. There is a little bit of prize money on the line. Time has expired. I almost wish we had a huge button and like a bunch of slime just... But the players will play it out. We do have an England gambit on the board. Oh, that was absolutely incredible.
Yeah, he fashioned out a chance. He made it. He made it happen almost, but couldn't find the killer blow with 1 minute left on the match clock. Who can blame him? Alireza's done everything right. Just Magnus, too consistent, too solid, and there we go.
It. A draw agreed, which means, ladies and gentlemen, Magnus Carlsen is the 2025-2026 Speed Chess Champion.
Wow, smile on Magnus's face. Standing ovation in the arena here in London. Well deserved. I think both of the players deserve that standing ovation there. Alireza gave his heart and soul. He's still looking back with regret, but I don't think he can regret too much.
He put up just about the greatest performance you could have asked for in a final. A razor-thin margin. The scoreline truly does reflect how close that match was. Within 2, within 3, within 1, but Magnus Carlsen would not be denied.
It's that winning habit. Magnus just a bit looser, just a bit more relaxed at the key moments. Still chewing that gum, still with a big smile. Oh, poor Alireza. It's always heartbreaking, these moments. He's been here before, he's come so close before, but this was way closer than the Esports World Cup and the last Speed Chess Championship.
No, he's absolutely gutted, and I mean, he's there for a reason. He believed he could win. You know, last year, it was over within an hour. Like, he never really
Gabby
got going
won.
+1. This time, he did get going. He led the match. He's the only player, right, who had a lead against Magnus maybe throughout this entire, season of the Speed Chess Championship, but it just wasn't, unless you count Denis Lazovic 1-0, but I mean throughout the duration of the match. But then Magnus just pulled away at the critical moments, and Alireza could not overcome in the bullet.
Wow, what a way to end the tournament, a fitting end. It was so close, but the winner, it always seems to be Magnus.
Yes, we will go to John Sargent to fly us home.
Amazing. Thank you very much, everybody. Before we continue, can we please have a massive round of applause for both of our finalists? What a great match. Ali Reza, we all know it's not the result you wanted. You walk away with a chunk of prize money, you qualify to the Esports World Cup, and you gave us a final. Heck, you gave us a semi-final and then a final where you pushed the world's best players all the way. I think it's been an incredible weekend for you. I know it's not quite the top step, but so many people here were rooting for you. Talk us through your feelings right now.
Yeah, I mean, I achieved what I wanted to get the spot, and today whatever would have happened was a bonus, but I managed to put a good fight, but I completely lost my energy after 5+1. Probably yesterday also was very tiring, so. But no, I mean, it was a great match. I think it was, I at least made a better performance than last year.
Look, it's a grueling format, no doubt. It takes a lot of stamina over the 2 days. And I also want to mention, you have a lot of fans in this audience and around the world. You're a fantastic player, a great human being. A lot of people look up to you, and I'm sure you've won a lot of fans over, even more fans this weekend. What message do you have to your fans and your supporters right now?
No, I think it was a great experience here with all the fans, and no, we. And no, it makes us feel special, at least. It's much better than normal tournaments, of course.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, your SCC runner-up. Let's hear it one last time for Ali Reza Firouzja. Magnus, we could say another year, another trophy, but the reality is it wasn't straightforward. There were some incredible games. Like you say, it was a lot of fun, a lot of double-edged games, and it was a wild ride.
Yeah, I hope this was somewhat as fun for you guys as it was for me. This was awesome. I think probably the most fun Speeches Championship match I've been a part of. And yeah, I mean, it felt as though I just outlasted him in the end. And as Alireza said, he was kind of not quite there at certain moments, which really made up for the fact that I was giving him a few chances. Let's say. I mean, just the number of decisive games in this match is just staggering, honestly. But I think he missed some chances early, like in the 3-1 portion. He could have easily taken the lead early on, and then I think after that, to say that I was in control would be a massive overstatement. But I always felt like I gave him a couple of games for free, essentially. And without them, the match would not have been as close. But regardless, I just enjoyed it, and you know, I was thinking halfway, like, this is so much fun. Like, even if I were to lose, I can sort of live with it, because there are certain days when I can sort of control the match. Yeah. This was just not one of them. It was a combination of him being just too good. The brand of chess that he plays is too complicated, and me having like a good day, but not a top day. But it was awesome.
You mentioned... You mentioned losing. I'm going to ask you a question you've heard many times before, but you've played so many games this weekend against players of the younger generation, shall we call them. They always say, oh, they're knocking on Magnus's door. They've been knocking for quite a few years now, but you're aging like a fine wine. How many years is it going to take before we see the victory from someone else? What do you think?
Come on, I'm not that old.
That makes me feel better as well.
I honestly... I think if you look at my results in speed chess, then they haven't really declined. Yeah. No, it's just that there is some kind of combination of age and experience, right? Where you sort of peak, and I don't think I'm too far away from that. Today, again, he's incredibly good and incredibly difficult to play against. And it was an exciting match, but he never led for the last 20 games or so of the match. So,
plus you've got the dad buff now, right?
Well, sure.
All right, well, your supporters in the room, we know how many people support you worldwide. That number's only going up. Let's have a shout out to your fans, your closest supporters, the people who helped you through this weekend and just in general. Talk us through what your message is for them.
I would like to give a little message to the crowd here. You're allowed to root for the favorite sometimes. But I really, I just hope that we can keep having events like these. The Esports World Cup is going to be awesome, and hopefully the Speed Chess Championship in the years to come as well.
Amazing, thank you very much. Magnus Carlsen, everybody.
Oh, Gabby. Magnus's hair cracks me up. He's like...
Okay, it's now time for the trophy ceremony. I would like to introduce the commissioner of the Speed Chess Championship, Michael Brancato, who will be presenting Magnus with his trophy that he is allowed to keep. This is, of course, the famous lightning bolt. I'm sure a lot of you have seen this before. So congratulations to Magnus. You are the SEC champion. And Danny, this is the Naroditsky Cup. It means an awful lot. Obviously, we don't have a new name on it, but we do have another 5-time winner being etched on it. Talk to us about the significance of this trophy, what it means to you, what it means to chess.com, what it means to the wider community.
It's the first year, obviously, that it has existed, but feels like it should have been here all along, because Danya's impact on the chess community will last forever. And so I think the cup going forward, we'll say it all, and it's right there at the top, the Naroditsky Cup. I think it looks amazing. It's also heavy, by the way. These interviews have been great, and the cup has gotten heavy. So I think it's amazing. I think it's ready for Magnus, and for a 5th time. I think I speak for a lot of fans. I'd love to see another Magnus Carlsen versus Hikaru Nakamura final to see who wins next, but who knows if we'll get that again. I don't know. But Magnus and Hikaru have both won it, and it just, it means a lot to have this type of legacy continuing to be etched as we go forward. And hopefully once we get to whatever the math is, 50 Speed Chess Championships from now, we're still given this cup. I'll still be up here, but who knows? This is for Danya, and it'll last on forever.
Amazing. So ladies and gentlemen, one last time, your Speed Chess Championship champion, it's Magnus Carlsen.
Woo! It's freaking cool! That was fun. I like when tournaments are going on.
What a weekend of speed chess we have had. Huge respect to all of the players for giving us some incredible matches all weekend. And once again, congratulations to Magnus for an absolutely imperious performance. To everyone here in the arena and everyone watching online, thank you so much for joining us in an incredible weekend. I also want to say, chess is at its best when it's shared. And you folks genuinely made this special. So a huge thank you to everything that you guys have done. It goes without saying as well, to put on an event like this requires lots of people behind the scenes. So I just want to give a massive shout out to everybody at chess.com, our partners, the production crew, 180 Studios for giving us this stage so that we could put this on for you guys. Absolutely phenomenal groups of people. Huge thank you to all of you. And wherever you are in the world, whether you're in London or watching online, stay safe, take care of yourself. Good night, and we'll see you next time. Take care!
Let me see if there's something else I can put on. I might stream a little bit more, and then I'm going to get ready for the Super Bowl. Give me a second.
I just listen to whatever comes up in autoplay, and then oftentimes I find myself being like, wait a second, am I listening to AI music?
Yeah, right. Oh,
It's
there's
like,
nothing worse.
yeah.
When you're thinking part of for me, part of it is like the connection with the artist that I suppose makes me feel something. Like maybe it's just a placebo, because a lot of these AI artists, like they're marketing them as a real person too, aren't they? So, well, I guess maybe one day it'll be good enough. It does for me. For me, there is a huge opportunity here though for the art, because as what is now considered normal becomes more and more just easy to create, because that's what this thing's trained on. For really wacky, weird games like Megabonk that are just doing super experimental, not even that experimental, but just strange things that no one's thought of yet. I feel like the audience for that is really responsive. Whenever something just completely strange comes out, but still, within the scope of like artistic, for lack of a better word. Yeah, I think there's games that are winning now that 5 or 10 years ago would have just been, people wouldn't have given them a second look because they're just too strange. So that's the silver lining of all of this, I think.
The average Steam player is 35 years old, though. Are you
Don't
sure, man?
don't quote me, but this is something that like 30 to 35, I think is the bracket.
Interesting. I wonder if there's like a curve, if like the average has gotten older and older, probably, right?
Well, I'm 33 now, so and I feel like I'm the average Steam player. Maybe it's just because that's all my friends are the same age, but
Yeah,
true. Yeah, and that's why I think games that are of a that's why the nostalgia sells. Was it Gavin was saying that's like his whole thing is like just tries to dial into something that makes you feel like you're a child again, or takes you back to 1999.
Does Gnomes play into the nostalgia a bit as well? Probably, right?
Absolutely, like the art style. I think what it is like you want to have like a rose colored glasses tint over your game, especially when you're batting in our league. We're not competing with like the hell divers and those huge types of games. Like we're trying to find 100,000 or 500,000 people that in the whole world that will think whatever we're making is really cool and be happy to give us $10, right? Rather than trying to compete for. We don't need a whole slice of the pie. We just need the crumbs.
The crumbs are quite big.
Yeah, that's right.
It's a big freaking cake. The massive crumbs.
Massive cake, yeah. And we're just tiny little mouses, so we don't need big crumbs at all. Yeah.
One thing with making games solo and in a team is I find myself, so it's a bit of the grass is always greener on the other side kind of situation. Whenever I make games in a team, I get cravings to make a game solo, and whenever I make games solo, I get a craving to go back to working in a team. We'll see how that plays out for you.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good way to put where Patrick and I are both at the moment is, we spent a year, 7 days a week almost working together, and we both like I think we've kind of exhausted all of our shared ideas, and now the ideas that are left are just a bit different. So it's for us to find a middle ground again. Maybe we need to like go and spend some time in the other paddock and until all that green grass is eaten up. I also think that same metaphor applies to game engines. Like just before I got on the call with you, I was like getting so frustrated with the pathing stuff I was talking about earlier that I was almost going to download Unreal Engine and have a look see what it's all about. But after talking to you, I'm thinking, oh, what am I doing? Like it's just an excuse to procrastinate, isn't it? Right? Like, I guess I still kind of am like shopping for an idea at this point. Whether the idea I've put the most effort into is the one I go with or not, we'll see. But sometimes you just got to remind yourself that the game engine isn't going to make the game, right? Or, whatever. There is no secret tool to any of this. It's just the only thing that's going to really make this thing happen is some blood, sweat, and tears at the end of the day.
Do you have to suffer for your art?
I think
Do you think so?
I think so. Like in some, like it's hard work. Like, of course, like, it's still a job. There's days where I think like, oh, geez, I don't really want to be doing this. But then like other days I'll just wake up and it'll be 11 o'clock in the morning and I haven't had a coffee or anything. And I'm like, oh, geez, well, like, I wish the day was longer because I'm having such a good time doing this. It's almost euphoric. It's the same feeling you get playing a game. But it just depends on what problem you're trying to solve, or like, what part of it you're working on, or how passionate, how motivated you are by the idea. So like you said, seeing a small amount of progress every day is something that I think I need to become more used to, is rather than trying to like get it, like I'll spend like 18 hours straight working on something until I get it how I want it. Whereas I should be happy to just like break it down into 4 parts, and it might even be more efficient to do it that way, because I'll have a more efficient 6-hour day instead of, I lack the patience, I suppose, is one problem that I've got to kind of develop. That I think patience is a skill almost.
Probably, yeah, probably is. I think the problem I have is with working on game dev for more than 6 hours is that my productivity definitely dwindles drastically after like the 6-hour mark. I can work with a very high level of focus, I would say, for about 6 hours, and after that it's very, very steeply downhill.
I think that the hard part is like telling yourself when to stop. Like, no, you're not gonna do anything good from this point, or your quality of work is only going to suffer. As much as you want to keep going, you kind of just need to write it off and go and spend time with your family, and go outside and touch some grass. That's one big one for me. That's a reminder for myself, actually. Go outside and touch some grass, and just come back and try again with a fresh night's sleep. And just need to write it off and go and your work is only going to suffer. As much as you want to keep going, you kind of just need to write it off and go and spend time with your family, and go outside and touch some grass. That's one big one for me. That's a reminder for myself, actually. Go outside and touch some grass, and just come back and try again with a fresh night's sleep and a full belly the next morning, right?
Sure. I mean, surely Godot has decent built-in navigation system, right? There's probably some nav mesh solution in Godot already, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. There is definitely nav mesh solutions. Just I've never used it before, so I'm just wrestling with. I made the mistake of building my map first, and now I'm trying to get my nav meshes and stuff to work with it. So.
Okay.
Yeah. So I've probably got to go. I'm doing everything I can to not have to rebuild the map again. So there's just lost. What is it? Lost profit fallacy or whatever it is. Sunk profit fallacy.
Sunk cost fallacy.
Yeah. There's a few times where it's like that, and I built a whole FPS system, and I was like, oh, I don't need a state machine, and now I'm like, oh damn, I need a state machine. I didn't want to learn what a state machine was, and here I am. So, there's all these kinds of things where, like at the moment, my goal is to like get something that looks good enough to make a Steam trailer out of, and that doesn't necessarily mean that everything needs to work. It just needs to look like it works, and it needs to have like those exciting moments.
You're going the trailer first approach.
Yeah, I think that's the way to do it. Is like, have something that shows your idea, and see what people think of your idea, and based on what people think of your idea, it can be either a $5 game or a $20 game, right? But I think you call it the balloon approach, where you like your scope just gets bigger depending on how in demand your idea is, or like how much runway you have to make it. I'm in the position where
the balloon was from Thomas Brush, I think, but
was it? Okay,
I think so. Yeah.
Oh, I mix you guys up. You guys look too similar, so I'll mix you up.
Maybe.
I guess that's the goal. Look too similar, so
I think so. Yeah. The balloon was from Thomas Brush, I think, but
I'm in the position where and your idea is, or like how much runway you have to make it. I'm in the position where
the balloon was from Thomas Brush, I think, but
was it? Okay,
I think so. Yeah.
Oh, I mix you guys up. You guys look too similar, so I'll mix you up.
Maybe.
I guess that's the goal for me at the moment, is try and get something that I can present. I guess the industry term is vertical slice. And maybe that means that the game's not built the most efficiently it can be, but you circle back around and make it better once you know people are interested in it, I suppose. That's how I guess I see the marketing first approach is when this is your job, you can't afford to you can't afford to from day one go, okay, I'm going to make a game that's going to take 3 years, or a game that's going to take 2 years. You need to have like a scope A, scope B, scope C kind of situation where it's almost like how they have gated Kickstarters, only you're just doing that internally based on audience engagement is how I'd put it.
You're testing the waters, basically. I guess one of the advantages you seem to have is that because you play a lot of games, you seem to have a decent feel for what works, right? You play a lot of demos and so on. And you said earlier that when you played Gnomes for the first time, when you had like the first prototype for Gnomes, you instantly knew that there was something there.
Yeah, and we did some like closed playtesting where I'd like get in a Discord call with one of my friends and be like, hey man, let me watch you play this, and I wouldn't tell them anything about it, and I'd send them a zip file, and I just have a little chat to them, not about the game at all. I would observe like how they played the game, and that was a lot to do with like how I developed UX. Is I look at what people assume things do, and I maybe will just ask them questions like, what was your thinking when you did that? There's no wrong answers. Just I'm trying to make the game better. When I know that the game's good is when 2 or 3 hours later, they're sending me screenshots after the call's way over because they're still playing it. That's kind of when you know, like, okay, there's something here. It's not just another little wacky prototype I've sent somebody. This is maybe got a bit of the secret sauce. So that's like the first kind of sign outside of like, wow, this just feels fun to play for myself and I can't put it down.
But that's like the thing that's not necessarily something you see or can test with a trailer.
Yes, I agree. I think but what I'm building at the moment, like I am trying to make everything feel real juicy. Like you shoot something and the person flops and there's a bit of destructible environment stuff happening or whatever. And you can make a very, very tight kind of ugly version of the loop. But there's certain moments that can probably be a little bit crafted for a trailer, rather than I suppose a lot of indie games I think they're too far along by the time they get to Steam. But they've actually almost completed the game and they've got a few weeks or a few months before they launch. Whereas like ideally, I think you want as long. You want a version of the trailer or a version of the Steam page as a complete package that looks like what the final thing is going to be, but you want to get that there as early as possible is basically the strategy that I'm talking about here.
But that's a bit of a different strategy than what you did for Gnomes then, because for Gnomes, the gameplay was first. It was like very gameplay focused approach, and you were like, gameplay works, gameplay is nice. And then only a bit later you tested how it vibes with people, and that was also good. And here you're maybe trying to do it the other way around, trying to go for the appeal first, make a nice trailer, and then maybe worry a bit later, is the gameplay good? Or what's your way of thinking about those two things? Like you have the marketability that you can see from the outside, and you have the other type of marketability almost. It's right. It plays well, and it's like it creates word of mouth, but these are like separate in a way, right?
Yeah, I guess like with Gnomes, there was a lot of things that there was a lot of things that came later. Like our original trailer actually had like a few gameplay mechanics that were dropped before we put the demo out there. There was a little thing we dropped, like going back to what we were talking about before, like do I regret any design decisions? That you used to have to manually rotate the gnomes. And when we took that out, a lot of people that were playtesting the game got upset. But I think it might have been the right choice because it was just like a UX decision. Despite me being the UX guy, Patrick was the one that pulled rank and said, no, we're getting rid of the rotation because it's just like, I'm sick of trying to teach people how to rotate the gnomes. So there's always going to be little things like that will change. we knew pretty early on, like the art style from Gnomes and the actual like idea of a tower defense where you can move the towers. That was like a core idea that was just really solid. And yeah, of course, like before I put a trailer on Steam, I'll definitely have something that people can play test. That's like maybe it's like a crafted level rather than like using a bit more randomness, and maybe it won't have like the second loop, which is like, you know, any kind of progression or whatever. Like it'll definitely be in a state where people can at least give me some feedback on, hey dude, you like you're cooking, what are you doing? This isn't a good game? Or you know, I'll be able to gauge the response of the selected people that do get to try it before we put a Steam page up. At the same time, I do kind of, in a lot of ways, get similar feelings for like it's a good that you bring this up though, because you kind of have like, you have to decide whether, am I enjoying playing this or am I proud that I've made this? And like those can be very similar feelings that I think a lot of people mix up. So I'm glad you mentioned this, because for me it's like something as like the creative lead and like the UX guy and the main QA guy, being the person that's creating something, maybe I am going to get tripped up on this and end up finding myself in a position where I think something's cool because I made it, not because it is actually cool. Does that make sense?
I think it does. Do you think you have played enough shooter games to get the same feeling of knowing it's there when you see it, like similar to playing Gnomes and being like, that's the one. Do you think you have a feel for the genre like that?
Yeah, I was I used to play pretty high level Counter-Strike back in the day, funny enough, and I do really like a PSX shooter. There's actually one that I really love at the moment called Pigface, which I'm taking a fair bit of inspiration from. If you haven't seen that already, check it out. It's a cool game. I've got a lot of people around me that play these kinds of games as well that are not developers. These are just like, you know, people I know who I can probably go, hey, check this out. And yeah, so it's, I won't be going in completely blind, but I'm glad that you put it to me like that though, because part of wanting to talk to you today was having some of these like ideas that I have maybe challenged, because I can't afford to fall into a trap like that, where, you know, maybe I think something's better than it is, putting it out there. Oh, now I've got a game on Steam that no one wants and I've got to finish it. Like that's not the position that I want to be in. So yeah, I guess like there's like a fine dance that you have to do between getting a trailer out on Steam, testing whether the broader audience is actually interested in it, and actually, you know, playtesting the project playtesting it deeply enough before you actually, you know, make that investment as well. Because it's gonna, minimum it's like $1,000 to get a game up on Steam by the time you paid for your capture art, plus all the time you spent investing in the project, right? The important by the time you paid for your capture art, plus all the time you spent investing in the project, right? The important thing for me is that when I'm playing it, it needs to feel good. And then when I give it to somebody else, it needs to be more than just oh, hey, yeah, that was cool, man. Thanks. See you later. Your friends are going to lie to you. They're bad playtesters. The only way you can tell if it's good is by what they do. Observe what they do, not what they say, is probably a good way to put it.
Yeah, I think you're right. It is a very delicate dance. You kind of have to nail both aspects of it. You have to make sure it looks fun, and you have to make sure it is fun. It has to look fun, it has to be fun, and you kind of have to worry about both if you want to make it on Steam. I feel like you do need both. Yeah.
Who knows? I might turn around in a few weeks of cooking further and be like, what am I doing? Back to 2D. But for now, I'm just very much treating this as the worst thing that can happen is I learn a bunch of stuff. I get better at programming. I learn how to use Godot. I learn the 3D workflow, and you know, maybe I can turn it into a commercial game at the end of it. We'll see what happens.
I hope it works out. Otherwise, I think Patrick and you could easily also make another tile-based strategy game.
Yeah,
I think you could easily just reuse the engine, make another tile-based strategy roguelike. I think that would also still absolutely work.
Yeah, Well, when he's back on the map, maybe we'll see how we go. But for now, I just don't want to be sitting on my hands. I want to be developing myself. We even talked about doing a bit of a quirky trad roguelike. I'm a bit of a trad roguelike nerd as well, but once again, that's just like something that's one of our many prototypes that are just floating around in the ether. Really, like he's even got. I could start like you said in one of your videos before creating Throneful. Like you showed off a bunch of the different demos. Like there was that one with the flowers. It was like shooting flowers across the map, which was kind of cool. I thought like there's a bunch of little toys like that we've made that it's about just making the right bet so that we have the best chance out of our luck, right?
Makes sense. Did you also do the balancing for gnomes, by the way? Or who was
it
that?
it was a kind of a 2-person job for sure. Patrick's someone who's inclined to make things too hard, and I'm inclined to make things too easy. So it's one of those like balancing acts where, we try and meet in the middle. The other thing too is we both had very different strategic patterns. Like there was things that I would just find very easy and vice versa, and just other things that I'd find impossible or too frustrating. But the biggest thing was having like a steady flow of playtesters as we were making the game throughout. Between putting the Steam page up and putting the demo out, we would have had like 500 playtesters probably.
Wow,
and
that's wild.
yeah, the best place to get playtesters is on Reddit. You just post on Reddit saying, "Hey, I'm giving out free keys for my game for anyone that wants to give me feedback." And maybe out of the 500, you'll get 100 responses from people you give keys to. But it's a really solid way to from people you give keys to. But it's a really solid way to figure out what's working and what's not working. Because random people on the internet are the best playtesters because they don't care about your feelings.
True. I guess you can sort of test the appeal of your game at the same time, because the easier it is for you to find playtesters, that probably means your game is more appealing, right? Because people don't just want to play test anything. Like there are a lot of developers who struggle to find playtesters, and oftentimes it's just because their games don't look like something that would be fun to playtest for.
I think that's exactly right. If you can't find people to playtest your game, how are you going to get someone to pay for it at the end of the day? Like, that's just. And I've been there too. Before Sea of Survivors, which was probably the first game that we went, okay, this has got a bit of something to it. We would have had. I've worked on probably half a dozen games before that of varying levels of seriousness, but and that's not including just like messing around in Unity either. Like this is like games where we've said, hey, we're going to make a game, or I'm working as part of a team on a game. And yeah, like you just know, like people can't wait to play your game, and it's a toy. You're not selling like a financial product. You don't need a call center here. You should be able to put a GIF of your game out there and have people go, how do I play this?
So you gave out 500 keys before the game.
People go, how do I play this? You need a call center here. You should be able to put, you're not selling like a financial product. You don't need a call center here. You should be able to put a GIF of your game out there and have people go, how do I play this?
So you gave out 500 keys before the game released. So it was like, beta keys. You gave out.
Steam's got a playtest feature. So you can put the playtest button on your Steam page and let people register. But to me, that wasn't very useful because I want direct feedback from people. I want people to tell me what they like and what they don't like, and even like create some super fans from these people, the people that are like there from the start because they love it so much, and they help guide development a bit. They tell us what they think each time we make a major change, and we have to either listen to them or ignore them, or just say trust us, we know better, kind of thing. Sometimes you just have to kill some darlings and say just trust us, the bigger picture will make sense. But yeah, the thing with feedback from players is that players, they will often give suggestions, but the suggestions aren't always helpful. What you're looking for is the reason they're giving the suggestion. There might be a problem with the game. that you can identify through what they're asking for. So, like an example would be, I feel like I'm dying too fast. I wish that we had more health. Well, it might not be that the player needs more health. It might mean that they need to understand how to defend themselves better. So maybe it's like, as much as I hate tutorials, maybe it is a tutorialization issue or something like that. Or maybe, they're not actually investing in their economy early enough. Like one of the big issues we saw pretty early on was that people weren't spending all their money when they could, and not spending your money on day one is like it's an exponential, it's exponential as you you plant, you put a house down and throw in full on day one, then it's worth like 12 gold by the end of it or whatever, right? Or 13 gold.
Yeah, even more because you can spend that gold again on more houses.
Exactly right. It's about identifying what the problem is rather than doing what they suggest.
Listen to the problems, not to the solutions. That's exactly it.
Right. Which is kind of the opposite of what you'd want from like an employee or something like that. If you have an employee, you don't want to hear problems, you want solutions, right?
Yeah, for playtesting, true, it's the other way around. You hear the problems, not the solutions. Yeah, I mean, you are the one making the game. You're responsible for the solutions. Makes sense.
Yeah.
But so I think this is a smart way to build a playtesting audience and superfans. So you gave out playtest keys. You can specifically generate playtest keys in the Steam backend?
And it's a different app. Our like live flow at the moment too, we don't use it so much anymore, but each time we have an update, we will put it out on playtest first and we'll ping all the people that are playtesters. And whoever's interested jumps on and gives us a bit of feedback. We only need like 10 or 20 people these days because it's normally like, hey, what do you... if we're showing off like a new map or something like that, it normally gets a bit more exciting. And we might get like, a couple of hundred people that get in and we get feedback from 20, 30, 50 of them. And that's great for balance and stuff, especially... But what is especially valuable that is like very like a commodity that you need to cherish is first-time playtesters, people that are playing your game for the first time ever. And because once someone's played the game once, they can never be pure again. So they've learned. When you do have first-time playtesters, especially early days, I think it's really important to try and watch them rather than just waiting for them to like give you a feedback report. Like if you can, watch in a Discord call or like if you can, go to an event and put a laptop in front of somebody and say, hey, do you want to play this? And, if you've made a really good game, you'll know because you can't kick them off it. But sometimes there's just going to be things every time you iterate that you just miss as a developer. Like you get so used to the quirks of your game that you forget, that was actually a bug I have to fix, but I'm just so used to like pressing the buttons in this order that, I jump over that obstacle that isn't meant to be there or whatever. So these little quirks about your game can only be solved by fresh eyes on the game.
And the first or 2 hours of the game are also so important that it doesn't matter that they're only testing the first 1 or 2 hours, because that's what you have to nail, right? After that, like once people have been there for like 2 hours, they're more forgiving if things are maybe a bit harder to understand after that, or if you build up some patience because you have more sunk cost fallacy as a player also.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's...
have more sunk cost fallacy as a player also.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's exactly right. I would probably say like the thing that matters the most is like if you think about a Steam demo, like Chris Zakowski reckons that an hour of 1 hour of gameplay on a demo is absolutely huge, which of medium play time, that's huge, right? And that's like a gold standard. But the reality is that 15 minutes is probably still okay. To get that 15 minutes, you need to make as many people stick around for 15 minutes as possible. So that's why I over tutorializing your game is one of the biggest demo killers, right? You need to let them get straight into the action. And if anything, like the tutorial is the game. Like it's just the first map is just a little bit easier and things are a little bit more obvious, right?
Yeah.
That first get straight into the big. That's why I over tutorializing your game is one of the biggest demo killers, right? You need to let them get straight into the action, and if anything, like the tutorial is the game. Like it's just the first map is just a little bit easier, and things are a little bit more obvious, right?
Yeah.
That first 15 minutes has got to be the most important. But yeah, the first couple of hours is like where you need most of the content to be. I think for gnomes, our median playtime's only 2 hours anyway, despite like most of the reviews saying
quite a lot.
Oh, that's for the full game though.
Yeah, I know. For the full game, I think for Islanders, the average playtime was something like 30 minutes for the full game.
Oh, really? Oh.
2 hours is not too bad at all.
Well, I guess it probably doesn't really matter like how long people are playing the game for. It's like how long does the game live rent-free in their head for? You know, like if you look at a game like Unpacking, which is a game from Brisbane here, apparently I've not played it, but apparently the whole game is like 2 to 4 hours long, but it's got 30,000 overwhelmingly positive reviews, and no one cares that it's only 2 to 4 hours long because it's just like such a great experience that people remember. So yeah, I think that's an important thing to think about. Is like maybe while yes, it's a pretty good catch-all that median playtime is really a good indication of the health of your game. It's not the end of the world to have a shorter game if it's intentional.
Yeah. And I think also the fact that demos are such an important part of the game. I think
time is while yes, it's a pretty good catch-all that median playtime is really a good indication of the health of your game. It's not the end of the world to have a shorter game if it's intentional.
Yeah. And I think also the fact that demos are such an important part of the game's marketing. The average
15 minutes has got to be the most important, but yeah, the first couple of hours is like where you need most of the content to be. I think for gnomes, our median playtime's only 2 hours anyway, despite like most of the reviews saying
quite a lot.
Oh, that's for the full game though.
Yeah, I know. For the full game, I think for Islanders, the average playtime was something like 30 minutes for the full game.
Oh, really? Oh.
2 hours is not too bad at all.
Well, I guess it probably doesn't really matter like how long people are playing the game for. It's like how long does the game live rent-free in their head for? You know, like if you look at a game like Unpacking, which is a game from Brisbane here,
Trying to get the Super Bowl working. Ugh. Hey guys, I'm gonna go watch the Super Bowl. I'll catch you guys after. Peace. Have a good one, guys. Later.